Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. It's time. Day 18. Alex Murdaugh. Accused of murder. That was not good. That was not a good line. But that's what it is. Just a second. No, the trial has not actually started today yet. We're just waiting for the court to show up. As soon as it does, of course, I will bring it on screen. And I'm guessing guests would be joining me any minute now. Or not. It might just be you and me. We'll never know until people actually show up or not. It is up to them. I love them all either way. Whew, I have missed the past 2 days of trial. Your camera quality kind of sucks. Sure it does. Okay, buddy. I've missed the past 2 days of trial. And I've heard they've both had pretty good stuff going on. Of course, it all remains to be seen as to how effective any of it is for either side. But I did hear that the roadside shooting incident that is going to all be allowed in now. So that's nice. They'll probably only add 17 years to this trial. Hey, how's it going, man?
Better with a microphone.
That is true.
What's up, brother? How are your couple days semi off, I guess?
I mean, they're pretty good, except for, now I'm behind a little bit on the trial itself, and I'm also still exhausted. But everything's great other than that. Last night, I went through my own lawsuit, which was fun. So,
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or went through, like on my stream, I read through it since we filed our response. But it's been good. How about you? How was the trial the past couple of days? Is it riveting?
Actually, it was better than it had. I mean, it's still a complete circus. It's even more of a circus.
Right.
But at least it was a little less boring than it had been the previous days. So you missed a little bit of good testimony there. The judge did decide, as you just mentioned, that the roadside killing stuff can come in, and it pretty much did yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure. It was for this prosecution, pretty quick. The defense had stipulated to allowing a. I mean, they objected to everything, of course, but given that they were overruled by the judge, they reached a stipulation with the state where they said, well, listen, we won't object more to this stuff if you do it in a concise way.
Ready to proceed?
Oh, here we go.
Matter, Your Honor, when we put in the disc yesterday, which for the record is State's Exhibit 552, I provided the court reporter with one that was a shortened one. We actually put in the full one, so I'm going to replace 552 with the full disc with the consent of defense counsel.
We consent, Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
The judge was very short with the defense yesterday. I mean, just being outright sarcastic with them.
Yeah, I heard he was mad that they were objecting.
Yeah.
Hey,
oh, you have more to
jury.
say. You have more to say now. Yeah, I'm kind of advocating for my client here, Your Honor.
Yeah. It always kills me when judges get mad that lawyers object to something or want to get something on the record that they might have to preserve for appeal. Like they have to do it. It's not like they want to sit there and be annoying.
It's in their interest not to object. I mean, if they don't object and it's not preserved for error, that doesn't bother them. They're not going to be the appellate lawyers who don't have this option on the table anymore. For the trial lawyers, it's easier not to object. They're just doing their job.
Right. And it'd be really hard to get an ineffect or a malpractice issue or anything over just not objecting, because it's basically just considered trial strategy.
Yep. That's right.
You can choose to interact or not engage or not engage with the court on these issues, because there's any number of reasons not to, even if an objection would be proper. It's just simply not pissing off the jury. This will be good though. I love that we are now far removed from the Wednesday. We think we're going to be done by Wednesday. Oh, do you? That's cute. I didn't think you'd be done by Wednesday, and that was before the roadside stuff came in.
None of which was at all relevant to the actual criminal charges in this trial, of course. But
to anyone who's curious, yes, there is a Rumble stream. It is up. It is live. I don't know why people are on YouTube saying no Rumble stream, but it's there. 2,000.
I actually saw it before I saw the YouTube stream. The YouTube stream was a little slow coming up for me this morning.
Good morning.
But people can always check my Twitter and my locals page for links to both. So we're on cross-examination of this guy. Who's this weirdo?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if we can do this.
This is the lead investigator on the roadside shooting. This
Okay.
guy in charge of that.
Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this. Is it senior special agent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you investigated, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go see him there?
Yes.
And did you talk to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there. I don't know if I specifically spoke to a particular doctor, but we made contact with the medical staff that were providing treatment.
So did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but at the
Okay.
time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing, and that those documents weren't readily available to me
But you've looked at him since then.
since then.
So you would
long
agree
crimes
with
are
me,
getting
he had
fancy
a
with the
fractured
camera
skull,
setup.
a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head.
But they were moving it around like
I'd agree
crazy
that
yesterday.
that's what the medical
Moving the
records say.
boxes, resizing them. It's like they found some new functions on the keyboard.
Let me see if you can identify this.
It's just his middle finger. See if you can identify this. Bam! Right in his face.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand it's a portion,
Yes, sir.
but it's the sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objection?
Objection, Rule 801.
Anybody making fun of my Wu-Tang shirt? It is Black History Month. How dare you?
Make it easy. Who subpoenaed
What's up,
and
Jeff?
got these records?
Hola, gentlemen. How are we
Sled?
doing?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't
Pretty good.
discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records.
So yesterday they
Consultation
played
with his doctors.
Alex 911 call from the roadside,
had,
and then they
general
played
understanding
a
based
telephone
on what
interview
Mr.
between
Murdaugh told
police
us,
and
told
Alec
deputies
with
outside the road,
Harpootlian and
and
Griffin
based on what
present
stated on
from
that
rehab,
that he had been shot in the head.
in which Alec
So
basically
when we
confessed to
arrived,
everything,
we saw a
confessed
subsequent
everything
injury.
involving the roadside
Let me
shooting,
cut to the chase here. Did
the
you also
financial
subpoena the medical
shenanigans, his
records?
drug
Yes, we
use.
Are these a portion of the medical
He was very
records, the
frank.
business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah?
Do they know they're going
Memorial
to get
Health?
slaughtered on the
Yes, sir.
financial stuff?
Okay. Does that resolve that issue? Business records?
No, he gave him like, this is my Bank of America account, this is my Palmetto account, this is the checks I wrote the drug dealer. He told him everything.
Redacted any personal in identifying matters. That's what's redacted.
Actions, no objection.
Did it without objection.
It's and that's number 124.
Maybe this
And he
guy.
threw
Let me
everybody
have
under
you-
the bus.
This will refresh your memory.
Threw cousin Eddie under the bus, and anyone he ever bought drugs from.
Page 1,
Ooh,
what the
I think you
medical
had sent
staff
to me
says
that he
are
was
his
doing
injuries.
50 grand of drugs a month.
Yeah, it's not really possible. I believe it has to be some kind of money laundering operation. Nobody can do. No, it was 50 grand a week. A
50
week.
grand a week.
Right.
Okay, now, I can have you read
But
that.
one,
You
I don't think
understand
that
what
was
it
every
means?
week. I think that was a high water mark. And two, it's got to be a money laundering thing.
I think distribution is one of the charges that's against him.
Furrow wound in his head.
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I mean, I could read it. If it says,
Okay, let me publish part to you and see what you think.
So if Alec was acting as a drug dealer intermediary, he'd be funneling money back to his bosses, right?
With adjacent blood products. What do you think that means? What's a subdural hematoma?
obviously it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head. So it
would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior parietal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left parietal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor. I mean, furrow is, I can only testify what it states on the page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation. So radiologist looked and saw brain bleed, saw a subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they determined happened, we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed, right?
If that's what the records say, then yes.
Have you ever told anybody that
you're gay?
Specifically, the,
Got him.
Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head. I mean, I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Okay,
we're having a difficult time here communicating this morning. I not quite understand it. The
That's
simple
early.
question was he shot in the head? And you see, I'm not sure until just now you said yes, he was shot in the head.
I apologize. Yes.
So we agree on that. He's shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay. And he was.
I can tell you why we're
in,
having problems, because the entire
intensive
state
care
has
for a
been
while, and then he
difficult
was let
as
out
hell on
relatively
cross.
quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me show these to you so you can identify them. Are these photographs consistent with what you saw Alex Murdaugh at the hospital?
No.
You're muted, Andrew.
This first photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I arrived in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
But you would represent that these
This image is something that I saw at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay. So, this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay. So, did I offer these?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's look at. Do I have to go to the Elmo, or do you have these?
Some guy emailed me the other day and told me to stop commenting over the trial and to stop eating on camera.
Oh yeah,
I told him-
watch this.
I told him to watch it somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then he responded back. He's like, No one wants to hear your comments. Stop commenting. I'm like, wait, what? Like, just go watch it somewhere else. What the fuck kind of weirdness are you on?
What I was trying to say before was we're supposed to believe this Alex Murdaugh, who was so inept at arranging, orchestrating this roadside shooting, completely inept on every possible level, is also the mastermind who schemed the murder of his wife and son and managed to leave no evidence behind.
Indicate some other law enforcement agency took before he went to that's at the side of the road, or is that?
So I was talking about this case with
this photo was
someone.
Included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained.
There's an
at the time
assumption
that he provided the recorded statement inside the ambulance where he gave the detailed description of what happened to him,
which we've listened to.
In regards to the potential hit on Paul and Maggie,
was treated and he was placed in a cervical
everybody
collar.
seems to like be under this assumption that
I wasn't
people who
present
kill
when he was
people for
transported.
money
I
are
didn't
like
meet
good
with
at it,
Mr. Murdaugh until I went to Savannah.
Okay. Put the next picture on.
right? Like they get the movie theater idea of a hitman in there. It's like, oh, a hitman was hired. Like probably CIA trained ex-Navy SEAL with precision shots. No, it's usually just like some guy who will take 20 grand and put a shotgun to someone and kill him. They're not necessarily proficient or skilled at what they do.
No.
Correct.
Or experienced. So like most mafia hit guys, what we would call a hit guy, they've killed maybe 2 or 3 people over 30 years. They're just a guy in the group who's willing to do it.
I understand it.
Yeah.
After he was
I'll
released
do
from
it.
the hospital.
How much? 10 large? Cool.
He went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us. Yes.
Sorry.
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
Mr. Harper.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is.
Pose the question. You must give him an opportunity to answer.
I apologize.
Mr. Harpootlian, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you were at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
SLED just can't seem to subpoena anybody.
In Georgia to make them honor it. Or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No consent was asked. No consent was given. So,
okay, answer the damn question. Jeez.
Blames them for not
argumentative.
But we represented on that call that he
pointlessly,
was in a detox
which
facility
juries hate.
before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent. He's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he would.
Good job, Law and Crime.
Yeah, nice. Here comes my epilepsy kicking in.
And so as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down. We called.
You don't know this. I'm just going to testify to it.
I told you can't testify.
Who called who initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of, at that point, Mr. Murdaugh had obviously the story that he told us was not true. And we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he'd lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He was unbelievably frank. Yeah, I did it. Here's the bank account. Here's where I got the gun from.
And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. We encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Almeda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Almeda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
And his cooperation, when I say cooperation, the statements he made I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder. You weren't investigating, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders. You weren't investigating the financial crimes.
I love how much
only
that
the roadside
flickering camera has just
shooting,
torched
correct.
there.
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr.
They're
Murdaugh?
framing.
I'm sorry.
Are you referring to in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh? The first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right.
And in the 3rd interview, you set parameters as his attorney as to what information we would discuss on the call.
I'm not, but he did, when you asked questions about his bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
After some give and take, I think between you and I, he disclosed information. Yes.
Right. And he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
Yeah, he confirmed that he stole money because at that point we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his.
Did you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? Certainly many defendants would have never talked to you, correct?
Objection is sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever got were from.
It's not the answer to the question.
He spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney. Okay.
Well, he still confessed on the call. So
there are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So let me say this: as a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to who was investigating the financial crimes?
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were several agents that were involved.
But no agent in charge, Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams,
Okay.
myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result of his cooperation, partially, and what you already knew, you're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on
Start
90
sticking him on it.
charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no?
Objection is sustained.
What's the
I'm
objection?
sorry, what was the objection?
There's an
Exactly.
objection, and I sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds for the objection.
Neither does the judge.
401, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I
That
don't
was
understand what
reprehensible.
401 is. I don't know why we reply to this.
Objection is sustained.
What is, he's got to know what the objection is.
Wow.
The information you got was voluntary about the
Oh my
financial
God.
piece of this was voluntary by him. No one threatened him. No one coerced him. He
Or
asked the
one's
lawyer
just
to-
general relevance, isn't it?
To the best of my knowledge, no one threatened him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't. It was over the telephone.
Grounds.
I'm based on what you've told us. No one threatened him. Y'all
Nobody
were
had a
there
gun to his
representing.
head.
Yeah, just relevance.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it.
But the judge didn't even acknowledge it was a 401 objection.
He said,
He
I mean,
just
he
wanted
said
to
it
sustain
later.
it.
Yeah, he's going to sustain
Yeah.
it no matter what. But how's it not relevant? I mean,
you.
And a redirect.
you brought in all this stuff,
Quickly, Your Honor,
Judge.
may I please
Of course,
support?
that question is relevant.
When you interviewed the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, on September 4th.
Remember when we were all
hospital, is
really
that right?
impressed with
Yes,
this
he was.
judge at the
Did he agree
beginning
to
of
speak
this?
to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your?
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino hearing as to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
Good.
Mr.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss. the
All
case.
right. Let's do a Jackson v. Deno hearing. Let's get a whole another day of trial. This trial's never going to end.
I don't know why he bothers. He's just going to allow it.
Yep. Oh, it's going to be great. The judge might want to be like, yell at Harpootlian.
Oh, you know that's what he's going to do. He doesn't give a shit about the hearing.
It was Harpootlian the judge was talking to yesterday or the day before saying, what, you have more to say now? You have more to say? This judge is explicitly hostile to the defense. And this sustaining of the state's objection, just because
Be seated,
he didn't
please.
even know what the objection was.
That was
What's the nature of the objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, there's several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we believe, and if you look at these medical records, he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital. We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And he was not advised with Miranda warnings. He wasn't in any way, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was. So perhaps we should adjourn this and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to finish it.
Your Honor, the sum total of my questions was specifically in response to the
fuck off.
cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to to relate what he related to Agent Kelly, which again, they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response.
But that was already
to
covered
their
in direct.
putting in the records and discussing the injuries that are reflected in those records. If that was the
All of
extent
that
of my
was covered in
questioning,
direct.
not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in.
I
And
call
get a stretch. Yes,
100% bullshit from
That's
Creighton
what
Water.
He was gonna run for an hour.
That's all he's going to ask. But if that question leads to another question, leads to another question,
I'll stand for a few moments.
That's what Creighton Waters has done every single time. I'm only going to ask this. I was only going to ask that. And then he gets up on the he gets up and starts asking the questions, and it goes just down the road every single time.
Man. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Joe?
How are you guys?
Pretty good, man. How are
Angry,
you?
stressed, blood pressure's going up already.
I'm awesome. I have a, as I mentioned on the stream yesterday, I have a big party tonight for the birth of my new grandson that I'm hosting.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So I'll be popping in and out today as I'm needed for stuff around here, but you made me addicted to this trial. A lot of people say I made the trial a lot more interesting. I'm not saying it's anything about like. I felt so bad for you. I was like, man, this guy's put in all the time. I was comparing myself to like, you're like the running back who carried the ball, like from like the 20 to like the 5-yard line, and then they hand it to me for like the best part of the testimony. So
That's good.
I love you.
I'm fine. But, I'm glad someone likes this trial. No, I'm just kidding. I'm starting to just like Harpootlian more and more every day. Fluffer Boy 2004 says,
It's withdrawn. You may proceed.
Late and Tinsley.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Daniel Weimer
Going
says-
back to the question that I asked,
Put that
when you interviewed, and I'm just asking these particular questions, when you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview, or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct the interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when all the developments you testified to yesterday on the side of the road took place, and September 13th, was SLED just sitting around doing nothing, or were y'all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview. Is that correct?
Mr. Harpootlian called me on the 13th, and he said, "Hey, we have a short amount of time. We can do this. Can we make it happen?" So we had to make it happen within about 30 minutes notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
And when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Yes, they advised that they would only discuss the side of the road shooting, the Moselle incident, and the financial crimes were off limits.
Ultimately, some financial information was discussed.
Alleged financial crime?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
And that was after he had finished that rehab stint. Is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes, we took him in custody once on the Almeda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
what you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootlian, when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection
And that was for
leading.
charges related to the side of the road.
Yes.
Objection leading.
They never know how to form questions. They're always leading. They do it so much.
Thank you, Senior Special Agent Kelly. Nothing further.
Thank you.
In fairness, the defense had stipulated to allow leading
That second time
here.
you took him into custody, do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the month of October 2020.
Okay. And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021? I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so he's been in jail since October 16th.
Objection sustained.
What?
What opportunity has he had since October 16th of 2021 to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity? Go ahead.
Talking to you.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry, what's this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
In response.
Well, Your Honor, no question, he's been in jail since October 6th.
Your legal response to the objection.
I
The
don't
401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is
Trying to
that
explain
they have him, they're trying to portray him as this manipulative person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
Objection is sustained.
Oh my gosh! Wow. You know, if you want to
That's not
have
relevant.
open rules, that's fine. But you have to play fair both ways.
To the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Inappropriate argument to the jury.
Wow.
Now, did you tell anyone
what
in
number-
his
what
family
number
the reason
rule
you
was
wanted
that?
to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
The conversations about the picture of the truck, we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it, and we don't have to go through this back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Did you tell anybody in his family who wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And
Was he among
you're
other
giving the
things?
impression that at that point, you still believed him, and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck.
401, Your Honor.
Relevant?
Really? What? You testified about this.
Let me hear that question again.
The state
You
introduced the picture of the truck already.
Indicated
If
to a
it wasn't
member of his family
relevant,
you knew was communicating with him, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
To the forum, Your Honor.
Why?
It's cross-examination.
Thank you. Did you communicate?
What's the response?
I asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry. I just,
Read it,
Look
read
at our
it back.
Julian.
Read it back. Read it back.
Are you a senior special agent?
yes, sir, I am.
Senior special agent Kelly, did you communicate to a member of Mr. Murdaugh's family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you,
Stop.
and that's what you
Stop.
communicated
Come in compound.
to Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection overruled.
The question you just asked me is that, and I responded to, that was one of the things. That was
That's
not
a
the
yes or
only
no.
thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the truck that Mr. Smith.
he's not
I
asking
didn't
what
ask
you
you
wanted
what
to
else
do.
you
He's
knew.
asking what you told
I asked
Randy.
you-
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
No.
You may continue your response.
We
It's a
wanted
yes
to
or
show Mr.
no.
Murdaugh
No,
to show him
non-responsive.
images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see. At this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth, and we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell it, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity. And
So, and this goes to sort of the same issue. When you wanted to see him, with the exhibits I just introduced. Okay. When you wanted to see him and you contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drug?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. Would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident.
Oh my God, just
he
answer
consumed
yes or no.
opioids that morning.
Hit him again
He was
with
not detoxing or coming off those drugs. When he did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him
Now
in the
he's
hospital,
going into
he was
the testimony
on his
they
cell
can't
phone,
give.
he
He's
was
not
walking,
qualified to do
Move
it.
to strike is non-responsive.
He was a victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head on no one plowable ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
So asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay.
Oh
Did
my
you
God.
ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctor.
Yes or no?
I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian,
Would you just say yes or no, and we can move on?
No, it's a yes or no fucking question.
Object to the form.
You answer the question, yes or no.
could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay.
Oh my God, how hard was
Part of the
that?
records are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you? Did
You
ask them?
The
Get him,
testing
Dick.
that was
Did
being
you
done-
ask them?
We did not ask to discuss specific
Thank you.
aspects of Mr.
Thank you.
Murdaugh's
Nothing
medical
further.
condition. We had to subpoena
not
the
your
records with a
soliloquy.
court order to have access to them. They will
So
not discuss openly his medical records with us.
did you ask a doctor, that's repetitive, but if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records, that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids, would they not?
They would have told us
Objection sustained.
That calls for speculation.
Anytime he gets to call the doctors in.
Evidence, or were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
once we have subpoenaed,
Would you please answer the yes or no?
once we got the records,
Would
we
you
learned.
answer yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to
Not
answer the question.
badgering.
He's not badgering you.
Respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the time of September 4th.
This is ridiculous.
I did
As
not
you
ask
see
the medical
fit.
doctors or the medical professionals any information about his
Well,
condition.
there goes my weak sobriety.
Because they
Fuck
would not
this.
discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still have, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating.
Yes,
I
just
would
say
have
yes.
asked those questions. And when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Thank the court's indulgence. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it. Damn trial can't even go a week without drinking around here.
Let me call your next witness.
If the judge
May
wants
it please the
to,
court, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofsky.
it's just like in any major sport, we have a referee. If you want to call everything and have a lot of penalties or you need to have the same strike zone for everyone. And that's why when they're allowing so much in for the prosecution and so much, anytime 401 comes up,
Testimony give they will be the truth.
anytime 401 comes up, they're allowing it in. When the defense is bringing it in, and this 401 objection, the objection is sustained, it seems really it just feels slanted.
Just declare him
Especially
guilty
because-
and get the appeals underway. Jesus.
So who's
They
this
had
witness?
Special Agent Peter Rudofsky, that's R-U-D.
This is Peter Rudofsky.
O-F-S-K-I, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then ski.
But Joe, especially to
Agent Rudolphi, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
especially because the state is bringing these people in
tell the
to
jury
a
just little bit
trial
about yourself.
where the argument was that they weren't relevant in the first place, and the state prevailed that they were.
Ultimately ended up with your current position.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I have my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST Viz, which is what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And what has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all of that and put it into a readable timeline that you could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see.
Are we going to get a
everything with all
demonstrative
those
of this
different
finally?
Phones and different, media sources all in one document.
Stand by for me just real quick. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as a defense exhibit 60 that was entered a long time ago in this trial. And do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
All right. And that was, who prepared that document though that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
And was that provided to the defense that a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right. And on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across the document.
All right. And as you have, how long have you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
And as new data came in, new data has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has.
So they've doctored it.
So what odds do you give the lead?
What's been marked as states 520.
The lead investigator being prosecuted for perjury for lying to the grand jury. Think the state that is very happy that he lied to the grand jury to get the indictment will prosecute him for that?
This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 519. And do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, and tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th.
2021?
2021.
Your Honor, this time I would offer states 519 and 520 into evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I admit it.
All right, we're going to get back to those in a second. All right, now you mentioned before that you had some training in using the FBI CAS program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
More recent information.
What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call.
Friday?
Would have been last Friday.
Objection.
From Attorney General Conrad that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that
Did you
data?
subpoena OnStar and not
There was
GM?
a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th.
God, I want to see that subpoena. You know they just fucking wrote a stupid one.
During the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
All right.
Whoops.
All right, and since that time, have you downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
I have the CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture for you.
All right. And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C. And he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
All right, and is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that engineer Falfusky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see in the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer in the evidence states 524.
Submitted.
The OnStar shows him rolling down a window and pointing a gun out of it at Maggie and Paul.
Will you please explain this footnote that says goatsy?
The backup camera shows us, oh, Maggie's cell phone flying out.
You like that one, Jeff?
I did.
All right, I'm gonna, if I could have a computer input, please. And I'm gonna go ahead and put Exhibit 524 up on the screen, the one we just admitted.
He does look like a less fat DSP. Whoa. Okay, guys, we need the donations to come in.
That is correct.
The vest is waiting.
And
It was on the whole time.
that's your name up there, and then it's got the CAS program and everything. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving on to this next slide. And can you see all right up there?
I can.
All right. If your little screen becomes hard to see, just let me know, and we can have you come down here and look at the big one. All right. What's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that were received from GM. These are all 3 Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide look like?
This is an overview. Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
One up. This is going to be an overview slide here. Top point is going to be Moselle, the Moselle House property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Alameda. There are 4,820 data points that make up these lines here. When you zoom in a couple more slides, you're going to see the individual dots. This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots. Right. But just for reference, that's where we're at in the map.
And just very quickly, tell the jury when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct. Each dot is going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Why can he not say
You have to
latitude?
manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide. It's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind of just says, the location's a little bit easier to read. You got Hampton, Alameda, and then you can see Islandton.
Go on to this slide. Is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. And then again, generally, what does this represent?
This is going to represent in Hampton around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. It's just kind of zoomed in photo from what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
This is going to be the Alameda property that's been referred to previously. And this is just showing a overview of all the dots for that day.
All right, we're about to get into some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day. You're going to have a data point and a slide that's going to show you the beginning, a couple slides during.
Can we just go through the one,
the end.
The relevant
We're
ones?
going to have a couple different drives.
Instead of all of them that day?
All right, now we're at this slide. What's the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right, and tell the jury, what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main
This
entrance.
is the type of bloat
You
that's
can see
unnecessary.
underneath
Why
the
do we need to
little
know
box, it's going to be
him
the
leaving
house.
for work?
You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021, and this plot is going to be 120647.
Is that what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right, what time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right, come on down here if you would.
Approximately
just real quick
9 hours
and
before the
explain
murder.
to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow in this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude correlates with.
All right, I'll have to borrow the stick real quick. So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about?
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points that could be for another trip. Sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's an explanation for that.
All right. And then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one that's the information is being referred to right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And right here, we see what?
You see June 7th, 2021,
All right.
12:07:40 p.m.
All right. Thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it? Just generally an orientation to the property?
Moselle Road coming out of that main gate,
That driveway?
main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile
2 seconds
per hour
later.
is going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle is traveling.
Generally on these blue boxes,
critical.
the little arrow at the bottom, is that kind of in the center bottom in most of these little blue?
We're not going to do every dot. We're
boxes?
just going
That
to
is
do every
correct.
2 seconds.
Right, and some of the entries have a miles per hour reading, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the vehicle and by GM OnStar?
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right. And so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
Now, on here, it's in reference to miles per hour because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit was it in?
Kilometers.
All right. And so did you convert that data to miles per hour?
In an Excel spreadsheet, yes.
All right. And just
Oh my
plugged in what
God.
the conversion is, and it converted to miles per hour.
Yep, you just do the equal sign, then you do the conversion, and it converts for you.
All right.
Could object to leading if it wasn't pointless.
All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the law, or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
All right, and very quickly tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top.
That is correct.
All right, that's the kennels way up at the very top.
That is correct.
All right, what is the date and time of this reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
Minute later. Jesus.
All right. tell me
Only
about this
9
next one.
hours to go.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
The speed again?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37, and we have no speed associated.
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
Oh my God.
This is 12:24:06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46. 12:24:06. Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15.
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour, and the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour, and that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
All right, PM?
PM.
And the speed?
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
Mike the Dad Crosby says life in prison for speeding.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his
Shoot, I
drive
missed some
home.
other super chats.
The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
It
the
might
speed?
be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top,
The top of the screen.
about 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Daniel
Slide
Weimer
18, what does
says,
this reflect?
This
here's
is going to
some
reflect that
retard
Alex
lawsuit
arriving home at
bucks.
6:42:54
Thank you, Daniel.
with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
drove
Driving
10
home,
miles
what's
an
his
hour
max
slower
speed?
going back home.
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
All right, slide 20.
Guilty.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previous slide.
Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
So he doesn't drive the Suburban down to the kennels.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Alameda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
So he consistently drove
In the
past it at
grayish white
42
looking
miles
box,
an
you
hour.
can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location, and right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
The typings from the court, guys.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After
throws the
passing
phone
that
out of the car.
location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
He's going 42
Going to,
miles an
slide
hour.
26. Tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point There's several
He's also
throughout
leading.
the road. This one is showing 908.54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 908.54, 44 miles an hour.
So I want to point out that when he said he started to accelerate, he accelerated 2
This
miles
one's
an
further
hour.
down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 909.06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 9:09:18 p.m., traveling 49 miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 9:09:42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33, has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Alameda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Alameda.
All right. And I'm going back to slide 3. Do that real quick.
Amazing Wireless 2 says, I have to go back to missing your night streams live. I can't keep functioning hungover on 3 hours of sleep. I need 5 hours.
And
I hear you,
slide,
brother.
We're just seeing when the orientation changes. Can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started, and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point we just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33.
They're going to say there was an orientation change around the time he was driving past the ultimate location.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
As if that tells you that the phone was actually pitched out at that point.
Going on to slide 34.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
All right, and down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that? Right here.
That is going to be the Alameda property, and just to reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right, right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Alameda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9:22:06. The Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Alameda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here, and then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
All right, and then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward like a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 9:22:39.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
9:22:39. And this is just, so that this right here is going to be a better overview without the box. The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. This is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
Right here, we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned from work?
That is correct.
Guilty.
I was just thinking that word. Clearly, he's guilty. Him with the speeding ticket now.
The max speed again is what on the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
74.
And the time
Oh,
again?
that's a killer speed.
Never heard of anyone driving
Alameda?
that fast
Yes.
before.
I believe it's going to be 9.
I only drive under the speed limit.
Let me back up.
Go back.
We're back up to.
Is there any damage on this phone?
9:22:39. So 9:22:39. He reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's shown approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time?
9:22.
And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you would. I just sent you back. I'm sorry.
So halfway during on this. So this is the driveway right here. So this is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
Why are we so focused on the
41, we have a what's the time
around the
stamp
Alameda
on that one, and show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45.
They suspect that's where he left the guns, I think.
The arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom. Right.
Yeah, they're saying you
With great suspicion, they don't have the guns, so they can't tell.
Right.
9:45.
That is correct. 9:45:22.
Maybe he was checking his pockets because he thought he might have left his phone behind. Lots of reasons to pause.
The slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda.
Maybe he was just
from
texting
Moselle. This
people
is
or
just a
calling
data
them.
point
I mean, wasn't he
on
texting and
Embassy
calling people
Highway.
around this time?
It's 9:46:01, and on this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also
Orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom, you have Alameda, going through Varnville, and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle. This is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 95918. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 95918, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot.
That is correct.
And slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during
was
that drive
9 hours,
was at
51 minutes,
9:51,
43 seconds.
43 seconds was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average going to also, though, can include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an
They're
emergency.
literally adding in speeding.
Running code is where you
to this
activate
trial.
your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Objection
Due to
relevance.
the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time.
How
And
can
especially with all your
people
lights,
possibly
it
see
attracts
that from your
the
map
deer. So it's
that
actually
deer will
worse
run
having
out?
your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions. The road was, was a lot of potholes. And
He's driving a Suburban.
Was the defendant's
It goes right
top
over
speeds
those.
on both the trip to and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
that'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49 and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a time.
Y'all were joking. You thought when you said they were going to introduce speeding to show that he killed someone. They literally just did.
This is the 7th trial inside the
Where's
trial.
dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50. Tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You can kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51. What does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49.
That's important.
Okay.
He does 28 miles per hour on dirt.
And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels 10:05:57 p.m.
Backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right. And so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right. Slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Why don't you have speed date on those?
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right. Slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relate to the jury?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
I'm going to push back on you all a little bit here. So this is, and I know that this is not a popular thing to say, and that's okay. I'm going to point this out. You're talking about a circumstantial case. As I mentioned this when I was talking with Andrew yesterday. When you're talking about a circumstantial case, you're basically looking to do is you're looking to take different pieces of straw or bales of straw and basically put them on top of the camel. And at a certain point, and my point was what I was talking to him yesterday, the analogy I gave him was when you're talking about circumstantial evidence. So if there's two circumstances, most people would say that's not nearly enough for them to reach a level of reasonable doubt. If there's 10,000 circumstances, almost everyone would say that is enough. Now, obviously, there's a huge gap there between 2 and 10,000. The question is, where is that line where the camel's back breaks?
They have to be material.
And you're right.
My objection. So if he goes to kill his parents and he's going to drive his car there, first he's going to put pants on, right? Because a killer wouldn't go to murder someone without putting pants on. Also, a non-killer wouldn't go out without putting pants on.
Yes.
So the fact that he put pants on, just like a killer would, is not material circumstantial evidence.
Listen, if I could just finish my point, you're correct in everything you just said. I agree with everything you just said. And a lot of times the circumstantial evidence that this prosecutor has tried to use has been things like he has black hair, Hitler has black hair, therefore he's Hitler. That's essentially what you're saying. And a lot of times in their efforts to get a conviction, a prosecution will include fluff that has zero relevance as far as being another bale of hay to throw on the camel in order to confuse and confound the jury into thinking, oh, there's one more piece. And we've seen that happen an inordinate amount of time, both in this trial with respect to documentaries, that they'll take things that are stupid and empty and pretend that there's some kind of meaning, even when they're utterly holographic and meaningless. That does not, but there are some pieces of circumstantial evidence that you can understand why, you know what, this definitely is not guilt beyond reasonable doubt. I'm so far from guilt beyond reasonable doubt. I'm positive that this DA will never convince me that there's enough circumstantial evidence to ever come to that, and that they don't have a case. So you don't need to try and tell me that I'm wrong, that he's innocent or he's not guilty. I know he's not guilty beyond reasonable doubt. But my point is, as far as what a judge should allow him to bring in, as far as being a piece of paper, this evidence that just came in, the fact that he's speeding at 80 miles an hour going back and forth to Almeida, does that mean that he committed a crime? Absolutely not. Of course not. Would it be consistent with what you might expect with someone who had committed a crime? Yes, it's also it's mildly unusual for someone to be going.
If he schemed the murder of his mother and son, why would he need to speed? What's the purpose of speeding?
I'm saying,
how does that help the murder?
What I'm saying is, it's consistent with the mindset of someone who just engaged in a
But it's
crazy
similarly
crime.
But it's the
consistent
same
with someone who
dilemma.
didn't.
Why didn't he speed on the way there? to
I
that
drive
same
80 and a
degree?
55.
In the middle. Okay.
I live in the middle of the country. I live on these roads. I drive 74 and a 45 right by my house.
I can understand a juror saying that it looks a little bit odd in the middle of the night for someone to be going 80 miles an hour. That looks a little bit odd. Is that anything? Is that proof of anything? No. Anyone in the chat, I'm not even looking at the chat right now. Anyone in the chat, I'm sure there are probably thousands who are yelling at me that I'm crazy or whatever. I'm telling you now, as far as saying, is this a piece of paper that can be thrown onto the back of the camel? To some jurors, yes. To some jurors, no. Is it a crazy thing for a juror to say this is something that could be one factor, that if they had 10,000 of these factors, that they would come to guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? I think to just ignore it is, I think at a certain point to just say this is absolutely nothing that no jury should be able to consider, and that's nothing that no jury should be able to consider. I think that's sort of taking a little bit of a slant in the opposite direction. And I try and approach this in a way as far as saying, what is a reasonable thing for someone to say, you know what, that's something to consider. So yes, the pants example or the hair like Hitler example, I agree with you. An unusual type of thing like this, that in the middle of the night, that he's rushing to his Alzheimer's mother's house at 80 miles an hour, to me, that's something I can understand. So, you know what? That's a little bit odd. And if I saw 10,000 odd things like this, I start to add up. Now, I don't think it should be at 2. I don't think it should be at 5. Okay.
This is the problem. We don't know if it's odd.
First of all.
Joe driving jokes aside, what is the other time Alec drives to his mother's house? How fast does he go? We saw how he drives to work,
and that should come up on cross. You know what? That's a great thing on cross. But to say it should be kept out, that's what I'm saying. Can this be ripped apart? Of course. Do I expect the defense to rip it apart?
But who said it should be kept out?
I'm just saying, like, I get a feeling like, oh my gosh, this is so relevant, or this is a trial. This is another thing with trial within a trial. All the fraud stuff that they brought in, I thought that was terribly wrong. I'm saying the fraud thing was terribly wrong. The roadside assistance thing with the whole thing with Eddie, with cousin Eddie, terribly wrong, because that I think is empty garbage. That it was designed to just inflame the jury into thinking he's a terrible person. And doesn't show us anything. It doesn't explain anything to us. The night of the murder, as to his actions and how he's acting that night, to me, I can understand that being, you know what, more pieces of straw that if they had enough of them, that I can understand a juror saying, you know what, it's starting to get to like beyond preponderance, beyond, I'm pretty sure, to reasonable doubt. At a certain point, it would. And what I'm saying is I can understand this being a piece far, far more than most of the other stuff that has come in. That was my point here.
I think it's admissible, and I think the state is privileged to argue inferences from his speed, and it's the defense job to put that speed in context. If the state could show, which they didn't, but if the state could show, for example, that he's never before driven within 20 miles per hour of these speeds on these roads, all right, well, that would make it genuinely unusual. But we don't know that it's unusual. And the state has all that data, so they could have made that argument.
You're 100% true. And let me point this out. If in fact they did show that, you would say this is very relevant.
That would be notable. Right?
That would be very, very relevant. So that means that a certain way this could be really relevant information to someone. Now, if you tell me he drives, and if he has evidence, or there is evidence that he drives like this all the time, and that's his regular thing of driving, in that case, I would agree with you that this is completely designed to confuse
and the state has all the evidence. They have all the OnStar evidence, right?
Yeah.
And all they chose to do was compare how he drives to his mother's with how he drives to work. When you're driving to work, are you on the phone? Are you doing work calls?
You're right. You're correct. You're correct. That's not a fair comparison. It's not apples to apples. What they should show is, like, the 10 times prior that he drove there, he never went more than 40 miles an hour. And that night he was going 80 miles an hour.
And when you're driving to your mother, you're thinking about your Alzheimer's mother. You're thinking about your father on his deathbed. You're stressed. It's personal.
That would be, and that's a counter. And that's what you would bring up on cross, to say that, he's just found out his father's about to die. And that's why his brain is acting differently that night. And that's something that would be something you bring up on cross. And this is that's exactly the sort of thing the jury should be mulling over. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do we think? And add it in with all the other information we got from this trial. That's my point. That this is a reasonable terrain. And I agree with you. Their evidence, the state's evidence, would be much stronger if they would comp it to his other trips to his mother's house rather than just comping it to his drive to work, which is stupid. I mean, it's ridiculous, and it's intentionally stupid. It's intended to make the jury think, oh, he never ever drives this way, and that's not a fair comparison.
And again, the state has the data, so if the state had the strong argument to make, they'd be making it. And so the fact that they're not making it suggests to me they don't have it to make.
And yeah, and by the way, that's exactly that, and that's part of what should come up on cross.
But yeah, I don't have any trouble with the state making this. I mean, I think I'm inferring that they don't have a strong argument to make, or they would have made it, and it's up to the defense now to deal with it on cross.
Yeah.
So there's some interesting stuff here. Maggie's orientation change is 906.12, right? They tried to make much of that. His text to Maggie is at 908.58. His car engine starts at 906.48. So that last orientation change, which I think they were trying to draw an inference that happened at the time, around the time that he was passing that dot, because they talked about it at that time, sort of. Did you notice that he mentions that this is the place where Maggie's phone is found. He talks about the orientation change, but he didn't really talk about the orientation change. It gets mentioned, and they just breeze past it. They breeze past the fact that he does not slow down to throw the phone out the car. He doesn't do anything as far as, so if he's throwing the phone out the car while he's texting, as they implied earlier, then he's doing this while driving 42 miles an hour down the road. He's texting, holding a phone, opening a window, and throwing it out, and the phone is relatively intact when they find it. It doesn't look like it flew out at 40 miles an hour. Now, what they tried to kind of like get to earlier is maybe he stopped somewhere and put the phone out, or he did something like that. This whole thing is jumbled, and this is my pushback for you, Joe, on the death by 1,000 cuts thing, is that the 1,000 cuts are being made to a different watermelon.
I have to jump back into work. I just came to say I think Joe is right on this one. And I think you have to remember the audience. This is a group of jurors who want to convict the guy. Okay. So if you're compiling these bales of, what was it? Bales of straw was the analogy. If you're starting to arrange them in a way that the jury already wants to see them arranged, it's looking more and more like the guy is guilty. Now, do I think
Did the jurors say they want to convict? I didn't hear the jurors say that.
Right, but I'm just saying based on the situation, right? Taking everything into account, I could easily see a jury coming to that conclusion, even though, well, not easily, but I could see it happening. And
by the way, I want to just push back on you, Danny. I appreciate you coming in here and facing the fire with me. But I'll tell you that,
Danny. Now let me tell you where you're wrong.
No,
yeah, exactly.
No. I'll modify what you're saying I do not believe a reasonable jury should ever come back with a conviction here, because I think this is so far from beyond the reasonable doubt. That does not mean that this jury will not, because of a slant that most people in the area presume are said to have.
Right. So, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I think the guy is, if anything, this whole trial has convinced me the guy's innocent of at least murdering his wife and son. But that's me. And I recognize I have my own biases, and I am an attorney, right? And we're all attorneys here. We have to put ourselves in the mindset of a bunch of jurors. Now, we can't assume one way or another how they're leaning or if there is a bias, but it has been said, and I think it is fair to say that there is certainly the potential for a bias in that area. So I love you all. That's all I wanted to say. And this judge is a joke. I have to go to work. Much love. Bye.
Take care, Danny. I mean, if the jury's biased, then obviously we don't have a fair trial, because it's only a fair trial if you have an unbiased, impartial jury.
That's true. That's true.
And I'll go ahead and say I'm obviously biased. I'm always biased against the state. The Constitution requires us to be biased against the state at the onset of the trial. It is the state's burden to bring us out of that bias and into the place of beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what their job is to do. So you'll always find me on a criminal trial biased in favor of not guilty. Unless I have
I had someone
knowledge.
accuse me of the same thing, being biased for the defense. I'm like, well, of course. I mean, that's the only just position in a criminal prosecution. The system demands it. The defendant is presumed innocent. He's not presumed 50-50.
Right. Yeah, unless we've got video evidence or something that's completely, you know, that will show you at the beginning, like, okay, they have to go through the motions. They have to make sure procedure was done. But I can be reasonably certain that this person pulled a gun and shot someone in the face. Then I can engage a bias in favor of guilt at that point. But when we've got a whodunit case like this, where and they've already told us there's no direct evidence, it's entirely circumstantial, I'm going to be heavily skeptical of the state. And in this one, in this one, I'm having a lot of trouble right now with the theory on this phone. So I'm hoping when they're showing us this data that they just showed us, where they've got Maggie's phone on the data point, which is nice to see, because I was under the impression that Maggie's phone was in a completely different place than where he would drive to visit his mother. So that was good to see. I liked that. But I'm looking for a slowdown one way or another, either when he's going out or coming back. I'm looking for some significant change in what's going on before that. And the best I got was he's driving 42 miles an hour down the road at the point where he gets towards where Maggie's phone is deposited. And then he goes up to 44 15 seconds later. And then another like 10 seconds go by and he's up to 46. And he's like, and the prosecutor says, now you would agree he accelerated after that point. It's like he accelerated down a road that he was traveling that has a posted speed limit of 55 and he wasn't going 55 yet.
I want to
like
point
that doesn't tell me anything.
Speaking of the whole throwing the phone thing, let's think about this for a second. That only just dawned on me now. They mentioned that there's Maggie's blood on the steering wheel. Okay, let's think about this for a second, implying that, you know, something with his, you know, that he had, I guess, some blood on his hand or something like that. That on getting on a steering wheel is not easy. If I assume his fingerprints are not on the phone, otherwise we would have heard about that for sure. Which means he was wearing gloves. So you're saying that he had blood on his gloves. That he must have been wearing gloves, right? I mean, at the time he's holding the phone. So how did we get blood on the steering wheel and not his prints on the phone? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it seems as if there's like there's certain inconsistencies here, and over again with the state's case, we seem to find these inconsistencies that the theory that they're presenting here today completely doesn't make any sense in context with the theory that they gave us 4 hours ago and that they were pushing forward 4 hours ago. And that conflict between the blood on the steering wheel and the fact that this phone tossing that they're alleging he did must imply that he was wearing gloves at the time isn't yet another inconsistency that, you know, that and when you're talking about death by 1,000 cuts, I assume that's what you meant by like the whole watermelon thing, that one time they're coming out with this theory and cutting that way, and then another time they're coming a different theory and cutting that way. And I totally agree with you that's insincere. It's really improper.
That's how I feel about basically all of the case. And that was my initial reaction to what you were saying, which, while I agree with kind of the meat and substance of what your point was, that certainly there is a level of circumstantial evidence that can pile up to beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, I'm not seeing anything that is relevant circumstantial evidence. That's my problem. Like, again, him going 80 miles an hour, if you show me how that's somehow aberrant from his normal behavior, rather than a cop who's like, I don't drive 80 miles an hour because there could be deer on that road, but then subsequently says the blue lights kind of attract the deer to the car. It's like, well, then you have a reason to drive slower than 80, but he doesn't have blue flashing lights on his car. So again, it's amazing.
I didn't know that blue lights draw deer out.
I don't think anybody knows that.
No, it's a ridiculous thing to say in general.
Like, maybe they do.
Oh wait, maybe a cop has responded to a lot of deer hit calls, so he's hypersensitive to the risk of hitting deer, and Alex is not.
Or he's hit a deer himself.
Yeah.
Like that would make you very paranoid about it.
It was such an irrelevant question because maybe he's a nervous Nelly in all things, and the way he drives is one reflection of that compared to Alex Murdaugh. It's so stupid to say, "Would you ever drive?" Who cares? Who cares what this guy would ever do? Maybe he's a daredevil. Maybe he's a terrified person. We don't know. How are we going to know comparison to Alex? I thought that was ridiculous. That was a completely irrelevant and speculative question. But yeah, to those of you who think I'm flip-flopping or changing, I'm looking for fair trials and what's considered a reasonable approach. And I don't have the criminal defense mentality. I don't have the prosecution mentality. I just have a lawyer, and I'm like, okay, in a trial, this is the way things should work as far as how to look at it. So that's why my approach may appear waffling, but it's consistently trying to be like, okay, what's a fair way for the defense and consistent with forcing the DA to have a burden beyond reasonable doubt, and at the same time recognizing that we need to enable a prosecutor in any case to, present their case in a way that's fair and appropriate for the state. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me get a couple of these super chats. Lancelot says this judge is so on the side of the state, it's disgusting. Flamingo Key says, at what point does the defense ask the judge if they are allowed to defend their client or if he's decided he's guilty already? That point actually does come up from time to time in criminal trials, and it can get a lawyer into trouble. They can get into a contempt situation, but sometimes that's what you do to protect your client. Speaking of protecting your client, here's Mr. Steven Gosney. How's it going, buddy?
Steve. How you doing?
What up, Steve?
Hey, man. How you doing? Good to see you guys. Hey, Vices.
Yeah,
thanks
welcome.
for putting on my chat or my stream last night. I'll tell you, this is I was half listening because I've been working and I've got a funeral today, but this could be bombshell testimony. And I want to understand what was said here because it seemed like the state was stepping all over it. So that might mean that they don't have what I think they might have, but let's go with it. Number one, location of Maggie's phone. Was that consistent with being tossed from the vehicle? Or was it so far off the road that it could not have been tossed from a passing vehicle? That's question one. Question two is, was his car passing that location at the time of the last orientation change? If that's true, I'm going to say that's the best evidence the state has had by far to date, and that is very strong circumstantial evidence of guilt.
If I recall
the state
correctly, the
state would have said so.
I heard there was. If I remember, so one of the witnesses there was no possibility of them being at the same place at the same time. The phones, his phone and hers.
Well, we that was us speculating because we had our little timeline, which I've still got right here, and that is at 9:06:48 his car starts, and at 9:06 the last orientation at Canes Church. But what they're saying with their little timeline is that the way at least that they're trying for me to understand, is that his vehicle was passing the last location of Maggie's phone at the same time of the orientation change. And he's driving past that, and it's right on the side of the road. So he's driving by, tosses the phone, and the phone came off the body. That is very strong evidence.
No, here we go. I'm going to tell you the answer.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull up the stream because I've been thinking the same stuff. At 9:07:06 7:22 p.m. Here's the car is here at the house or at the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last
Where?
It's down here right
At
below.
Moselle?
It's at Moselle, and you can see it with this little box at the bottom of the box. There's a blue arrow.
Okay.
That's the location point we're talking about.
06. That's the car starts right there. That's his car. We know his car's there. We know he's in that car. All right.
And to be clear, the engine starts at 9:06:48, according to the spreadsheet, which I have.
So he's
pulled
still
up
at
here.
the house at this point,
right? Now,
Okay.
the last orientation change is at 9:06:12,
right?
Which is a full minute before this. So the phone did not get thrown out the window from the last orientation change by Alex Murdaugh, because he's still here at the house. He's at the house for a full minute after that last orientation change.
Yeah, that's what another witness had said a couple of weeks ago, that the last orientation change, he was half a mile away at the time that last orientation change ever happens.
Well, that was, I think, our speculation here, our deductions, not necessarily. I don't think that came from the witness.
I remember coming from a witness.
Did it?
Yes.
Okay.
Now at the on the spreadsheet here, it says 9:07 to 9:31. Maggie's phone display was off, so it would not record orientation changes. So now we have a nothing. Now we have non-evidence. Because from the time at the time the phone would be alleged, like that Alex is driving by the place, the phone would not have an orientation change. It wouldn't light up, which is a little weird when you think about it, because he texts her at 9:08. So how does her phone not light up from the text coming in? I mean, my phone lights up when there's a text that comes in.
She could have the settings set so it doesn't.
Yeah, I guess.
Or bad reception. Cell reception is a problem here.
So see, this is I think the entire case. Understanding these two elements is everything. Understanding where the location of that phone was and when he was where.
Somehow thought that they would elect their own foreperson.
In your face.
He just announced who the foreperson was yesterday in the middle of a break.
Whether there's a reason for appointing someone else or if we could keep the same foreperson. I don't know who gave them the notion that they would select their own foreperson.
Oh, it's the norm.
And I know, as I told them, that it's done differently in different places. I appoint forepersons, and I did not change. I did not accede to them saying we already have a foreperson.
How would they make a foreperson? They're not supposed to be talking to each
That's
other.
the reason I gave them.
It's weird.
They're not supposed to talk about the case.
Oh, they can talk to each other, but not about the case.
Oh, they talk to each other all the time. You never done jury duty?
Foreperson doesn't give you any more authority than any other.
I've never been on jury duty.
There's a lot of dead time.
But I want to make this note a part of the record.
If I could also, if we conclude this witness, and obviously I would request at the conclusion of that witness that there be at least a brief recess just to do an exhibit check and any housekeeping. If we are going to
rest that
time,
they might rest
quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
Wow.
Two short witnesses, it sounds like, at best this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
God. Wait, so the defense may start today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
So this is their last witness?
See, this is what I don't think we have what we were speculating on, because they stepped all over it. If that existed, they would have been all over that. I think this timeline exculpates him.
OnStar, bring him on.
Yep.
I mean,
they would have had him repeat it. So you're saying,
right?
You're saying that
he
drove by at exactly this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
because they repeat stuff. They repeat testimony all the time.
Because I was listening to, amazing. I'm trying to pay attention, and if I've got work and I'm just juggling things, and I'm like, but when this is like everything, that cell phone location, him driving by, and that location, and that day, boy, that is kill. If that existed, that is like I'm changing my mind from not guilty to guilty. I mean, that's how radical this information is.
Yeah.
But they're not. But it's not explicit. They're implying it. And I think it's a false implication based on the fact that they're not being explicit with it. And the defense is going to destroy them on this.
I hope so.
We may be an hour and a half from getting a JOA. There you go.
Not from this judge.
Would that not shock the hell out of you?
That would.
Shock the hell out of you.
I'll take odds.
He was so permissive because he was just letting everything in so he could JOA it.
Yeah.
Just finished with the GM OnStar data. That was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, prepared two timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it. All right, just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed 1/519. Is that correct up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone Cellbrite extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or cell data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out a Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
All right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Frykowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide. So when you're going through this, what the
first time the state presents a concrete timeline is the last witness.
Yeah. And then give an example of what you mean by
mention that they might
you're
do
gonna
that.
See kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going
To try and put it freshly in the jury's mind as they
When you go
close.
through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
Okay. We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it. Just give me 1 second. All right, starting. All right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04, and I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through, okay? All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. As you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity we see on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right. And what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon.
Wait a minute,
So that's
what?
The records that Verizon actually keeps.
So Paul calls
Can a user of a phone
at 6:09 p.m.?
the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot. No.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Doesn't this extend the timeline?
Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex
Turn the
Murdaugh's
audio up a little
phone
bit. Are you able to?
and
Audio up?
whether or not
Yeah,
there's
some people have
missing call
complained they
logs
can't
on
hear anything.
extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances, we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that are not, that we could not find on the logical extraction
Oh,
or
6
the Britt
p.m.
Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
It's explained by bad cell reception.
6:09:48. Do we have any communication?
6:09. Okay, my
on that?
brain was just off on the time.
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
At 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2, is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that on the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what are those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or, take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6:17:42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be at the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continuing on page 3, we have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage. We'll call you back."
Ooh, a food massage.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying country fried steak and mac and cheese.
Oh, I'm hungry now.
We have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
Where's Crackle
This is
Barrel
gonna be
when you
from
need it?
the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, you know, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch, just something that makes, you know, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, you know, anything could really cause it.
Just hand waving.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, you know, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624. What is that?
624 too. That shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alex Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAS data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals. Is that right?
We do. Okay. We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after. And then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe it's girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5.
Mm-hmm.
What does this map represent? Who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. It's identified by that red badge looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alex Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you've seen reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there is no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was on the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
Right.
And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and
That's interesting.
What anything's reflected?
Because they made a big deal out of
Suburban device connection.
the later calls being
iPhone
deleted
from the FBI
from
report
Alex's
at
phone.
6:42:48 and at 6:42:54.
Turns out earlier calls
the
didn't show up as well.
Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that the your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50. What, if any, activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
And moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to get the actual network connected.
All right. And then at the 7 o'clock hour, what, if any, communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. We have some activity at 7:02:29.
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds. And this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on the CDRs, and it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct. Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
7:04, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 7:04 and 8:17, her phone showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of the communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is. Alex sends a message to, in his phone, it's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex. That's from the extraction.
Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be the 7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1 is going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number, this number 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49
And
p.m.
the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5?
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 750-20. 750-20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
It's not me, folks.
No, that's the
All right,
courtroom.
moving on. Looking
Notice
down
them
at
waiting
7:09,
as well.
43. What, if any, activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
Right. After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7/14/13 to 7/22/19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7/15/35 to 7/21/52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
Yeah, that should be around the time that they were doing their
7/18/44.
video
What,
of the
if any,
tree
activity do
removal.
you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7/25/03 to 7/34/47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. It's an approximate. 7/28/35 to 7/37/11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m. We have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that, her phone was pinging. It's starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be the right-hand corner. It's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30 and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7th.
Okay, if I recall correctly, the video of the tree was filmed at 7:38 and uploaded at 7:39.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in the time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. Shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss. And that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
All right, moving now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture, and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a
Thumbnail
little
looks like it was
screenshot
taken
of
from Mandy's
creation
phone.
Time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind
Jeff
me what
gets it.
video that is. So we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right. And again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation.
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific.
That is correct.
All right. And we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house.
The cabin?
The cabin.
All right. And what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
7:54, 7:56.
7:56, sorry, it's on RC.
All right. And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godly Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it.
Eventually, we'll get close to the time of the murders.
Data on Paul's phone.
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
What time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
Just so you know, that's the
moving now. We're
correct way
starting
to
to
do
see
that.
some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review, generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
Right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday? The day
Previous
before?
testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other? If anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
E.T. Cheeky.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55
And it was sent out to his friends when?
at 7:56 p.m.
Moving on to page 12 at 7:57. Does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh
Oops, sorry.
stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right.
Gonna go to the
That
bathroom
bottom
since we're
screen,
still not anywhere
what
near the
do
time.
we see
I'll be right
that
back.
data point, stop at the main residence.
8:14.
What's the first data point?
8:08:45 and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
Yeah.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right. And just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page,
You had one job.
sorry, page 12,
That is correct.
which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
Again, at 8:07, what if anything do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked. And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, the North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7:13 or 8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right. right. So CB Rose phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
Woo.
All right, moving to
Feel
the
better?
next app. Whose
Still
phone
not
is this?
there,
If
are
you
we?
could tell whose
You
phone
missed
this
it. He
is, and then
confessed.
what data points you see on this particular
It was
map.
really awkward.
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's
There's still
iPhone location data.
30
This is gonna be
minutes
separate
from when
like
things matter.
Verizon
Fuck,
location
just,
data.
I did it. Okay, can we
And this
stop
is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left, and the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
835.
Almost there.
Paul's phone is located where?
Almost
At the
there.
main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
Anticipation.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Negative. Just impacted on the surface.
Oh.
Do you think the reason they're not providing us with an overlapping
back to
map of
Roadside.
where
Wait,
everybody
that's
is at
not-
the
is that
same
correct?
time,
That
or
is
a
correct.
video showing how everybody's moving together? Is it because they
8:07:14,
weren't?
8:17 and 14 seconds. What, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
The Germans.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving
It means that she unplugged her phone
from that vehicle?
from that vehicle.
And the data generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
Paul 808, Maggie 817.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 652, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m. Do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
Right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes.
That's correct.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
This would go
You
faster
see
if
that
they
he connects
reenacted
to
this
a,
second by second.
PRTC Wi-Fi.
I
And
know.
then he receives a Snapchat message from
Just bring in some people and kill him in the courtroom. Like, this is how he did it.
stating He got the magic touch. He also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area. So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth? A series of communications.
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
Easy chicken.
And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
I have no idea who's beeping. I think it's probably in the court.
And on this page, they start around
Unless
what
it's one of
time
you
and
guys that
continue
are
about
randomly
what time?
beeping.
Start around
Not me.
8:23 and go all the way to 8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah, about 8:30. It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
all right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on Page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. He's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow. They're asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members?
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph?
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge of investigation, he had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. That did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text, according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8/21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
Can we get a vest
That
stream for
text came
DSP
in
here?
at
Can you
what
just start
time?
playing video games?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
Right. When did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when
All right.
Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
At 8:31, what, if any, entry do we see?
Oh, it's PUBG. They've got to
So
get
at
out of the red zone.
8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
Was it 8:49:26?
49:26.
At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury that those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at 8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. It looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Why would you ask it that way? So for 10 minutes or a couple minutes? How long was the conversation? That's all you have to ask.
Going to the top of page 19. What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked.
Ever?
Ever.
Ever. Forever, ever. Forever, ever.
8:49:01.
Forever and ever and ever.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to...
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
That is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when...
And the 8:48 to 8:49 p.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
You're muted, Steve. You're
Looking
muted,
at this
Steve.
entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
Was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for a text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever.
For the last time.
Forever. Until when?
Until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June
not
8th.
forever.
on June 8th by law enforcement.
Both
Forever
Maggie's
and ever.
and Paul's phone locked forever around 8:49.
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It receives a text from Brogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay. And he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
Never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the
You actually
conversation
don't
that
know he
Paul
never
and
read
Brogan
that.
were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before
Objection.
their phones go silent forever.
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Argumentative. Leading.
Speculative. What does he know?
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that
Yes.
time period?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell it to you?
Various interviews with law enforcement.
Not with you. Not with
Hearsay.
you.
Was
It's
that kennel
hearsay.
video-
It's
what time was that
bolster.
kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
8.
Objection is overruled.
Oh, good God.
Is when their phones went silent forever.
They didn't go silent forever, and that doesn't mean that they were killed at 8:49. That's ridiculous. If they're saying they died because the phones weren't answered, that's freaking ridiculous.
8:53.
Especially in an area where they have bad cell reception.
Maggie's phone.
It's very spotty.
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do. Between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate that someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Who could be Maggie, by the way. It could be Maggie that has the phone at this time. They're just presuming she's
Moving on
dead.
to
They
page
have
20.
no
At the
evidence
top,
of death
we
at
have
this point in time.
8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48.
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
So they're resting their entire case on the speculation that because the phone wasn't answered, that's when they died?
Yes.
In an area known to have spotty reception.
Unbelievable. I'm buying into that. They were almost there. Oh gosh.
It's not even just known. 10 minutes early, they couldn't have a Snapchat call because the reception was so spotty.
They're trying
perfectly good reasons to
Right
call
here
Alex a
at the
suspect.
bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. Turning to page 20. What suddenly happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
What
Pretty much wakes
suddenly
up.
happens?
And what data point is reflected?
How is that sudden?
9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47. It shows 283 steps traveled.
I object to the characterization
How long?
suddenly.
How many minutes, roughly?
His phone logs
5
steps
minutes.
over a 4-minute period. That's not sudden. That's anything
I'm
but
going to show you
sudden.
what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a paste spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
How can you tell if a phone is suddenly moving versus just moving?
It's ridiculous.
Was it murderously moving?
In general, if I could have the screen.
Was it skulking?
Definition of suddenly is quickly and unexpectedly. Again, a phone logging steps over a 4-minute period is not quick nor unexpected. It's expected to log steps.
Now, if anybody's testified about this, I don't notice, but they haven't testified when Maggie and Paul's phone stopped moving, only when it didn't turn on.
Explain this chart, if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time.
Okay.
We have a end time. We have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute, which is going to be the far right.
So all of this is before the operative times. The only thing that matters is 8:44 to 9:06.
It's just a simple calculation.
What happened
of
on entry
steps
number 9?
Based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well. Is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pace spreadsheet.
Let's talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, let's do it.
If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. 6:52 to 7:02.
So much
How
reading.
many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right. 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps. Estimated 19.26 steps per minute.
24.
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37. Approximately 47 steps. And estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25.
7:41 to 7:48.
What is the purpose
Showing
of all this?
29.
Because the highest
steps,
amount of steps per minute is
3.97
902 to
steps per
906.
minute.
So what he must have been doing
26.
was killing them.
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05. 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per
But they
minute.
already had testimony from the
28.
expert that these step loggers are not
28 is gonna be
reliable.
the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
And as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Actually, if you believe this, there's actually something
What
significant.
time was the video
here.
again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's gonna be 9:02 to 9:06.
27 is the only
How many
important
steps?
entry.
283 steps. 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
So he's running.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
But he's running presumably after he returns to the house and retrieves the phone. The murders are already done.
Right. So there's
What was the average steps per minute from 902 to 906?
Their theory is that they died at 8:54.
so then he runs back to the house, picks up his phone, runs back to the crime scene for some reason, runs back to the truck and starts the truck.
According to this,
There's no way he's
Table,
running
yes.
that far. I mean, it's a quarter mile each way.
Is it 283 steps?
Got to be more than that, right?
I don't know. So assuming he shot them at 8:45 or 8:49, he runs back to the house, gets there at 9:02, picks up his phone,
We have a map
runs
here
back to
on
the
Paul's
scene,
phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
runs
this
back
is
to
gonna
the
be based
truck.
off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 9:03:22 and 9:03:30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI.
A half mile is
telemetry data just showing the
1,125
system
walking
startup
steps, according to
telemetry
Google.
system,
Is it a half mile between those?
Alex Murdaugh's
The house
It's a
and
quarter
the-
mile, I think.
You can see it.
Is there a CDR reference to Mary Ann Dempsey attempting to call
I can see
Paul?
Pikes Peak
There
from
is.
Denver Airport. It's 40 miles.
Mary Ann Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
Where does he retrieve his phone? So they're saying he ditched his phone.
9:05:15, is there any activity on
Well,
Alex's phone?
his phone has no
Shows that Alex
activity for an
Murdaugh
hour
calls
while he's
Randolph
allegedly
Murdaugh,
down at the kennels on
18
Snapchat.
seconds. Does not show on.
So he
Dylan
must have
Hightower
left his phone at his
extraction or
house.
The second extraction.
So in
just
order
on
for those-
CDRs.
Catch you later, Joe.
Later.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12.
Yes, it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
But earlier in the day, calls aren't showing up as well. Like calls at 7 o'clock, calls at the again.
Well,
so
the step data is unreliable. I think that's clear. But it's
9:06:14 and 9:06:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change.
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
And again, if he's calling to create an alibi, why is he deleting phone calls from his phone?
Moving down to the bottom of page
Wouldn't
21,
he want
we
to
have a
show those
blue-
phone calls?
bluish
Like,
and a
wouldn't that
green
be
box? Tell the jury what that
the
is.
purpose of making them?
So, according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate
it doesn't make
a
sense.
shift
These are conflicting
in the
ideas.
transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
Where is his phone left? Where he
Suburban's
ditches
underway.
it. He doesn't have his phone when he
That
gets
is
the
correct,
murders,
according
right?
to the telemetry data.
Where is his phone?
At the bottom of page
At the
21,
house.
is there another call from Alex?
Where he was
Murdaugh's
resting.
phone to Maggie's phone.
There is at 9:06:52. Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long, and that's based off of CDRs since it was.
Again, if he's supposed to be
deleted off the call
napping
history.
on the
It
couch,
wasn't
he would set
on
his phone down
Alex's
for the nap.
extraction, correct?
It was not.
If he's masterminding his alibi,
Two
he would
missed calls.
leave his phone at the house
missed
to go
calls.
down to make the kill. But I mean that it's consistent with either
Moving to
theory.
Page 22.
He wakes up
At
from
the
his
top,
nap, he has to go
what
deal with the
if
kennels.
anything
He just
Alex
walks
Murdaugh's
down
phone
to deal with
in
it.
relation to the Suburban.
So it's just showing that the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44. 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did that you testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it?
Why would it stop by the kennels?
So you can
His
say
vehicle
goodbye
does
to
not
his
stop
wife.
by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going.
Right on
Moselle
going.
Road makes right.
Murder.
Why would he go to the kennels?
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
Ugh, horrible
It's just
presentation.
another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
So mind you, this is 6 seconds later. They're going to imply that he accelerated.
42. It's showing approximate miles per hour of 45.
He's gone up 3 miles an hour
Reference to
in
where the phone was
6
found.
seconds. That's not
And what's the
fast.
speed
That's
on
not.
the vehicle at that point?
It's
About
barely
45 miles
accelerating.
an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off?
Speeding
during
away
this
from the
time
crime
period,
scene.
Entire time period.
Her phone is locked. Backlight is off.
Oh my God. Her phone is
In
locked.
6
The
seconds
backlight's
in a
off.
Suburban, which I'm guessing he has a high end Suburban, probably with a V8. That thing can accelerate easily in 6 seconds, an additional
At
30, 40 miles an
9:08:58.
hour.
How fast can
What do
you
we
go in
see?
6 seconds?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to
I have a
Maggie stating, "Going to
turbocharged
check on
V6
M,
in my
be right
in my
back."
Navigator. It goes pretty
This
fucking
shows
fast.
unread Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
And that's again also missing from that entire series of events. around the time.
But why would he want to cancel this call?
When it was
I mean, what's the evil
That is
motive?
correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on.
Deletes an alibi phone call. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, again, he's trying to create alibis, so he deletes all the calls. And he's
Down at
truly
9:12:14,
8 steps ahead
when the
of
activity is
the
He's,
plan here.
he's operating at levels
Alex
that we've
Murdaugh
never
calls
seen
Chris
before.
Wilson. It shows
I need
42
those
seconds
galaxy
long.
brain
That's based off
memes.
the CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
connection time as well.
It
Where he's
does.
just meditating in front of the universe, which is held only in his mind. Like, it's like, I know, I'll create my
Moving on to
alibi,
page
I'll delete
24,
my
we
alibi.
have the
That'll look
map.
more
Tell the
credible
jury
for my
quickly
alibi.
what this map reflects.
It's going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what
See,
tower,
we've
what
blown
sector it's
through
pinging
the
off of,
timeline.
and then at 9:18:46 what tower.
Where are
it's
they
pinging off of.
saying his
The
phone
red
was? He
dot's gonna be
ditches his
Moselle,
phone during the murder.
green
Where
one
is his
gonna
phone?
Be the Alameda property.
At home or is it in the car?
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the?
You mean the-
defendant's
for the-
trip from
for the
Moselle to
hour?
Alameda?
Alex's
It's similar, it's
phone
just gonna
is
show you
sitting
the
there.
coverage
He doesn't
areas
have it
for
with him.
each, tower.
Yeah,
Is
it's-
it at home
I
or
guess
is it
it
in
could
his
be.
car?
It could be in either one, but both of those are back at the house.
Which is consistent with innocence.
Well, unless their
And then
their
on
theory
page
they're trying to
26, what
infer
does
is
this
that
map
he
reflect?
intentionally
It's
left
gonna
the
be
phone
Verizon records
to
for
again give him an
CB Road.
alibi to kill them
Far
without
right,
being seen at the
the,
kennels.
little red dot, that's going to be
I
Moselle.
get that, but it doesn't
Blue
make
dot
sense.
is going to be CB Rose. Home
agree.
in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21
And
in 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
he's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax, is that right?
That is correct. The
And
home's
where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Lozel's going to be that red dot to the right.
CB's got an alibi.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at Alameda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed in picture from the previous one. Just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower.
Playing baseball?
In proximity to Alameda.
All these sled guys have such a low IQ vibe.
On the defendant's phone.
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got.
Where's my money?
CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, it's going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
This isn't 227 pages long, is it?
With the OnStar data at 9:22:49.
43 pages.
It is.
What number are we on?
27.
28 now.
28 now.
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct, 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what, if anything, does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs. It's not on either phone extraction.
And that would be the landline at Alameda?
That's correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
Wonder if the jury's going to cheer when they say the state rests.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread.
Never read?
Never read.
Never read. Dead red.
Do we also have
Unreaded
backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Oh my God.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
The off is missing from the words.
That's correct.
Lauren says the state never got into whether the cell phone data was pinging off towers on a flat earth or around Earth.
Period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct.
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time?
That is correct. 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35.
Wait.
What, if any, activity do you see?
So it's missing
It
from
shows that
both
Alex
phone
Murdaugh
extractions,
called
which
Paul
means it
Murdaugh,
was
shows
deleted
18
from
seconds
Maggie's
long.
phone
That's
also.
connection.
No,
Presumably-
there were two separate extractions from Alex's phone.
It does
Oh,
not
okay.
So
show
referring to one phone, two extractions.
either
Thank you for clarifying that. I was about to be really
9:47:23.
confused.
What do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that?
Call me if you
text
have a
message?
mind
That
to.
text message?
We do a couple seconds.
Is babe a code word for murderer?
Victim, Steve. Victim.
We have a map here. Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Alameda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle.
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild.
That is correct. Just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what the activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour.
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page. Is there any further activity?
Driving like a drug addict.
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59.
That actually explains his
Shows 42
feeding.
seconds long with connection. That is also not on
He's
either
languid as he's
extraction.
leaving.
And at
Opiates are wearing off.
9:53:55,
Visits his
he receives
mom.
another call from
Wants
Chris
to get
Wilson,
back to
shows
opiates on the way
123
home.
seconds.
Speeds to get back.
And that
There
is
you
on
go.
the CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what, if any, activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone.
That is correct. And
Is it overread?
it shows unread.
I don't think we're going to finish this.
phone
I
extraction.
don't know if we're going to finish this witness today. They're going to have questions for this guy on
We
cross?
have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map? That's what, the map at the top?
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
I'm sorry. 1 second.
Really? I think not.
At 10:03:36 p.m., there's 2 entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
Again, this is consistent with him coming home, her not being in the house when he gets there, him calling to find out where she is, and then going down to the kennels.
There is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
Is that when he's returning to the scene of the crime?
Went over to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data?
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time that the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
Why are you emphasizing that? He drives down to the kennels. He gets out of the car. He looks. He sees his dead son and wife. Like, they're there. They're out. It's not like you have to go in anything to see them.
It's exactly what he said at the time.
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
From the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Remember, they're charging that he can run all over the place on this property at NFL speeds, but
10:08:27.
he can't get to these bodies and make a phone call within 20 seconds. Is he checking the bodies as he's calling 911?
11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban.
Barton Bella says the 911 call says he didn't check until he was on the phone with 911.
This is a terrible evidence presentation.
At the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14 12:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
Yeah, what does he mean by check the bodies? Does he do a full forensic examination? Does he do a medical examination, a physical, or does he look at them and go, "Oh my God, there's holes and blood everywhere"?
But all of this is exactly what Alex Murdaugh said happened.
PM is referring to.
This is consistent with what he said happened.
Ended.
The only inconsistent part is him on the Snapchat video.
Steps taken.
Right.
His audio on the Snapchat
One
video.
call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh.
It was a
16
perfect crime
seconds long
until
that
Snapchat.
time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. Then also we have a 1018 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
And does Paul's backlight come on again at 10:18?
It does 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 10:17 is when the 911 call ended. This would have been at 10:18:08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson.
I think Rogan did it.
I believe it said yo.
YOLO.
And of course, at the kennel location.
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
Where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10:19 all the way to 11:18, and it's just showing the sector it was pinging off of, and that's in the area of Moselle Road.
All right, we have a range of times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour PM of Alex phone being there.
That is correct.
Past the Megapine asset, if it's ever established that the blood on the steering wheel happened after he checked the bodies, they can't tell that.
CDRs
It does.
to what people?
That blood could have been there
Randy
for a
Murdaugh,
year.
John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christie.
At 10:20:08, what if any activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked. It's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock?
Mm-hmm.
And now auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
Asked and answered?
Just seconds later.
Calls Rogan Gibson.
The linear version of this timeline is confusing. They need to put it into a side by side like we did on our spreadsheet. Because they're mixing everything.
That there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day. So that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10:22:09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
Whoa! Bringing the heat. Look at that swimsuit. Dang.
10:24 and the 10:25 hours. What, if anything, does
That's the most drug-coded sentence ever sent by text.
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction. for the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan. Huh?
That's correct.
And what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
She brought the heat from Miami. Definitely sounds like a cocaine delivery to me.
10:25.
Right? It doesn't sound like anything else.
We do. So we had a group of step activity.
Use stock
end
image of thought and
at
swimsuit.
10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime.
That's correct. I believe in previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
How many years do you get for
Moving on to page 41.
FaceTime?
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location, and you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on, and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time?
Finally
died?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the killing video.
That is correct.
This timeline is deceptive because it does not split out the various phones into various sources of data, because you have independent people that are being measured against each other, and it looks like they're connected when they're in fact independent. Right. When they're independent, and that's the problem here.
Safe locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
Our flow chart that was, or our Excel spreadsheet that was done by one of our people in the chat, is a much better representation of the way that this data should have been presented by the state. The fact that they're doing it linearly like this compresses Alex's phone into the crime scene, when in fact it's operating independently. So I expect that the defense will bring that up in their case in chief.
My locals chat has found where you can buy that swimsuit.
Oh yeah,
$285.
The store's going to say, why did they have a sudden spike in the purchases of this swimsuit? I don't know what's going on.
Legal Vices died February 18th, 2:59 a.m. Korea time.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We're almost done, and everybody's hungry. Show you what's been marked as 523. If you're to this trial, states 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's me from Paul to Alex.
I wish I could get sponsorships from Murder Case Attire. Just affiliate links from all the evidence photos of like bloody clothes. Like here, you can buy the non-bloodied shirt.
Words that lawyers should never say. Briefly.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Garrett Shoulder says, why are they Shoulder says they are throwing raw numbers at the jury without forming any sort of narrative. The jury is catatonic at this point. Wake them up with some Binger salts. BK says at this point, at least 7 jury members want to suck start a pump action. Let's talk about prepping. Says the speeding is right after he visited his ailing mother. Yes, he's in an emotional state. Speeding down dirt roads is the thing men do to burn off emotion. Now, importantly, these weren't dirt roads.
523.
They were just
This is a text from
not freshly
which
paved.
person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
What's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
Because when you get here.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. This is again from Paul to Alex on May 6th.
May 6th.
That was motive for murder. A month later. Chris Cianti says they literally just compared 2 different routes, one during the day and one at night. Wouldn't it have made more sense to compare the same route over multiple days? Or maybe I'm the retard. No, you're right. They did that very much on purpose. They found the data that was inconsistent and presented it. And as Steve said, and I believe Andrew had intimated earlier, if they had the case that it was inconsistent with how he normally drives to his mom's house, that's what they would have used. But they didn't have that. You can infer that they don't have that anyway.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be.
Tell you, I drive a lot slower to work than I do from work.
Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time that offer states 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor. Admit it.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source was
how to sell fentanyl
for Apple.
How to move 50K a week in fentanyl.
Item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP, and if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says
everybody
deleted.
in the chat right now is
That one
creating
showing
incriminating
yes,
evidence by doing these same searches.
And then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted.
So this is a month before the murders. Maggie's searching for the pills that she finds around the house.
You got to
every
search
parent
in,
ever.
You got to search in incognito mode, guys.
By the way, if I die, if somebody finds my body, delete my browser history before you call the cops.
That's a bro move right there. Shows on March 30th, he typed in step space SIB, deleted that, and then typed in seek therapy.
I just want to make sure there's not another entry. Okay.
Why would you put that in at this place in the trial?
Because they didn't have it anywhere else.
Because they found the drugs, and that's the motive for murder.
A month later.
Don't yell at me. It's the prosecutor. Yell at them.
The arrogance of this prosecutor compared and contrasted with the incoherence of their case.
I don't want my browser history deleted. I want a dead man switch that replaces my browser history with the most offensive and horrifying searches that they can find.
This is going to be
so that when the FBI goes through it, they have to see like everything
Alex Murdaugh
terrible.
and Russell Lafitte.
At the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer states 556, I believe, without additional.
I don't need the dead man.
No additional
It's there already.
404 objections previously overcome. See the exhibit.
So this will be the cross will be by the defense attorney with hair.
Oh, I love that guy.
Dark hair, yeah, because he's making all the objections. So
Let's go. Brandon
Commenting
says,
on the evidence.
is this a legal analysis channel or a true crime series now? Tanny Simmons, thank you for the donation. Justin Wright, my 12-year-old nephew had a heart attack and died this morning at 2 a.m. Oh my God.
Jesus.
The only thing keeping me from speeding is the speed the governor on my semi-truck. I would rush to visit after my family went into hospice. Oh, fucking hell, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Doug Murray says, rackets, I turned 45 today. Tell Joe I'm not taking any opinion on a person's driving trends from man driven around by his wife. Other than that, love you, Joe. Happy birthday, Doug. Tanny Simmons says, if I'm in the defense, Alex is speeding to return home to his family. His wife had been staying at another property. He was super excited. She's home with Paul, especially in the midst of the boat case.
States 556 up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m. This is from Alex stating, I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also if needed.
Oh,
how much
co-signer.
turnaround will that take? And again, that's from Alex to Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibits, states 554 and 555. And you recognize those?
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I offer 554 and 555 into evidence, I believe without objection. Okay.
You're admitted.
So 4 days earlier, he asked to extend his credit line. This is such chaos. What a disaster of a prosecution. No structure.
States 554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
Relevance?
Yeah, what the hell is this? Thanks.
States 555, who is that?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Relevance? Isn't it nice that the state cares so much more about his family than the father and
Please
the
answer any questions the
husband?
defense may have.
That's why they did this. That was the punctuation mark on the.
Yeah.
Oh, embarrassing.
For an hour and 15 minutes.
Look at
Please
their
do not
dead.
discuss the
Look at
case.
their live bodies. Now that since you've seen their dead ones,
They're
now
going to
he's
rest. They're
guilty.
going to say, see, we are fighting for these victims that were callously murdered by their. That's what that end is. That's their end. That's their crescendo. What a freaking self-censorship.
I'm going to order lunch.
I've got to go in about 25 minutes. So
lucky.
I want to see this cross, though. This cross is going to be great.
Please do not discuss your testimony during lunch. And we'll be in recess.
All right.
Silence.
That's it.
The sound of
here,
silence.
Let me get rid of this. Get rid of this. Oh my God. Okay, well, that was not at all incoherent or pointless in any way. I mean,
And then at 8:56:47, was there any activity on someone's phone? It's like, oh my God.
if you guys want a preview of what closing argument was going to be, I mean, that's the timeline. They just laid out for you the timeline. That is the closest thing we've come to a theory of this case. Now, the stuff they're going to sprinkle into that is the financial crimes, the financial house of cards, the drug addiction. I guess they'll talk about the roadside killing, even though it's or killing attempt, which is 6 months later. They're going to try and add a little bit of seasoning around that, but it's ultimately going to be that timeline. And the problem that the state has on their closing argument is that they're going to have to say something along the lines of Alec must have left his phone at the house and gone down to the kennels where he's caught on the Snapchat video. The only thing he did not know had happened. Everything else was planned meticulously. He never thought he would be convicted of or caught of the murders because his phone would have him located safely sleeping on his couch as he did every night after dinner type thing. Some BS like that. But none of this actually leads to those conclusions. They just lead to that possibility. And the question is that possibility even reasonable, or are there more reasonable possibilities for anything else, or for any of the evidence or all of the evidence? And I would contend that there certainly is. Nothing that they have presented is inconsistent with a story of not guilty. Like all of the stuff he's done is consistent with just normal activity in the absence of murder.
And the incoherence with the state's case. The thing is that it sounds to me like they are saving up all of their bombshells, or they're wrapping it all up for their closing argument. And that is disingenuous, wrong, and very aggravating, because what they're going to try to draw conclusions from the evidence and say, now we as the state attorney are going to wrap it all up in a bond and tell you what all this evidence means, right? And then they're going to package it all up for the jury and say, this is what it means. But the problem is that the defense won't get to cross that speculation. So they'll be able to be radically speculative and give the jury a reason to go and buy it. They should, the proper way to do this is to get the witnesses to tell the case. The prosecutor is not a witness. The prosecutor should be asking this guy about reasonable hypothesis of innocence. What does this mean? And the two things that really jump out at me from this testimony that I want to hear from the state, if they want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, because I was ready to jump ship. I was ready to say, if they could put that car driving past the cell phone at the time it's tossed, boy, I'm all of a sudden in the guilty camp. So I wanted to see that. Show that to me. They stepped all over it, so it doesn't exist. And the second thing is the explanation of they're saying that he left the phone, and in order to do the murder, he left his phone back at the house and went and did the murders and then ran back or something and got the phone and then did something, right? But that is so incoherent. It doesn't make sense. They should have had an accident. They should have had a reconstructionist running that back and forth and telling me that could actually have occurred, because I don't think it actually could have occurred. So very disgusting.
Alex is also a big guy who's overweight, clearly at the time of the incident. He's thinner now. He looks thinner now. He's older. He has to move a lot for their theory. He has to move a lot and quickly. And I keep saying their theory, but they really don't have a theory. The theory and narrative doesn't actually exist.
But they're not presenting their theory in the case in chief because they know that the defense can blow it apart. So they're saving it for closing, where they've got liberty to say it's argument, and then they're going to be unrebutted. And then the jury's left with the saying, oh, we can buy into the state's case. They've summarized.
They'll save it for rebuttal.
And save it for rebuttal, even worse, right?
Yeah.
Not the way a case should be done. This is how innocent people get convicted, folks.
Yeah, it's wild because, again, just going back to this, everything he's done, if there isn't a murder, looks normal. Like every bit of activity that they've pointed to as evidence of guilt is something that would normally happen in the same circumstances. The only difference here is two people end up dead. But that's not a conclusive, beyond a reasonable doubt murder, because the reasonable doubt exists because every activity would have likely been the same if they were still alive at the end of the day.
Right. But I'm serious. I think the state will present its actual narrative in rebuttal, because the defense is going to have to touch on everything. They're going to have to touch on everything, and the state will just argue to the judge, this judge, hey, they kicked open the door on everything. So on rebuttal, we're not limited. We're effectively unlimited on rebuttal, what we can talk about it. So I expect they'll give a very anodyne closing, wait for the defense to go, and then the last thing the jury will hear is the rebuttal to which the defense cannot respond.
Yep. Yeah. Not the way this should be done. The narrative should be very clear in the state's case in chief. They should not wait till the surprise ending, so where they wrap it up and it's like mystery, look, mystery solved, because it's a denial of your right to confront your accuser. And the accuser is the state, and the accuser should be presenting very clearly and coherently what the timeline and the recipe for guilt is. The fact that they are concealing it until their closing tells me that that is a denial of their constitutional right to confront his accuser, in my opinion. But I mean, I'm angry that they tried to deceive me with that cell phone tossing evidence. That is really deceptive. They squished a lot of timelines together in a narrative timeline. They didn't break it out like we broke it out with the cell phones, because he is operating independently of the crime scene. But by squishing it all together, it looks like he's somehow involved in it when it is exculpatory evidence from what I'm reading. I don't know. Very, very unhappy with this prosecution.
One minor thing, you keep saying the cell phone tossing. We have literally no idea if the cell phone was tossed, if it was placed, if it slid off a dashboard and out a window. We don't know anything about where the cell phone was from the road, how far away. That's
another very good point. What is the distance? Is the cell phone consistent from being tossed from a car? Because if it's 100 yards off the road or even 100 feet off the road, it could not have been tossed from his car. So the location.
No, I think we heard it was 20 or 25 feet, 15, 20, 25 feet, something in that range from the side of the road. It wasn't deep into the woods.
Okay, well, then it's consistent with being taught. That's a very powerful bit of evidence that I don't think the state has it. And I kind of checked out because of the muddy nature of the state's presentation. And I'm like, there it is. And I'm waiting for them to hammer on it, and they didn't. So that means it doesn't exist.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
I mean, we have to step back. I mean, even look at this. Like you were just saying, he has to plan this so he looks perfectly natural, operating independently of the murder scene to make it look like if it hadn't occurred, it would be a perfect day. Is he this mastermind guy, or is he the guy that hires Cousin Eddie to miss a kill shot from 0 feet away in the back of his head on the side of the road?
Even his law partners, they say he's not a genius. He's not technically a good lawyer. He's just good at negotiating settlements. He can read people.
He's charismatic, yeah.
Well, and my impression of him is he's the third generation of a moneyed, powerful family, which is the guy that's like, he's probably the good old boy guy that everybody likes because his powerful family and people want to suck up to power. He's not the smartest bulb, but he knows how to schmooze and he's gotten along. He's not the killer lawyer, and if he's going to come up with some crazy diabolical plan to kill, this is his plan. I mean, this is his exculpation. Come on, that's ridiculous.
Well, I can imagine he would come up with this stupid plan like this, but when he executed it, he'd end up covered with blood and brains, and there'd be evidence everywhere. I mean, he came up with the fake suicide thing, but look how he executed it. No pun intended.
And he couldn't kill a dog because the dog was suffering, and he couldn't handle and he's never been in arguing with his wife, and he loved his son to so much that he couldn't. I mean, and he's willing to kill himself so that his remaining son gets some money. And this is the guy. Mm-hmm. This is the guy they're saying did this diabolical murder. I mean, it's insane. I mean, I mean, this is the last witness for the state. This is the best you got. I don't know.
So I think the last witness from the state was. Well, yeah, it was going to be this guy to lay out the timeline, I guess, and then lead investigator leading up to that. But the lead investigator was a disaster for them. So someone in the chat said, and I can't, verify, but they said they believe they heard that the phone was found 30 feet off the road, but importantly, it's on the opposite side of the road. So implying it would be thrown out the driver's side, I guess.
Yeah. So is that possible?
That's a long throw.
It seems to me that, and I really am unclear on the location of where this phone ended up, because is it consistent with somebody grabbing the phone, running back through the woods and dumping it on the way to their car that they have parked on that road? The fact that he passes this phone location isn't that critical because it's a rural country. There's only one road in front of that house. So if you're a killer and you've parked a car out on that road, you're going to go past that. I mean, so I don't know. I want to know where exactly this cell phone is. And that's not clear to me. Now, of course, it may be just because we're seeing this. We aren't seeing all the demonstrative aids in front of us. But
I mean, purely anecdotally, if I were going to throw a phone out the window, I would throw it out the passenger side of the window because it would go further off the road rather than trying to short arm it like this out the window so I don't bounce it off the front window or the side of the car and lodge it across the street into the weeds on the other side.
Yeah. Also, is he right-handed or left-handed?
And there's so little focus on the key timeline. There's so little focus by this prosecution on the 844 to 906 timeline. That is everything. That's the only thing. All this other stuff is fluff. So ignore all the financial, all the circle, everything. It's all irrelevant. The only thing that matters is that timeline. And it's completely buried. It's completely incoherent.
He's right-handed. So that makes throwing it out the driver's side window more complicated. Be much easier to roll down the passenger side window and frisbee the phone out that way.
And
someone says there's a clear picture of the phone with the road in view online. Okay, I don't know.
Well, think about the prosecution in the Darrell Brooks case. How those demonstrative aids were crystal clear. Crystal clear. That is exactly, that prosecution was great. Exactly great. That is absolutely absent from this prosecution. I got to get going. I'm sorry.
All right, talk to you later.
Hey, man, thank you. Thanks for letting me on. I'll see you later.
Of course.
Take care, Steve.
Let's see. Here we go. I'm reading about the phone right now. Her cell phone was found on the side of Hope Moselle Road. Okay, does it? Oh my gosh, this website is a disaster. It doesn't say where on the side of the road. Here we go. Here. When was this from? This is from June 24th. Oh my God. I don't know. I'd have to, maybe someone in the locals can post the picture. I'm not going to go searching to find it. It's, I believe you that there is a picture of it online, but you know, not knowing exactly where it is makes it kind of difficult to just grab. But yeah, there's problems with the phone for me. Because again, so he's going 42 miles an hour. If he throws a phone out of car 42, 43 miles an hour, does it get damaged? I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't hit anything. Maybe it lands soft on grass. I'm not sure what it's like. It was in a case I saw, but I don't know if it's like a good case. I just have a feeling like if I toss my phone at 40 miles an hour, that it's destroyed, like just demolished completely. But maybe I'm crazy. Yeah. Anyway, LJ says Joe and Andrew's discussion was outstanding, seeing both points of views and tactics of the state and defense and what questions to ask during cross to break down the witness. Love the stream. Always so informative and thought-provoking. Hey, thank you, LJ.
And Joe wasn't even entirely wrong. He was a little bit right.
Oh, here we go. This is it. This is it right here. So let's open the image in a new tab. Okay, so it's not super far off the road. I mean, this is certainly a throwable throw. Now he throws it, but when you think about this, just for a second, he is throwing it across the road while driving out his driver's side window because he's going to the right here. So, and he's right-handed. So he either has to throw it like this or he has to take the phone and like flip it out that way as he's going down the road, which I guess he could probably do that. I'm thinking that this is where it was found. This second orange tape is my guess. But I don't actually, technically know. I don't know. The phone thing's problematic for me. And then him being down at the kennels. If he kills him at 8:54 p.m., he has to get back to the house to get to his phone by 9:02. It's 8 minutes. Presumably walking because he's not in the car. And the ATV and the side-by-side are left down at the kennel. So those aren't back at the house.
Leaving a giant trail of blood and brains behind him.
Well, yeah, there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of like any blood on the grass or, anywhere between the house. There's no evidence of blood in the house. There's only blood inside the car.
When
At
if you follow
some
the
point.
logic of this this ridiculous crime scene reconstruction guy they had on the stand yesterday, essentially Alec would have shot straight up into Paul's head and would have just been in a mist and shower of blood and brains.
Right. That's a state's witness.
Yeah. I mean, this scene should be so grisly from Paul. From Maggie, you know, he could have shot her from farther away where she's not going to get blood on him. Although there is stippling on, I thought they said on one of the wounds, one of the execution shots, like the one to the head. So that one was from closer, but that's still a rifle going, you know, kind of into the ground, if I remember right. But yeah, the shots to Paul should have been a shower. Would the window rolling up and down be logged in the OnStar data? No, if it was, they would have put it in there. And that's one thing that's really critical to remember in all this. The state knows they have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And you've seen what evidence they will include to try and make you guilty of a murder. If they are leaving something out that seems obvious, one of two things is true. That data doesn't, that evidence doesn't exist because it couldn't have been tracked. Like OnStar doesn't collect up and down window data, for example. Maybe they do, but let's just say hypothetically they don't. Or they have that evidence to the contrary, and it will be up to the defense to bring that contrary evidence. And I'm guessing the defense had said that they believe there's stuff in the OnStar data that will actually support his theory of innocence that they're looking to bring in. So there could be something in the defense's case which is going to be more on Alex's side than what we've got so far. And
apparently this is the state's last witness in their case in chief. So this is it. And this is where we are.
Yeah. Franklin says, why aren't they calling the hitman to the stand? Well, there's a lot of reasons to not call the hitman to the stand. One, he's a hitman who is a drug dealer and who, according to Harpootlian at least, has changed the story something like 6 or 7 times. Every time he's given it, it's a different story. He's completely unreliable and a loose cannon. And if the state has no faith in his ability to tell a story, they'll just look bad using him. Plus, he knows, they know that the hitman story is irrelevant to the murder. I mean, they wanted to get it in as prejudicial evidence, of course, but that guy doesn't know anything about Alec killing his wife and son. Like, he just knows that he was hired later to kill him and probably knows about his drug purchases, but they've got that stuff in there elsewhere. So that's why you wouldn't want to bring that guy on. Let's see. Tara Rayner says, first, they have guessed time of death. Phone orientation is a shiny object. Amber Heard had so much evidence, a mountain of it, that she had to admit the same picture purporting from 2 different events. Prosecution has done the same. Yeah, it's important to keep in mind that the evidence of death is literally when the phones turn off. The phones stop being unlocked, which could be for any number of reasons prior to death. They could be dealing with dogs, set the phones down, and be doing something else. And then they would have 8 minutes later gone and picked up their phones and checked their messages, but they didn't because they set their phones down and then got killed at some point between then. We have no idea.
Maybe they're being held at gunpoint.
Right. You be quiet. You know Alec's going to leave, right? Like Paul and Maggie know Alec is going to leave. If he's down there at the kennel, he says, hey, I'm going to go visit mom and go up to the house and get ready. So he goes up to the house and get ready. And then he calls Maggie, texts her to say, I'm leaving. But if they know he's going to leave and that person's like, you be quiet until he's gone, and then they kill him, we still don't know time of death. You know, that this is all speculation, but it's all reasonably consistent with the facts that exist. It's another theory. Sorry, what, Jeff?
I want to know, and I'm just curious because I don't know. 1%, his battery is already 3 or 4% into low power mode. Does it stop tracking your movements? Does it stop tracking steps? Does it stop logging things as a power saving option? I just don't know.
The long and short of that is yes. When phones go into low power mode, they typically turn some stuff off. We don't know what that is, though.
Yeah.
Yes, by the way, to people who are asking, I am wearing a Wu-Tang shirt. Of course, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Tonight on my show will be a Black History Month stream. I'll have some learned Black scholars on, along with myself, who is a Black man. I will have Drexel, who
Where
is
it counts.
Drexel is a PhD in Black women. The lead attorney is a family law attorney for many, many years. He will be on as well. Also a Black man. And Flawedzilla is an expert on Black culture. He will be on as well. And of course, we will have our token white Camelot 331. Tonight's show will be a scholarly discussion of literally whatever on earth we can think of. If you are faint of heart or easily offended, you should probably watch and get angry about it. So it's definitely gonna be a tame stream, I'm guessing. But yeah, that's tonight's show at 11 p.m. Central.
I'm gonna
and we
take
do
off
have
and
a
pop off for a little bit. I'll be back in a little bit here.
All right, buddy.
Take care.
Talk to you then.
Yep.
Let's see. TC says state phone expert gave short testimony this week, said orientation change would not log if the screen was locked. The time of last orientation change is not necessarily when it was thrown out the window. Right. Yes, that's true. But that's also what they have inferred, is that he might have picked up the phone and to dispose of it. But the other thing is, okay, so again, we've got all these competing and conflicting theories. So they're saying that one of the theories is that Alec picked up the phone from Maggie, and the act of picking up the phone triggered the screen unlock because it tried to look at his face to turn on. The Face ID failed. So that's why we have the screen unlocking and the orientation change being registered. That was his theory from the state's expert. Now, so he picks up the phone to throw it, and it doesn't do that for whatever reason. But it has to be thrown at some point like that. So the state's theory relies on working backwards from all of these facts. They know that the phone got to the other side of the road. So how did it happen? Well, he must have thrown it when he drove by, but he doesn't necessarily have to have thrown it when he drove by. Someone else could have placed that phone there at any point in any way. They could have thrown it. They could have been on foot from the house. They could have walked down Moselle Road. Paul, remember, Alex is gone. They could walk away. They could take a four-wheeler or something that they had. They could have an alternative vehicle and stopped and placed the phone down or thrown it or tossed it. They could have done a lot of things. We don't know anything about how this happens. We just know what didn't happen. What didn't happen was any more screen unlocks or orientation changes at this time. But we don't know when the phone got there at all. Like we have zero information about that. So it's just crazy that it's being used as evidence of the murder. That's part of it. What bothers me about this whole case. Random Bacon says, if that timeline exculpates Alec, doesn't the state have to drop charges according to Brady versus Maryland? No. Because if they have that evidence and still prosecute, it seems like obvious bias beyond what's already been shown. Yeah. If that was, so a Brady violation is not that the state stops prosecuting. A Brady violation would be that they have evidence that is exculpatory that they withhold from the defense. And you could get a mistrial based on a Brady violation, something like that. But the state isn't obligated to withdraw their case just because exculpatory evidence exists, because exculpatory evidence doesn't necessarily mean that a crime wasn't committed. It's just evidence contrary to the criminal theory. So you can have exculpatory evidence and still be guilty. You could still have committed the crime. It's just that one piece of the puzzle maybe doesn't fit right.
Right. So imagine some lunatic shows up at the prosecutor's office and says, "Hey, I killed him." And it's just a drug addict who wants to be famous for 15 minutes. That would be exculpatory to the defense, but it might be easy to prove there's no way that person could actually have done the killings. So it's not inconsistent with Alex being guilty. It's nevertheless exculpatory, and the state would be obliged to share that information with the defense.
Right. And even though it might be ridiculous, if the state refuses to share that with the defense and conceals it and the defense finds out, they can move for a mistrial based on the Brady violation because they can say, hey, we don't know. We didn't get a chance to interview this guy. We didn't get a chance to do anything. We didn't get a chance to bring him up on the stand. Maybe he would have told a compelling narrative. You know, the state, the defense has the right to bring any of those theories forward. Now, the likely thing, the state would say, hey, this guy came in claiming to do the killings. We had to let you know. Here's his record. He's untrustworthy. He has schizophrenia. He's been watching the news and talking about this case to his friends, but we got to give it to you. And so they interview the guy and realize that he's a nut job and they're not going to put him on because that would make the defense look ridiculous. Like that would probably make the defense look worse. No, here's the guy who did it. And he's sitting there eating like rice, on the stand, one grain at a time. Like you can't trust these people.
Now, one thing I thought was interesting from yesterday's testimony, which you wouldn't have heard, Nick, but they were playing this telephone recording of Alex in rehab with his lawyers, with Griffin and Harpoolian, and on one side, and the police detectives on the other side of the conversation. And at one point, the detectives asked him, and he was admitting to everything. Alex was admitting to everything to do with financial, to do with the roadside shooting. The lawyers weren't letting them talk about Moselle, the murders. But at one point, the investigator, the guy we just saw this morning on Cross, asked him over the phone, said, hey, these drug dealers you say you've been buying pills from $50,000 a week, do you owe them money? Or do we have to worry about Buster getting murdered by these people? And Alex says, no, I'm all good. I'm all paid up. And I was like, well, that's an unfortunate statement because those people would be my prime, suspects in place of Alex for killing Maggie and Paul. But two things come to mind. One is the defense attorneys right on the call said, hey, that assumes, detectives, that the money he was paying to Cousin Eddie was actually being passed on to the drug gang, which we don't know because he was paying them through Eddie. Also, of course, this is a couple months later. This is September. So that doesn't mean he didn't owe money back in June.
Right. And what I was thinking is he might be paid up because they're dead.
Yeah.
And he's not talking.
Right.
He's not talking about the drug stuff because, let's say Paul was the message, Maggie was the accident, and Hunter's the insurance policy, right? Or Buster, not Hunter. That's a Biden. Buster's the insurance policy. Hey, you fuck up again. You got one kid left. We got no problem removing that option from the table. Yep. So there's all sorts of ways that could have gone bad. And still be out there, but we'll never know. Probably. TC says, could have sworn earlier experts said orientation logs are affected by phone being locked. I guess not. Maybe jury is as confused as I am. No, I mean, the expert did testify that the phone doesn't register orientation changes when when the screen is off. He did testify to that. Now they may have, the defense may have a different expert. We don't know what the defense's expert is going to do. And that's an important part of all this to remember, is that the defense is going to have experts on the phone telemetry, the car telemetry, the OnStar data now is going to be incorporated into the defense's experts. All of that stuff is going to be part of the defense's presentation, and we're likely going to hear a completely different story, maybe multiple stories about what happened that night from the defense's narrative through their experts. They're probably going to have someone to contrast the medical examiner's testimony. We got hints of that, even though typically you've got a medical examiner who is coldly analyzing a body and putting together what's usually in something like this. I mean, bullets enter body and die. There's usually not much to contest, but we got from the medical examiner's cross-examination, the question of this semicircular wound on the back of the head and a head wound that's consistent potentially with a contact shotgun blast rather than a shotgun blast from a distance. And so that cross-exam should lead you to the idea that they're probably going to bring in an expert who's going to testify that is actually a contact wound on the back of the head, that the shotgun was at point blank from the other side than the person is saying, and that the shoulder damage that was suffered is not from a shotgun coming across tangentially this way, but the shotgun blast coming out of the skull tangentially that way. And to me, that's more compelling because the shots then come from the same direction. He is shot across the chest, right to left. And then the medical examiner suggests that he is then shot from approximately 4 feet away, left to right through the head, coming out the other side. But to me, and so Paul would either have to turn in some way, turn 180 degrees to get shot, or the killer would have to move in a motion around him to take that second shot. We don't know. Certainly those things are possible, but we don't know. We do know that there's some bloody footprints of Paul that occur presumably after the first shot has taken place. He steps in blood. But we don't know, does he turn? Does he spin? Does he, what happens after that? To me, it seems pretty simple for blam, blam, if it's a pump action, or boom, boom with, shoot the first time, then walk up and finish the job up close from the same side. So who knows? But we'll probably get testimony from an expert on that competes. And that's the thing. This should be the strongest part of the state's case. This is where you should be convinced that Alec is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at the end of the state's case. And I guess technically we have cross-examination, redirect, and potentially recross, but this is the last witness. This is it. So if you're not guilty now, unless the defense botches this thing, you should be at not guilty by the end of the trial. But they certainly could botch it. Something could come up on rebuttal that we don't see too, that we haven't seen yet too. Let's see. Snowboard Dan says,
I just don't see a way to a meritorious conviction. I mean, if Danny's right, and I'm not sure how she would know, but if the jury just wants to convict, they'll convict regardless of the legal merits. But then we didn't have a fair trial.
Right. Jenny LJ says, you are amazing with the sticker. Thank you. So Kesden says the crime scene guy from yesterday already contradicted the medical examiner. And I think either Jeff or Steve, maybe it was Jeff who said something about that. Did the crime scene guy suggest that the shot came from a downward trajectory up or something, like to Paul? Was there some testimony that contradicted?
He was exploring the possibility of how that could happen, prompted by the defense. I don't think he independently came up with that scenario. And I don't think he was favorably disposed. I think he was just entertaining the conversation on cross. Frankly, that whole guy's appearance was bizarre to me, because the expert crime scene investigators for the state are supposed to be the investigators who did the investigation. I mean, it's normal for the defense to bring in a crime scene expert to contest the conclusions drawn by the state's investigators. But why would the state need an outside person to validate what their own investigators did?
Wait, so they brought in a crime scene expert, but not the investigator of they brought in the investigators of the crime scene, but this expert was not an investigator of the crime scene?
Correct. He was just an expert witness.
It's just bolstering then.
Yep.
Weird. Did they object to him?
It's so hard to tell, because the defense has objected to so much, but they don't want to be repetitive. So they keep saying we don't have any new objection, because they don't want to repeat the whole list of them.
I imagine they filed a motion in limine on this guy.
I would think so. Who the hell is this guy? What does he know that the investigators don't know? I mean, it's ridiculous. He's looking at everything secondhand.
Yeah, but we found out throughout the course of this trial that the judge just literally ignored all motions in limine. I'll just deal with it at the time. It's like the point of a motion in limine is to not deal with it at the time. It's to make reasoned, thorough legal arguments on issues that should be removed from trial. Not so you can raise the issue and then allow the state's witness to kick open the door, or raise the specter of the issue in front of the jury. But that's what the state seems to have done this whole time. That part of it really drives me crazy.
And the state has 2 police departments working this case, right? They have Colleton County Sheriff's Office and they have SLUD.
I hope you watched the cross of the lead detective. Shit was fire. I have not had time to do that, unfortunately. I heard it was really good. Snowboarding Dan says, this is telling me nothing. Show me an overlay of steps with times. There's just more random info to confuse the jury with nonsense. They eventually did bring up the steps with times picture. It It's very inconvenient, I guess, that the phone location data was off. But really, the phone location data for most of these people doesn't matter most of the time. The only thing that would matter is the timeline of when Maggie's phone moved from her body to the woods across the road. That's the only useful phone location data that would be really, really helpful in this case. Because Alex's phone appears to have been laying at rest for an hour between 8:02 and 9:02. Like that just seems to be. So whether he had that phone, whether he was by the phone sleeping, or whether he got up and went to the kennels to deal with the Snapchat issue or the dog issue, or whether he got up and went down to kill him. Any of those things are all possible with the phone laying there. We don't know why it's there. Although one question I have, why does he go down to the kennels? Like you'd think there'd be a call or a message saying, "Hey, Dad, can you come help with the dogs?" or something like that.
Listen, I know people who have properties like that. They just wander around the property. I mean, this is just how they like to spend their time. They wander around. They go look at this. They go look at that. They go to the kennel. They go to the trees. They go to the pond. They check on things. This is like their estate.
Well, I get that, but the only reason I bring it up, and this is one of the sticky points for me, is because his testimony is that he goes to lay down on the couch. Right, or not his testimony, his investigation statement, which he does every day after dinner, apparently. He goes to dinner, then he goes to lay down, maybe take a short nap in the evening. But this day he goes down to the kennels, apparently. Now, that could easily be prompted by he gets a phone call because they're trying to deal with this dog, and he goes down there because you got the dog, you got the chicken, you got the the tail issue that they're talking about with this other person's dog. It could also just be that Maggie and Paul are there and he wants to spend time with them, so he goes down. That's fine. I'm not saying there's anything nefarious to this question. It's a question that prosecutors didn't stick on, though. And for me, that's where I would stick on that. It's like, so we know he's down at the kennels, but we don't have any prompting thing. He says he's going to lay down on the couch. Why does he get up off the couch? He's going to lay down for an hour. His phone doesn't appear to move or have any activity, whereas all else during the day, his phone has activity. But right now, for this 1 hour, his phone doesn't have activity, and we don't have any reason to see that he was pulled away from his slumber or pulled away from his normal routine. I would just think that the prosecutors would want to raise that somehow, but maybe they have to do that on close because they just don't have any evidence around it. So but that hasn't really stopped them before, right? Not having evidence and just narrating has happened all throughout this trial.
A lot of testimony from the state in the form of pseudo questions.
Tracker Basson says, not sure if it's relevant, but if someone was setting up Alex, could they simply find a way to clone his phone number and then those logs would not be on Alex's phone? In theory, I guess, but it should ping different cell phone towers when that's happening. You would think something like that, but I don't know how that works. So the weird thing, I was talking with a friend about this case, and one of the weird parts of it is that normally when we cover these trials, you'll get people in the chat with some conspiracy theories, like they're like very anti-state, so they come up with something and it sounds kind of crazy. This is the one case where conspiracy theory of the state being after a guy could actually work, or like a powerful organization or a powerful entity. Because he seemed to have those kind of enemies, run in those kind of circles. He's clearly moving huge amounts of drugs. And I think Jeff picked up on that with the picture of the woman in the bikini. That text message was, she brought the heat from Miami, boys. I mean, that could easily be drug deliveries in, come and get it type thing. I think that was one of his friends who sent the text, though. But yeah, that was
someone in Alex's circle.
Right.
I mean, who knows? Presumably, for all we know, everyone's doing drugs. Wouldn't be uncommon.
Right. Maybe he's the firm's drug dealer.
Yeah. And that would explain, that would explain the money, right? So if he's an intermediary between Cousin Eddie, who's an intermediary between him and the real drug dealers. I mean, these things are always laddered like that.
Yeah.
Alec is the local community dealer, basically. And he's selling drugs, but he's selling drugs he bought from Eddie, who bought from the dealer. So he's got to pay all those people back. That would account for a lot of money.
Yep. Sandwich Enjoyer says, seems like the Gonzalez versus Google suit is getting to some critical points. And the fact that Susan Waluigi stepped down makes me think it's not good for Google. Could just be me seeing something in nothing, but that timing. I mean, Susan Wojcicki stepping down from YouTube will have no impact on the case. I mean, if she has material information relevant to the Section 230 case, she'll still be called as a witness as a former CEO of YouTube. So that wouldn't have much, and she may anyway still be called as a witness for whatever reason. So her stepping down doesn't alleviate anything. She might just be tired of it. I mean, who knows? It's impossible to say. Pro AF Farrier says, time for that VPN sponsorship spot. Terry Bagley says, 20 seconds to park, see Paul and Maggie are dead, then call 911 is completely viable. On the police body cam, the officer is questioning Alec at the vehicle. He then casually walks from there past both bodies in under 20 seconds. Yeah, and one thing to remember, so he says he checked the bodies. Guys, he has just found, in a narrative consistent with innocence, he has just found his wife and son murdered. And he goes and he sees them and he starts calling 911. And then, he reaches down and tries to touch Paul or whatever, but his brain is at his feet. And it says, he says on the phone, like, I checked him, I tried to turn him over or something like that. So he touches him, he recoils from it. In his brain, he thinks he tries to move him, can't move him. It's dead weight anyway. He's an older man. It's also going to be highly, highly traumatic and shocking for him. I wouldn't put too much stock into this. The state is putting a whole lot of weight into he checked the bodies or something as somehow inconsistent. I don't think it's inconsistent. I mean, I think you check the bodies by looking and seeing a brain at the feet of your kid. That to me goes, the rational part.
You check.
Now, also consider that when he's being interviewed, he asks, I think 3 times if they check to see if they're dead and verifying that they're gone. They're dead. They're gone. Even though he's already been told they are, at least the second time. And then he asks again, and he still seems in disbelief. The man seems
the most normal thing in the world.
Shock. Right.
Yeah.
So whether he checked the bodies or not, whatever that means to him, you can't get hyper technical with someone who's in that level of trauma and shock, because check the bodies might be he looked at them and thought he would have checked the pulse. He could have, well, I must have, but
absolutely. I mean, listen, when I was in college, I worked on an ambulance crew, and we'd go to traffic accidents and multiple vehicles, and so they'd say, hey, go check in that car, and you go look, and that person is dead. That person is, their brains are out of their head, dead. You walk back and you say, I checked, they're gone.
Right. So it's yeah, I don't put much stock in it on that one. DCV Titan says, new theory. Prosecution went to pin Paul and Maggie's murders on Alex because they know he's going down for financial crimes and the roadside assistance to cover up that they effed the dog in the murder investigation. Could be, I guess. Oh, and the other thing is we're mixing data from multiple sources on all this stuff. So the timing of the 911 call is coming from Alex's phone. OnStar's time of when the car stops is coming from OnStar's tracking their whatever tower or satellite data they're using. You've got the 911, I guess, could have a time log. So there is certainly possible variance between when a call is registered on a phone versus when OnStar registers the thing. And if that variance is up to a minute, let's say, there's a minute difference between the OnStar time and the cell phone that Paul or that Alec uses time, then you have all the time in the world to check those bodies. I mean, then it's not 20 seconds necessarily. It's anywhere between 20 seconds. Well, it's anywhere between negative 40 seconds and a minute and 20 seconds. So you have a big discrepancy possible there that would be perfectly explainable by how data is actually tracked by these devices. It is not tracked constantly because that takes too much battery. It's tracked in intervals. And if those intervals are off in any way, if the tick happens at different timings, it changes the timeline, not like dramatically, but enough to make room where there might not otherwise be. Lobo McNasty said, killer had a motorcycle stashed in the woods and lost on the way. Alex would have seen a car parked on the shoulder. I don't like the would have statement, because I don't know that he would have seen a car parked on the shoulder a couple hundred yards down the road on the left when he's turning right at night in the dark. Like, remembering how far away that turn is from the kennels is pretty important. This is not short. It took him 30 seconds from turning into his driveway to get halfway down his driveway. This property is very, very big. This is not turning into a city driveway or even my driveway. 30 seconds is a long time, and he's only halfway down. So you got to remember the distances and the scales we're talking about here. And that's part of the state's problem, in my opinion. And the state, I think, really wants to gloss those distances as they're doing this, because, again, you're talking about a quarter to a third of a mile between the house and the kennels over, grassy terrain. Moving that far in the times that has happened, it's certainly possible. But is that
in fact, during the state's opening, the state Harpoonian mentioned he was going to ask the court to allow the jury to go to the property so they could see it for themselves. Right. Now, I don't think this judge will allow that in a million years, but it would be a good thing to do to provide a fuller context for the jury.
If they don't do it, maybe they could. What would be great would be to have a person walking with a body cam, from the property to the other, and just time it out, like just a normal pace. And then have someone else walking next to them filming, showing their normal stride or whatever, so they know that they're not like slowly doing it. Or you get a drone pilot to pilot the drone at a steady walking pace from one to the other, and see how long it takes to get from one spot to the next spot by foot. Because, I mean, the scale of this property, 1,700 acres, is massive. It's a massive amount of space.
And if the defense brings in a crime scene investigator, expert witness, he could do all that. Actually, he could say, yeah, I went down by the sheds and this is my analysis of that crime scene investigation and what they did wrong. Did you also go to the house? Yes, I walked up to the house. And how long did that take you? It would be very easy to get it in.
Right. Protocaster says 18K views and 600 likes on Rumble. Y'all are slipping. Yeah, make sure if you're on Rumble and YouTube, you go ahead and hit that like button on both of those services, please. Really does help. Helps boost engagement on the channel, and engagement is how distribution is measured on all platforms. Rumble especially directly has a leaderboard, and having those likes actually show up helps with discovery for people who maybe haven't seen the channel. Or haven't seen that we cover trials or whatever it is. So please go ahead and click those likes. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Smokey Bones says they're going to state that Alex must have driven the ATV, which is why it was brought up in the footwear expert from yesterday. They had another footwear expert?
Yesterday's crime scene investigator expert witness, the PhD was Dr. Deputy Chief. He was an expert in everything.
Oh, okay.
Including footwear and mud patterns and tire tracks. And so, yeah, Maggie had that mud mark on the back of her calf. I guess the defense was trying to suggest like maybe someone had stepped on her leg or something. But he said, no, it matches up to the tread on the ATV parked in that area.
Oh, okay.
Like she might have bumped into it.
There you go. Very, very useful. Brian Schultz says, you're forgetting he went to every single baseball game for Paul and Buster. He has those throwing abilities. Not forgetting it. Throwing in a car and throwing out of a car are way different things. You got to learn the Frisbee technique to toss something out a car window. Big Rig 0485 says probably said he was paid up with dealers because that may make law enforcement look into the dealers and his snitch would get more stitches. Okay, we've got Kelly R2 says with all this tracking evidence, the police should have tracked down every piece of evidence, every single gun involved. Yeah, that's another huge hole for the state. They don't even have they don't have any idea what guns were used. They have a supposition that it's the missing 300 Blackout, and that's the only gun they can come close to identifying, but they can't verify it because they don't have the gun. VRDXV says, hey fellas, hope you're doing great. Alec did nothing wrong. Well, that doesn't seem to be true. He does seem to have done some wrong things. He also says, unless his pimp hand is strong, then he could chuck it far. Related to the phone. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What we got here? All right, I've got, I'm going to just keep going through super chats and try and keep up. They've been coming in quite heavy today, which is fantastic. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'll try and get some of these lower amounts from earlier. Jalbatros 64 says, I apologize for my rude super chat about not enjoying Charlie Peace on panel in week 1. You should have on who you want to have on. Hey, thank you. Thank you. And I do always have on who I want to have
Charlie.
on.
Yeah. Charlie was fun.
I like her. Let's see. What the fuck is this? Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's see. Megan Kelly Show asked me to come on and talk about this trial as well. Because since Steve broke up with them.
They called me too, but I wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm going to be on a plane.
I had a scheduling conflict.
Yeah. I said, I'll be on a plane. Sorry. When they asked me to come on. Blue Vero gifted 5 Arcade Law memberships. Thank you. The Willy Bot says, we think bringing in Alex's barber to read the phone book for 3 days has probative value for motive, Your Honor. I'll allow it. The defense opened the door by mentioning his haircut. Ian Mack, the $50K a week isn't laundering, isn't for drug use. It's a bunch of criminals with hold over a rich dude and milking him for cash. Don't overcomplicate. Yeah, so it's extortion, potentially. Certainly could be. Also, if I go with my crazy conspiracy theory that everybody at the firm is basically doing what Alec is accused of doing, and I'll further suggest that the books are actually being tilted towards putting on this activity towards Alec, then Alex, the drug dealer for the firm, and this is all related to the drug running that everybody's doing, and that explains the large amounts of money being involved and the large amounts of drugs that would have to be consumed. And what's going on is that he's acting as the second, intermediary from Cousin Eddie or whatever. Because that's how the drug trade works. Somehow some weirdo gets a connection to someone really scary, and then they bring in drugs, and then they distribute it out to smaller and smaller dealers who deal in, you've either got like street level guys who deal with poor people, or you've got people who like that next step up who deal with middle class and upper middle class people, where they go and they buy more drugs than poor people buy by doing handoffs. And then you've got the, that sort of, again, getting up to that like the grander dealer level. And that person usually has a connection to someone you don't want to ever talk to in your life, because they'll just kill you if anything goes wrong. Oh God. You should all watch The Counselor, by the way. Great movie. Great movie. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think so.
It's horrifically depressing. It's Brad Pitt, Michael Fassbender, Cameron Diaz, Javier Bardem, Penelope Cruz, and it's all about like this high level
Ridley
drug.
Scott.
Yeah, it's really a good movie, but it is fucking sad. It's dark. Michael says this might raise Fourth Amendment issues, but couldn't the state subpoena cell phone tower records to see any and all cell phone traffic to see if there was anyone else on or near the property during the murder? I mean, in theory, they could do something like that, but triangulation of cell phones isn't the most reliable thing. It's not that simple, because if you try to ping a tower and for whatever reason that tower doesn't respond to the ping, your phone automatically picks another tower in the area, the next closest one for the signal. And so it's actually just pinging out and waiting for the first receptive signal to come back. So unless you have a large amount of data on one particular device, you're not going to necessarily have reliable data. You could have one data point that has you here, and then another data point that would ping you in a completely different location and then back to where you should be based on how things work out. So trying to get like all of the data that's hitting all of those towers and piecing together who else could have been on the property is probably way too much. And
I thought I heard testimony that they did that. They did a data dump off the towers and they didn't find anything, like 2 phones unrelated. And then of course it was a wash with law enforcement phones when they showed up.
Right. Tina Lewis says, took a peek in DUI Guy's channel, and he claims that the jury was pissed off at the defense and how they were handling their cross of Kelly. Also, I tuned in late this morning and missed a lot. Rather hear from you on what happened. I mean, don't give me.
How would you know if they were pissed at the defense or pissed at Kelly?
Right. Kelly was refusing to answer yes or no questions. I mean, very obviously refusing to answer yes or no questions, and only when pressed multiple times and when asked by the judge, did he just simply say yes or no. And once he said yes or no, he was able to either just stop or give his explanation that he was trying to give ahead of time. He was being very belligerent. The defense's questions were being objected to, and those objections were sustained, and they were suspect, in my opinion. Sustaining, but okay. But yeah, again, this is why I don't put any stock really in the jury analysis, because how do you know who they're mad at? Are they mad at Harpootlian? Are they mad at Kelly? Are they mad at the judge? Who are they upset with? What do they want to hear? We don't know those questions, or we don't know the answers to those questions. So you can't say what anybody was doing. You can observe that they were mad during that part. If they're mad, actually, I mean, you have to know that that's how they're emoting, and maybe they are. I don't know. I'm not there, but I don't like the speculation around it. So, as far as the questioning of Kelly, I mean, he was extremely evasive on every question, stuff where it didn't seem like he should be evasive. But the problem is they effectively interrogated without Miranda a suspect in a murder case while he's under opiates and benzodiazepines. And their excuse for doing that was, well, the doctors wouldn't have told us that he wasn't in a state to do that because of HIPAA, which is bullshit, by the way. Like, the doctor is going to say, hey, we need to talk to this guy. And the doctor's he's in no condition to talk about this right now. Like, he just can't. He's not sober. That's not a HIPAA violation. That's an observation. So, plus, did you ask for consent to talk to him? Did you ask any of that? Well, no consent was given. Did you ask for consent? Well, no consent was asked for, nor was it given. How do you consent to something that no one requests? But that's how that testimony went. And it's been consistent from what I've seen with the law enforcement testimony in this case, which is extremely hostile to the defense. Usually for no reason. And that always raises a flag for me. Why are you so hostile with the defense? Why is it so hard for them to pry an answer out of you? These answers aren't necessarily like some big make or break in the case. Lots of stuff you could just answer very safely for the state. G-Men NC says, I like your theory and also think he was fronted the drugs, probably did too many of them, didn't make the required money, and was making the $50K per week payments so they didn't kill his family. Certainly possible. With lots of drug money being involved, things can go south very, very quickly.
I mean, it's a safe bet for drug dealers to front drugs. They know who he is. They know where to find him. They know he makes plenty of money.
Mm-hmm.
What's the risk?
It still goes back to that line from Shaft, where they're talking about someone getting murdered over $20,000. Shaft says $20,000. I know brothers who will clear out a whole area code for $20,000. You're talking $50,000 a week that's being paid. If that payment's missed, I mean, and the other risk is that he just goes off the rails and starts turning everybody in if he gets unstable. So I don't know. I don't trust any of that. Gunnar says a guy in Norway was recently acquitted after almost 20 years in jail on double murder due to cell phone data, which they already had. The other suspect who is convicted for one is maybe getting charged for the other one. There you go. Chininator, welcome to Lawyer Status. Jim says we need Borowski on literally every trial. Borowski.
By the way, this is the judge that Binger needed in the Rittenhouse prosecution.
Yeah. He almost had him with Judge Schrader. Almost had this type of judge, but this one is so permissive. No pushback on the state. Tina Lewis says, I agree with jury speculation. That's why I wanted to consult with the Pope. Here, take more of my money. Love all that you do, and thanks for clearing up my confusion. Hey, thank you, Tina. You're welcome. Coney Upstate. I bet the prosecutor would argue after sex that she had a few too many drinks and took pills, but appeared competent and could give consent. Valraid says, but what does any of this have to do with killing his wife and son? And that's the question of 90% of the testimony in this case. The Uncovered Lamp says, welcome back to Nick. As I said on Joe's stream, apparently the judge stepped outside, saw his shadow, so we get 6 more weeks of trial. God bless. Love your content. Slippy says, Nick, this is unrelated, but how do I stop being autistic around my clients? They try and lecture me or say things that are incorrect, and I can't help myself from debating with them. Wait, are you a lawyer, Slippy? I'm trying to think how to best.
Why would you debate with clients? Clients are for taking money from.
Yeah, I mean, if a client tells you something that's incorrect, one, you don't have to prove them incorrect. Like, you have no obligation to correct them. You just do your job. That's what you do. And if they don't like your advice, they don't like the work you're doing, they're free to seek other counsel. And that's, maybe that's the best way to put it. Say, look, you've hired me for my professional services and my advice because you trust that advice. If you no longer trust that advice or you no longer want my services, you are free to pursue someone else's services that better comports with what you're looking for. But this is what I do. And I'm not paid to give you the answer that makes you feel good. I'm paid to give you the answer that's correct and in your best interest. You say something like that. If you want to be very forward with them, you can, or you can just say, fuck off. Like that works too. I don't know what to tell you, man, but you don't have to argue with your client to convince them that you're right. They hired you because you're right. Touch the Riot says, Ricada Law, howdy. I started checking here and on YouTube from a half hour ago. There was a 0 and 0 at 8:31 a.m. CT. I started on Law and Crime when it started there. Then you showed up here. Just the facts, guys. Okay. Dragon's Treasure says, this has become so silly and biased that I now question even the financial crimes. Carnage Undone 11 says, this is corruption on the foreground, folks. Jesus, yes or no questions, the hardest, and damn, this judge is something. Wilcox MD says, after he throws her phone, he removes the gloves and texts the phone, thus driving slow. But according to these guys, driving, on that road is inherently dangerous and full of potholes and fraught with dangers.
You're never driving the correct speed, Nick. Either you're driving too fast for conditions and you're a murderer, or you're driving slow enough to throw the phone out the window and you're a murderer. It's
funny because he seems to be driving at exactly the speed between those things. Like 45 miles an hour is not the speed that I drive when I'm throwing a phone out a window, right? Like, I've done this multiple times after multiple homicides, and it's not 45 miles an hour. And the other thing is, if he has planned all this, he has to be conscious of everything, because all of this stuff, he has to have accounted for the only thing he didn't account for in this entire scenario seems to be the Snapchat video. That seems to be it. When you really get down to thinking about this, if he planned this murder, the only thing that goes wrong is that he's caught errantly on this Snapchat video down at the kennels, because he's considered the OnStar data. The OnStar data does not in any way point towards guilt or comply with some sort of state theory of guilt, because it makes much more sense for him to, just drive. I like to stop and throw the phone farther into the woods or whatever you're going to do. Why would you even throw the phone there? Like, why even do it? You could just take it anywhere and throw it. You could take it to a garbage can, but he must be considering the OnStar data, the phone data, everything locking up and everything syncing up all the time, because none of it points towards him being guilty. The only thing that I've seen so far is that Snapchat video. Because without that Snapchat video, they can't even put him at the murder scene. They can't even put him at the murder scene within, 2 hours of the murder, if that Snapchat video doesn't exist. It's crazy. So that,
I mean, he was never that far from the murder scene. He was only at the house, right?
Right.
So in theory, he could have walked over anytime and done anything if he just left his phone at home.
Right.
But when in the Snapchat video, his wife and son are still alive. It's not a Snapchat video of him killing them. They're still alive. So to me, it's completely immaterial. It's just an error in memory.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm just saying that's the only piece of evidence that puts him there. Everything else is consistent with him not being around at all. And that's not even dispositive. That doesn't even put him there at the time of murder. It's at least 10 minutes prior, maybe as many as 20 minutes prior. And so, but my point in this is, if he's the mastermind, he planned everything and got caught on that. But when you say he planned, or when I say he planned everything down to the phones and the steps. And that's what he had to do, because the phone steps don't even match up between his phone and her phone. And yeah, you're right. He could certainly walk down to the kennel for any reason, but he has to consciously leave his phone, something that he apparently doesn't do normally. So everything has to be perfect for this thing to work out. And that Snapchat video would be the one thing that doesn't get him. But to me, it's much more damning that nothing else screwed up, that his plan was otherwise executed perfectly. A drug addict with ADD and problems following through on things, who apparently gets distracted and can't stop using his phone all the time, is perfect on everything except this one spot. I'm having trouble buying that. Next, the jury says it's possible that two people came to kill them all and Alex wasn't inside of the gunman. Then he hid behind something, and after he thought the police wouldn't believe that he did it, this case is a mess. Poor jury. Tara Rayner says, did I miss it, or did they say the time that Maggie's phone was taken to the spot it was found the next day? No, they don't know. All speculation about Alex driving past the spot at a certain time means nothing if it was still at Moselle. The phone did not have location data turned on, so we don't know when the phone moved from Moselle to the spot where it ended up at all. It could have been any time before the investigation. Josh says, why is everyone congratulating Joe for the grandchild? He didn't do anything, I hope. Kidding. We're all happy for you, Joe. Moni 2489 says he didn't hire him. He just asked him to do it, and he said, okay. Risuno Kairu says this senior special agent answers questions like a woman. Shannon 7 says a little money just for Jeff's reaction. This is crazy. Doc Salty 96 says this judge seems to be the Angel Hernandez of the judiciary. Wrestler Town says the jury is seeing the judge and every county law enforcement officer railroad this guy. I think the corruption implies that they'd better give the result their local authorities want. Website says, wouldn't it be nice if we could hear the jury snoring and be picked up by the court microphone? Wouldn't that be great? The Uncovered Lamp says, I'm sure the jury would volunteer to participate in the murder reenactment at this point. Not So Paso says, do you think the prosecution is killing time with this AM with irrelevant details so they can end with what they think is a bombshell in the afternoon so the jury has 3 days to think through it? Possible, certainly. Leigh Humphrey says, and unless he had it pre-planned, he had to plan it after confronted at office if that was the trigger for the murders. Yeah, that's another thing. How deep does the planning go? How far has he been planning this out? There's no consistent theory. Oh, he snapped when he was confronted and everything crashed down. Plans everything perfectly that day. Whew. Gates of Above says, Nick, not only is he supposed to do a perfect crime on the murders, but also does such a poor job on the self-deletion his other son's to get his other son money. Doesn't add up. And poor execution on the financial crimes, which all it took was literally anyone looking at all. That's a critical part of this. All it took to uncover the financial crimes was anybody looking at all. at it, because on the banking stuff, once the bank looked at it, they're like, what the fuck is this? And the law firm stuff, once the law firm looked at it, what the fuck is this? And it relies on all these people making decisions that they know they shouldn't make regarding the checks. Like his friend Chris Wilson is cutting checks to this fake Forge consulting company. And he knows he shouldn't be cutting those checks. He knows he's doing the wrong thing. And that going back to an article I read a long time ago about Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff stole billions of dollars from people by doing this pyramid scheme. Anyone in the investment community at the level that they're investing in Bernie Madoff knows that his results are impossible. The dude never had a down year. And not only did he never have a down year, I don't think he ever had a year lower than 20 to 25% returns. You had to know when you look at his record that what's going on isn't sustainable, isn't real, but everybody was making money. So they all looked the other way. And I think in a very similar way for Alex's financial crimes, everyone's making money. Everyone looks the other way. And they all know that they're doing something a little bit wrong. Something's off about this. And you can kind of hear it in their testimony. I mean, his person, she's like, well, but I had a family and kids to feed. I was really scared to confront Alex on this. Yeah, it's way easier to just go, oh, yeah, whatever. I mean, so this check was written out to Alec personally. I mean, that's weird, but I got to trust him. He's a partner. Wasn't even a named partner, was he? Or no, he was. PMP.
No, that was his father's name on the firm.
Oh God. Just a disaster.
Hey, can I do a book plug before we come back from lunch?
Absolutely. And once after that, I'll step away for a minute to go to the bathroom and load up on more beverages. All right, here we go.
All right, folks, get your copy of The Law of Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. 5-star rated, well over 1,200 reviews. People love the book, but don't buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. I will give you the book for free. I only ask that you cover the nominal cost of getting the book to you. Get this book for free. Real physical book, folks, teaches you how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property against criminal predation. What these prosecutors are doing with Alex Murdaugh, they will do to you without a moment's hesitation. If you make yourself an attractive target for prosecution, don't do that. Learn how to avoid that. Learn how to make yourself an unattractive target for prosecution with this book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. You can get it for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Nick. And if you'd like the adult version of the book, some might call it, the beautiful hardcover version, you can make some wonderful gift. You can get the hardcover version of that same book at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Guys, make sure to check out the book, of course, because you defend yourself from a situation. You defend your life. You defend your property, whatever you end up defending from someone who's looking to take it away. That's the first step. That's the first step of self-defense. The second is making sure you get to stay free because you exercise your rights in the proper way. And part of that is, one, making sure you do that, making sure you exercise your rights in the proper way. And second is making yourself as hard to convict as possible. Lots of people exercise their rights in a way that is correct, but they don't do it in the proper way, or they leave something, leave some ambiguity, or open themselves up to a prosecution that ends up being unjust. And people do go to jail and prison for those things. So make sure you are fully educated on that subject. If you're a person who ever has the possibility of being in danger, which that's pretty much all of us. So check it out.
Hey, I see someone in the comments asking, is there an audio version of the book? If you go to get the free book, lawofselfdefense.com/Nick, there'll be options if you want to get multiple copies, to get digital copies, to get audio copies of the book. It's all there at that link.
Very, very cool. Geomancy Game says, I'm battling ball cancer on my 3rd year. I've spent every dime I have saved. I need help, please. And he has a GoFundMe. I'll share this GoFundMe in the 3 different chats for people to explore. And he's, I see him also posting it in the Rumble chat, but I'll post it in YouTube and on Locals, so people can check out that GoFundMe link, and you kind of have to make your own decision on that one. Let's see. I'm gonna step away to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back, and then we get back. Well, we'll see if they're back, but sometime soon.
All right, folks, you're stuck with me. So you may want to check out, if you like the idea of that book, you've read the book, you might want to check out our Law Self-Defense Advanced class. Saturday, April 15th is the only live full-day class we're teaching on self-defense law in 2023, at least the only one scheduled. This is where you can learn from me personally in a live course, zoomed to you at the convenience of your computer. Plenty of opportunity for Q&A. We go into depth on everything you need to know to be hard to convict, including almost an hour dedicated solely to interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. What to say, what not to say, when to say it, when not to say it. All stuff that can easily make the difference between being an attractive target for prosecution or not. Lots of other stuff we cover: the 5 elements of self-defense, defense of others, defense against active shooters, defense of personal property, defense of highly defensible property like a home, a business, churches, all kinds of stuff that we cover. Everything you need to know about making yourself hard to convict. That's the Law Self-Defense Advanced class, Saturday, April 15th. You can learn more about that and register at lawselfdefense.com/advanced. And if you cannot attend the live class on that Saturday, sign up anyway. We make the replay of the class available to everyone who signed up. So if you have to miss a portion or all of Saturday, you'll have access to the replay by the next day for a period of time after the class. So you'll have the opportunity to take advantage of it anyway. That's at lawselfdefense.com/advanced. What else do we have? So for this case has been interesting, boring, a lot of it. Fortunately, the last few days have been better. I expect things to pick up now that the state's about to rest, and the defense will go on the offense, is my expectation. They're going to start bringing their own experts to testify, and that should be pretty good stuff, because there's a lot of weaknesses in the state's evidence that, of course, the state doesn't delve into for obvious reasons. That now will be exposed by the defense. Remember, this is the end of the state's case in chief. This is the high watermark for the state. And I think we're still very, very, very far away from proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Alex Murdaugh killed his wife and son. The wife and son that every witness in a position to know, every state witness in a position to know, says he loved, adored, lovey-dovey his wife and son. And I see nothing that comes close to a motive for Alex to murder them. And keep in mind, folks, you need to approach these cases with a mind capable of critical thinking. Critical thinking meaning you can have one theory of the case, and then you're capable of asking yourself, what are the holes in my preferred theory? What are the counter arguments to my preferred theory? So you develop a fully fleshed out understanding of the arguments around the case. If you take a unidimensional perspective on these cases, in this case, for example, we see many, many people starting with the conclusion, starting with the belief that Alex Murdaugh murdered his wife and family. Well, then you filter every piece of evidence that comes along through that hardwired bias that, well, of course he's guilty. Now we just have to figure out how. What happens then is you get confirmation bias. Every piece of evidence you see that confirms your hardwired, biased initial conclusion is stuff that just further affirms your biased initial conclusion. And every piece of evidence that's contradictory is diminished or undervalued or simply invisible to you. You don't see it at all. And that's stupid think. That's not a good way to do legal analysis or any kind of critical thinking at all, because it's simply not critical thinking. It's unidimensional, one-directional. And that's why trials are an adversarial process. The whole point of a criminal trial being an adversarial process is to compel the jury to be exposed to critical thinking. You hear the state's theory, and then the defense gets to punch holes in the state's theory. So you hear both perspectives. And it's the beauty of our legal system, this adversarial characteristic that forces the jury, if the jury is anything like genuinely unbiased and impartial as they swear they're going to be, forces the jury to approach their analysis of the case from a critical thinking perspective.
Thank you for filling in for that. Very much appreciate that.
Anytime.
I suppose it'd be time for me to bring up the sponsor of this show, which is fieldofgreens.com. You go to Field of Greens, you could get yourself some fruits and vegetables in your life. And for once, the fruits and vegetables are not congressmen. But no, so look, guys, I know how, if you're like me, you eat probably once a day. You're either really busy or you're doing intermittent fasting or something like that. And you may not always be getting into the fruits and vegetables that you want to have as part of your diet. Oh my gosh, we're back. Good timing for me. Let's get this going. The volume isn't back yet, but it will be. So Field of Greens is it's not a diet supplement. It's not a bunch of vitamins packed up. It's literally just ground up fruits and vegetables that you put into a drink, and then you can put it into really pretty much anything, and it tastes good. That's the most important part. It helps you get those servings of fruits and veggies in for the day. I've been drinking it now for a little while. I actually like it. I drink 1 or 2 of these things a day as I'm able to, but you know, it helps kind of cover for those meals where I just cook up a chicken breast or cook up steak or a pork chop or 2 and don't always have time to throw together veggies because, you know, it's 2 a.m.
All right, thank you. Welcome back.
So go check it out, fieldofgreens.com.
Mr. Barber.
Use promo code NOSE. Get yourself a little discount. Thank you for sponsoring the show to Field of Greens.
Good afternoon, Agent Rudofsky. Did
Good
I say
afternoon.
that right?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
What's this attorney's name again?
The GM data that recently came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree. Yeah. That's pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton.
Barber or Barbara.
Not too interested in that, but let's skip to the drive from Moselle to Alameda. Okay. How long was that drive? How long did it take him from start to
So
finish?
I'd have to look back.
Well, look back.
So why don't you do that?
You got your
Referring
report
to
there.
The 9:06 time.
Yes, sir.
I like how I basically just said you wasted everybody's time with that early stuff that we didn't need to know because it's not relevant to the case.
So it's like 9:07.
And he kept it just because he did the work.
To 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
And do you need, is it more like 16 minutes? Do you need
16
a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper? 16 minutes?
Yeah.
You need a pen and paper.
Okay. And coming back, how long was it?
$9:43. About 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He had that little pause leaving his mom's house.
So the top speed on the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Um,
And you're referring to the same drive to Alameda and back. Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Are you
What
aware
are you referring
that Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Alameda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but I do not have that number in front of me.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for Mr. Murdaugh going back and forth, would it not?
It could, but there was different variables at the time.
Oh, there's different variables.
It was during the day, wasn't it?
It was.
But he was driving at such unsafe speeds. How could it possibly be even close to those times?
So on this way back, there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
I am unsure of that. It's just the data point is plotted. It doesn't give it just gives you a timestamp. It doesn't say for how long.
He probably passed a car.
In your experience, I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but on marked car with blue lights. Yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on a little burst?
A little bit of gas, but when it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that play in.
You don't know.
Yes, but it's not that unusual, is it, for someone to give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is in line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
It's like right in between those two, actually.
Like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but.
Let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think that may start on slide 23.
23?
I love that the cops test drove the road and drove the exact same speed they testified they would never drive. Like, that's amazing to me.
Right. So we're in slide 22, sorry.
22. Okay.
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here?
That's correct.
The next slide. Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next slide. He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration.
Per the data, yes.
And
well, you're here for the data.
If we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom
Per the
of the
what
screen,
else would it be?
It would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, go to see him, be right back. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll be done with that. I'm going to now just skip with this data all the way to when he approaches the kennel coming from the house right before he calls 911.
Okay.
The direction he is driving as he comes right up, right before he parks, would he have his, would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Would the illumination, is it going back towards that space between the barn and the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction, it just says
Well, would it turn around?
But if it moved from point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be
Yeah,
in
but
that
where it
direction.
final rests, I don't know which direction it's
But as it's moving.
He's driving this way,
it's
but
moving,
he
yes,
turns.
You would think it would go
Right.
that
So,
direction.
so the headlights certainly on Maggie. It would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park near Maggie's body?
I do not know where he parked the first time because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
on your plot.
On the plot here.
When he comes the first time before the 911 call, Where does his vehicle stop in relation to Maggie's body?
It stops before it.
How close is it?
I do not have a.
Descriptive? Is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
very close
in the area.
Why would he park on top of his wife?
He can certainly see one, if not both, bodies on the ground, and he stops right next to.
They really don't want him to poke
Maggie.
holes in this 20-second narrative.
I'm just looking at the data provided. I was not there on scene.
The data provided is the
what he
location of
saw.
the car and the location of the body.
I don't know
correct?
what he would have saw or what the car would have saw. At that
Didn't ask you what he
You don't
saw.
know
He
what
asked
would be
where it
directly
was,
in front
location
his
of the
car as
body.
it was moving from point to point to point.
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing as it moved.
We know which
from
direction
point
the
to
car would
point
be
to point.
pointing, but what he saw or what the final
Well,
rest
forget
of
what he saw.
is.
Is the car's headlights pointing at the bodies as he's pulling up?
I cannot give a definitive answer on that because I was not there, and the data I have.
I'm asking from the data.
The
Obviously,
data
you
does
weren't
not
there.
say.
Allowed to finish his answer?
You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully. You may proceed.
There is no data that says that the headlights were pointing in a specific direction or at a specific object. So I cannot answer that.
When you say there's no data saying the headlights are pointing in a specific direction, were they not pointed along the line that would connect the last two data points before the car stops and goes in the park?
For the drive, but it does not show. I mean, it could be at an angle. It's such a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in its exact position of it. So I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot. We're talking about a line connecting two dots.
Okay, but
And
you
a
were
car
asking about
moving
the
along
dot.
that line. The headlines would be pointed down the line. Correct.
It's not.
Objection's overruled.
Okay.
Ask your question again.
We're talking not about a point, but about a line. And a
Mhm.
car
Look at this guy
moving
smirking.
down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I don't know.
I would
The
assume.
headlights could be on the sides of the car. I mean, who knows?
So
They could be pointing up.
he
for all I
arrives
know.
at the scene, gets out.
Car could have been upside down.
Presumably, he goes in the park. And then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds. Correct.
That's correct.
Oh, so there's an
So he had
additional
20
18 seconds?
And I think there's maybe an implication, or that's not
Oh, wait, no,
enough
he
time.
misdialed at 18 seconds and then completed at 20.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
Sir, may I approach? Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
It is.
Okay. When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Now.
This is good.
That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
Per your phone.
Don't speak the phone.
I do not.
Do you?
You got. Why are you being
If the person
combative?
getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something was horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
I'm here to testify on this data, not the hypothetical. I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
It's not a hypothetical.
Fair enough. We'll move on.
It's just whether you believe it or not. Is that an unreasonable amount of time? You could just say yes. It's
I'm gonna
it's
turn to
unreasonably
your
short.
Condensed timeline, which I think is State's Exhibit 519.
Anyway, he's an expert. He can answer hypotheticals.
Let's go. Brandon says, can you pull up a
Ask you to
picture of the
turn to
kennels?
Page 21.
Never realized it was an open air area until yesterday with the weird shot angle proposed and the convenient rainstorm. I'm thinking the grounds did it presently.
Okay.
And towards the bottom, 9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation.
That is correct.
meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation?
So between 906.12 and 906.20, from the phone experts, that it started at 906.12 and it ended at 906.20.
Okay.
Those two orientations.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes. At 906.21.
I do not know.
Well, then what does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it...
There's nothing that says 906.21 on here.
Right. So what happened at 906 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait. So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways.
And until...
In those, between the,
sorry.
Between 906.12 and 906.20, that is what it's showing. That's why we have the little purple on the right-hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence, per our phone experts that had previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until remain in the landscape orientation until the next change?
I am unsure of that. I'm not a phone expert, so I am unsure of that. I was given this data, and this is how it was relayed to me, and this is how I have put it in this timeline.
Okay. So
you can't testify to what actually happened. You just wrote it down in a timeline, but don't know what you wrote down.
And the very last
Cool.
entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation. What does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources. So how I read this is that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
has turned to a vertical orientation, and
because we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
Now he can make inferences from the data.
Down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just looking for the next orientation change.
I believe it's going to be that 906.12.
And what does that say?
Implements an orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
You missed an orientation change in there, homie.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
As I read the data, yes, that's correct.
Well, there you got a problem.
Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given these different pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're giving these pieces to plot, do you ever notice if things don't seem to make sense or don't match with other data? Do you alert anyone?
So we have phone experts that review that. So they have reviewed the data, and I do not know if that's something that they came across.
Amazing.
And you can't tell me with that last, or can you tell me this? The last orientation change here on page 21, is that the last change on her phone until the extraction at the SLED lab?
I'd have to go through and double check. Would you like me to do that?
You may.
Okay.
Howdy again.
Welcome back.
Had a little power nap in. Feel great.
Nice.
Kill somebody, change my clothes.
Wash yourself off at the kennel.
Damn it. I'll be back.
You said orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's gay now. Oh. He annoyed me awake with his combativeness.
It's unreasonably combative. There's no, your thesis is that 20 seconds exists. So 20 seconds an unreasonable time for them to for him to get out?
Very good, because people don't know how long or short 20 seconds is, depending on the situation. It can be an eternity, or it can be an instant.
But I just love that. Don't you think it's an unreasonable time? Why didn't you just say yes? It's way too short. I mean, there's no way I could check two bodies in 20 seconds.
That'd be the last orientation change that I see noted.
I mean, that's the last one until the phone was downloaded?
I believe so.
You show State's Exhibit.
That would, now the thing is, this is just the timeline. So it could be in what's already in evidence from Lieutenant Britt Dove. But in this timeline, that's the only one showing.
Okay.
And for orientation changes, we were really only concerned for the day of, for this timeline.
As Farrell says, is this Amber Heard's brother or Amber Turd's brother?
Exhibit 38.
Brian Alleman says this guy takes the specs from the customers and gives them to the engineers. People like him. He has people skills.
This was previously admitted in evidence during the examination of Lieutenant Dove. It's a complete list of every orientation change recorded on her phone as of the extract. Is the last one listed, the very last one, the 906 orientation change?
The 906.22 on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. The 906, yep. The far bottom column.
Yes. We show State's Exhibit 278.
Where'd that other orientation change come from then?
This was also admitted in that examination. This is a photo taken in the SLED lab before the extract, actually 5 days before the extract. This phone is in portrait mode, is it not?
The way I read it, yes, that is portrait mode.
So that very last orientation change we saw was to portrait mode because there are no subsequent orientation changes.
I assume so, yes.
And not landscape as it says on this.
Ooh.
The thing is, before this picture was taken,
you see the thing.
You have to remind yourself that, SLED got the phone, and then this photo was taken at a lab.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know. I don't know what happened. People, it's been moving around, manipulated. I don't.
It doesn't log any other.
We looked at a complete list of all the orientation changes, did we not? It wasn't time limited to a particular day. It's everything on the phone.
I don't know I don't know about the list.
Like I said, I did not produce that document,
there you go.
So I'm gonna have to go on your word on that.
Let me ask this before we kind of move on from this. It's been stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that
reminder that phone we just looked at was thrown out of a car window at 44 miles an hour.
My screen is off. If I turn it like to get an orientation change and it's off, if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a technical question for an expert that we had up here yesterday. I am not an expert, and I am not a phone expert. So
where I'm going with that is simply, you don't know yourself in preparing this timeline whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
I do not. I'm going off of data I was given from phone experts that gave me the data, and it's been put on this timeline.
The whole report's worthless.
Yeah. It's a good point, because if the phone gets put into landscape now, but isn't turned on for 10 minutes,
well, turn out to the
when does it register the change? When the phone turns on.
The timeline
right?
for Maggie Murdaugh.
That's when it would happen. But it would be actually put into landscape at a different time.
Are you still on the condensed or the full?
I'm going to be on the condensed the entire time. I'm not going to refer to the other one.
I'm not going to refer to your worthless full report that includes
I want to
the
start
day
on page 7.
Come back. Come back, you communist. Man. Let's see. I'll see if I can do anything about it. Sometimes changing.
Do the headlights point from the front of the vehicle? I wouldn't
Screen
know.
off on times here, but you didn't put every time the screen went on and off, did you?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at what was given.
So you don't know if the screen of her screen went off at 8:49:28, came back on.
Everything should be on this document.
Okay.
So look at the
Did her screen go off at 8:49:28 and come back on at 8:53:08?
Again, I don't know. I don't know what's on the
I have
report.
a screen on at 8:49:20.
And when did it go off?
I do not see it on here.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you know that whether the screen went off at 8:49:28 and came back on at 8:53:08?
I do not unless I have it on here.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
For this document, yes.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes to the step data?
I was just provided the timestamp and then the steps.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data?
I have been made aware of that.
But you have not looked at any of that distance data.
You didn't look at the.
I was told that it's not accurate, it's not reliable, the distance, so I did not focus in on that.
So
they calculate steps based on that inaccurate distance data. Like that's how it does it.
Would you think that it is possibly, well, just as an investigator, on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of time periods where Alec had steps, different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to. I didn't do the feet.
Not my job.
So I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the
Yeah.
question is, would there be any relevance to an investigation to seeing that the feet per step were extremely consistent for disparate time periods in the same phone?
I said this was just a tool that we used. It could be.
Invictus man.
It just was not explored.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh's steps to 8:55:32, if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends, but that distance is, we're told, is highly inaccurate, and everything is an estimate. So even the steps, that's we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an exact number. The same, I would assume, for the distance.
Okay, but you're good with one estimate. Why not the other
So
estimate?
You don't think, I mean, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going? Is she running? Is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Not stating facts.
Objections overruled.
I did not
Oh,
look at
good.
that. No, I cannot say for anyone else.
Good job,
And
Judge.
the
on
same
that one.
question for Alex Murdaugh. Did anyone look for, I think you have, over 8 of these increments listed out, whether he was going particularly fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone look at that?
All we have here is the data that is on that sheet.
All we have is the data that I personally
And
selected
you
to
do
put on the
have these
sheet.
steps per minute,
And
but
none of the
do you
other
have
data
any
that I
data
elected not
suggesting
to
that
put on.
within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alex Murdaugh's first, well, I'll pick an even easier one, entry number 30.
Okay.
Which is when he's at Alameda and then part of when he's leaving Alameda. Is that correct?
That is correct, based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes.
I believe so. Yep.
So of course it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a step every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us, and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It's just another way to present the data.
Yeah. This guy's stupid. I'm going back to sleep. Jesus.
So turning back to, I think we're on page 19.
Just a way to present the data that makes them
Maggie
look
Murdaugh's
guiltier.
phone is walking. Now we had from previous testimony, An activation of the Siri user interface with the side button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
Okay, you don't recall previous testimony about that. Bring up Defense Exhibit 41.
Prepared, man. This
Levi
guy's
the
prepared
welder.
to the I don't remember.
Levi the welder says this portion of BS
And there's a
testimony
begin
of
and end. It's all
information
the same time there in the bottom couple rows. You can see 8:53:20.
that is manipulated and the expert can't explain is brought to you by Elixir of the Gods from the base T-Man at Dragon's Treasure and also
Refreshes,
Jack
or if you
Daniels.
recall, perhaps you know from
because this trial
from
hurts.
experience that the Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so. If you have it, activated to do that.
So the phone's walking, it's in somebody's hand. Now, this is something that's not in your timeline, but again, was certainly discussed with Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple of seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Now, that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall Lieutenant Dove said that it was possible to find out what caused that, but he had not himself looked to see.
That's correct.
And I believe Investigator Grubb said he did not know why. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But it's knowable, according to the previous testimony?
That's correct.
But no one's checked to see?
To my knowledge, no.
And then after that, there's some orientation changes. And then finally, the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at 8:55:36. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after this period, there's nothing else that happens with her phone other than missed calls and text, except that final orientation change. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Ooh, good
Like I said,
question.
this is just data that I plotted.
Answer the question. Yes or no?
So the answer is no?
I don't
It
know
does
that
not
answer.
mean that?
I have to go by the data here, and there's no activity.
Right.
You can take that however you want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it?
You can take it however
is
you
it
want.
fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second no
assume
one's
so,
using
yeah.
the phone is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong, right? Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
you have it
it's
at
not an immediate thing that, well, the last you.
Wouldn't just be able to finish the answer he started.
No, he wasn't answering. He was just giving exposition.
I'm good. Go ahead.
So
It's just
it
going to
wouldn't be fair to
pontificate.
say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
He doesn't have the knowledge on that. This is what a low IQ police department.
Do you recall in previous testimony that Special Agent Owen said with regard to Almeida and I think a blue raincoat, that it would take, in his estimation, 5 to 10 minutes to dispose of evidence already wrapped up? From this, do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. So to be consistent with the data you have here, well, let me ask this: how long with the test drives was to drive from the kennels to the main house?
I know we did various ones. I'd have to look at the data. We did at various speeds. It was very
Minute,
short.
15 seconds?
That would be a lot, I would say.
Okay. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right? From 8, it got left at the house. That's It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So
Rooster Cogburn says, how did MIT let this guy get away?
from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, you would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is off, but her phone locks forever at 8:49.
But it's moving around, right, at 8:53. You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a Siri activation. I'm just asking my question, Your Honor.
What's the question?
He's in the middle of asking it.
Her phone is moving around starting at 8:53, comma. There's a Siri activation near the start of that time, comma, and then there's a camera activation during this time and some orientation changes, and then it goes off. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know how fast the phone is moving during that period, but that is known, just no one has looked. Is that correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact
Wait,
speed.
like 10
or
seconds ago,
distance
he wasn't an
or
expert on
steps. It's
telephones.
all estimated. So exact numbers.
It's estimated using
unknown.
an accelerometer that's inside the phone that measures the movement of the phone through three-dimensional space, and it uses math to determine that front and back motion of the step where you move forward a little
And
bit
you
and
have,
then the phone goes backwards a little
assume
bit
from,
or
your
slows
testimony,
down
you don't know
is
why
a
someone
step.
would take
That's how it works.
not Paul's phone.
I mean, the data's not perfectly accurate, but it's pretty damn good.
I mean, given your job as a SLED agent, I mean,
Everybody's
with
been like
the
30 steps short of your steps for the day and have just like
camera was
done this
the
to make
phone
yourself
someone-
feel
in
good.
someone's
Wait, that
hand and
sounded
it was
weird.
attempt to take a picture,
sorry,
would that
never
be an inference you could draw? as
He
to
never
why
said
that
it
phone was
attempted to
taken?
take a picture, from what I heard, but you'd have to ask a technical expert on exactly what that camera function was for.
Technical expert didn't know.
You see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigator is going to have to make some inferences from the data. And the question is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
So the way
Your Honor.
What?
Basis for the objection.
Argumentative.
How's that argumentative?
The response to by the defense. Any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator whether
Response to the objection. The objection is argumentative.
Your Honor, I do not believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
He was
So the
just
inference
going
I'm
to
looking
tell
at
you
it
that
is
before.
that the camera
mind.
was
Never
trying
mind.
to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo from a layperson perspective.
Right, except that's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not, but I am not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked.
Got an answer.
We just did the
Switch over
DSP
to,
snort.
Paul.
Did you guys see it?
And just to sort of summarize everything up, there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that his
Changed
screen
orientation on its own,
does
nothing I
not
could
ever
do.
come on again until after the 911 call?
Is screen coming on?
Yes, sir.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30, so I think 10:36.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call.
The gangster kitten says it's not my job. That's what the data is. I'm not an expert.
Well, it would be
Amy.
about an hour and 10 minutes. But
It's not my job. That's what the data says. I'm not an expert. It's not my job. That's what the data says. I'm not an expert. It's not my job.
This guy's
maddening.
I'm not seeing a screen on before the 911 call. And that 9 to.
So
10
incoming
o'clock time
text
frame.
messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on.
That is correct.
What are you talking about? Incoming
Is it possible,
messages
and I understand
always
this may be
cause
a
the screen to
question
come
for a
on.
Technical person, but is it possible that that's because the battery was at 2%?
Like I said, I would not know that answer.
Did anyone ask, hey, why isn't the screen coming on these notifications?
Unfortunately, I think it's hard to tell, with the experts, but that would be my assumption that it would be either low battery. Trying to conserve the battery because you don't want the light takes so much power. So I would assume that would be the answer.
So after
You're not an expert.
Whatever happened after 8:49, his phone is not prompting him. It's not lighting up when things come in.
I don't know if it's vibrating or whatnot, but according to the data here, it is it's not lighting up.
Now, I think the previous testimony was that whoever, if anyone saw his lock screen before the phone went dead, after the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 849 text, right?
The 849.
35. Or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
I would assume so. That's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 28 seconds, 9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57, one at 10:08.
Correct.
The one at 10:08, that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alex Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
We don't actually know why the screen came on those 2 times, do we? At 9:10 and 18, and then 10, 18, and then 10:20.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay. At the second one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on, doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Was
phone.
this the start? I'm sorry. Let me just ask: is this the start? Your Honor, it's just a clarification.
So as the witness starts talking, then you start talking. Who's talking? Were you talking? Well, go ahead.
So the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean they're walking during that whole time. It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data.
Sure.
So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call, was Rogan the first person Alex Murdaugh called?
After the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
I have at 10:17:46, he calls Randy Murdaugh.
And that's his brother, correct?
That's correct.
Who was the second person he called?
He iMessages Randy and then calls Randy Murdaugh again. And then John Marvin.
John Marvin is another brother, correct?
Yep, at 10:19.
And then the third time person he calls is Rogan, is that correct?
At that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That's correct.
So not immediate, not the first person.
I think you're referring to that question that was previously during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alex Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was at 9:08. Wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but.
Okay. So as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on, is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
I would, as an investigator, I think that would be very odd, given the scene and the whole situation, that you're on the phone constantly. Yes.
That you're standing there next to your dead son, his phone is ringing for someone, and you call that person after calling other people.
Yes, because I am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be.
I mean, he's
have someone on the phone constantly like that right after, given the scene and the situation. Yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very.
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
At that moment, that would be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene.
Wait, really?
Be to
Trying
investigate
figure out what happened minutes after I discover it.
He should say that. The last thing in your mind as an investigator is to investigate. It's pretty telling.
I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock,
yeah,
I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a
Those are
picture of a
great
woman in a
answers, because the
bikini.
jury's got to be
I
sitting
wouldn't
there
call
going,
it spam text message.
I'd want to
It's
know who
from
killed my
Michael
son.
Gunn, who would be one of his
A
friends.
group text.
A group text, yeah.
And then he Googles the name of a restaurant in Edisto Beach. Is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
And doesn't he also call a videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes.
Got to stop calling him DSP. DSP's smarter than this guy.
DSP probably makes more money than him.
Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it? You're not going to Google the
I'm
name
not.
of a restaurant after you find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment.
Wait, you were just inferring he was in a state of shock.
Really, you wouldn't be calling family?
Might be calling family, but I wouldn't be.
The testimony
Googling
was
and
that
doing
Rogan
stuff.
was family.
If you ask a question, if you want him to answer, you have to give him an opportunity to answer. Proceed.
He didn't
I would
really
not
step
be
on his
Googling
answer
and doing
there.
Other things with my phone, no.
You think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering the phone because he was in shock?
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
And you believe that calling family and calling someone that the prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes. Given the fact that you just arrived to the scene, yes.
He didn't just arrive to the scene. He's been talking to 911. He's waiting for people to show up, right? Like, he's on the phone
and
for
had just arrived
10 minutes
to the scene, had actually been there at that point, 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
Thank you.
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to help my loved ones.
To help they're dead. Anything you could at this point is finding out who the killer is. That's what I would follow up with. I would say, wouldn't the thing to do to be to find out who the killer is? Wouldn't that be the only way you could help your deceased son whose brain is at his feet?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are you gonna do? Put his head back on? Is that what you're supposed to do? Fucking idiot.
Get out the super glue.
Let's explore that.
Back to Maggie's phone. Her screen was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right? That last orientation change.
Let's flip back to it. You said her screen was on?
Yes.
You said? Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
Joseph says, why is he asking the cop to speculate at all?
Between 9:06
Because the
and 12
cop
seconds
sounds
and 9:06 and
ridiculous.
20 seconds.
That'd be my understanding given previous testimony. Correct.
They want to
And
point
in
out
this
that they have
period,
developed a crazy
9:02
narrative here.
to 9:06 and 47 seconds. Alex Murdaugh is walking, I think, 283 steps in that time period.
In that timestamp period, correct.
Yeah. But her phone is not. No one's walking with her phone, correct?
The phone is not logging any kind of steps. I don't know if someone's walking with it, but it's not logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alex Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53
yes.
to 8:55.
And at 9:06 and 14 or 15 seconds, Alex Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
So he calls her phone while walking. We're in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time. He could have stopped walking a couple
It's a
seconds.
cell
couple
phone you can
minutes
call
into
while
it.
walking. It's okay.
It doesn't give us that precise
That's
data.
the whole purpose.
You don't have to be combative on this stuff.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban, starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
I'm not sure when exactly he got in the car or how long he was sitting in the car before, but this is what the timestamps show, and this is what the vehicle start time shows, and the end time for the steps.
So his phone is stepping, walking, while he calls Maggie's phone, which is moving, but not stepping with him. Is that what the data shows?
That's your inference on the data.
No, it's not. It's a question.
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps, correct?
Unknown when there is steps during that period.
His phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not in any period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone in this time period where the phone call's coming in, 9:06, 12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes, and you said it, but his phone says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
That is correct, but you can see during the 911 call too that there's times where someone could be stopped, someone could be walking. So we don't know if he stopped at 9:05:15 and did the orientation changes.
You
and he's
don't
right out the
know.
car. I don't know that.
We
Do
don't
we
know
we'll put this, do we have any evidence
that her phone moved at all.
that her phone and his phone ever moved together? Not speculation, but evidence showing that they're moving together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
Moving together, like physically moving, or functioning in like.
Yes, that they're both moving. The same person is carrying both phones. They're moving at the same time.
I would argue that between 9:06:12 and 9:20, that the same person has both phones.
How?
Because there's an orientation change and no steps on this phone.
You have an
Steps on this phone.
you have an orientation change starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone.
What?
During that time period.
That's
And would it
ludicrous.
perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alex Murdaugh, and it gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Why would that explanation be less fair than what you just said, based on the data?
Based on the data.
So how you interpret the data.
This right here shows you that cops do not give a shit about the truth. He is not
No.
trying to get to the truth. He is
He's
trying,
trying to prove
put-
Alex guilty.
On the
He's
drive
literally
to
saying
Alameda and
it's
back
more
without
likely
taking
that
any
someone is
detours
calling
from
themselves
the route.
and holding the phone, even though there's no data
not
to
that I can
support
see.
that, than that someone else has the phone and receives the call.
The route matched up with
This pisses me
interviews.
off. I'll be right back.
And in your timeline, we occasionally see
He's going to get a
these,
drink.
like this infotainment systems coming on, but nothing else happening.
I don't blame him.
The prior testimony was that even the FBI engineer doesn't know why that is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. He said it could be, you get close to the vehicle. Sometimes when I don't know if you newer GM vehicles, you get close to it and you can kind of hear a little buzzing noise. It's almost like the system's booting up. That's how he described it to me. Could be the key fob being close. It could be the car unlocking, locking.
Well, sir, if you
or
owned a BMW
don't know
X4,
what
you would
actually
know
caused
that's
it.
exactly what happened.
It's just booting up and running in the background.
Thank
When
you,
were
Natalie.
looking at the sort of going in and out of park data, did you look at the data for other days than June 7th?
I did
In
not.
fairness to Nick, his direct
So
made me
you
break
would
my
know
week of
whether on
sobriety.
other days there are periods in which it seems to go in and out of park repeatedly in a short period of time?
I would not.
You wouldn't know if that happened on 6/4, 6/5, or also 6/6.
I would not know. I was focused in on June 7th, 2021.
Would looking at those other days and seeing the same thing happen inform your interpretation of seeing it going in and out of park on 6/7?
I was just looking on the day of the murders.
I mean, if it did that every single day, would it seem unusual to also do it on 6/7?
That'd be a question for Mr. Fakowski, who actually
Mr.
looks at that
Fakowski,
data
yeah.
as a
Would it?
profession. It would.
He's going to make inferences about behavior based on the data, or is he just going to say what the data is?
You can say what the data is, but I wouldn't know an inference. I don't know someone's driving pattern and how they shift. And
Well, you would if you had
How
the
would I know
data.
And he would.
but how would I know that?
Well, the question really is, if it happens every day, is there anything unusual about it happening on 6/7?
A period of days is not every day. You'd have to look at I would assume a wide range of days to get.
How many?
I don't know.
If it happened every day for the preceding 3 days, would that be enough?
Every day is a new day. I would not,
Okay,
something could
thanks,
happen
sober
different on a different day.
companion.
I mean, I don't know how you could compare that data. You go different places, you do different things happen during drives. I don't think you could accurately show that.
Boy, this guy's wife's boyfriend must be really upset with his performance. You're letting down the household, man. Go
This
scrub my
defense
shorts.
attorney he's very good. I mean, he is
You
very
were,
good. He's
you
very
showed
calmly
towards the
doing
end some
this.
text messages, and one of them seemed to make a reference regarding possible drug use. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was dated May 6th.
Do you have it? Do you have the copy pulled out? Are you referring to the text from Paul?
Yes, I am.
To Alex. Okay. I have May 6, 2021 at 10:52.
And then there was some Google searches by Maggie Murdaugh.
That is correct.
Are you aware of a text from Alec regarding pills to Maggie on May 7?
I would have to see the text.
Show you what's been marked as defense 138, which I believe.
Yep. I am very sorry that I do this all to you. I love you. Yep.
No objection to the exhibit, Your Honor. All right, offer what's been marked as defendants 138.
Let's admit it.
Hold on.
You know, in his mind, this defense lawyer thinks he's like the character in a Frank Frazetta poster.
So this is Mr. Murdaugh's
With a tomahawk in each hand, bare-chested, leather straps, blood. I will slay this witness.
I can only assume this
Chained
is
women
from
in plate mail
Alex
bikinis
to
stretched
Maggie.
at his
The text
feet.
message I read was from Paul to Alex.
What is best
This
in
man was
life?
aware
To
of
hear
the
the
drug
lamentations of the state's witnesses.
correct. I mean, from the text.
I would assume
watch
from
my
the text.
wife
And he was
bang
aware
other
that they were
men.
aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day.
It's in a text
From what I
message. It's
saw.
a voicemail.
So I don't know unless you have what she sent back.
She didn't. He didn't
Can't
send this.
ask
It's a
them. I don't know if they
voicemail. He
were
called.
Loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Shut up, Nick. He's not an expert.
I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages.
Uh-oh. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages. RSU NINV says this witness needs a bite pillow. Ooh.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Direct.
You and who's our
Please,
May?
court.
You and who's our May says, Nick, question. Two people try to shoot each other at the same time with no discernible provocation, like in the Wild West. Would they try them both in the same trial or separately? Asking for a friend, I'll hang up and listen. There'd be separate trials, I would think. I mean, it's two separate crimes. One's trying to shoot one person, the other's trying to shoot a different person.
I mean, they presumably they both survived the experience, so you can't try the dead guy. So
right.
If they're both alive, it's attempted murder by each of them.
You made that sound easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, have to go to the jury room for a short break.
Yeah, but the only way you could combine that trial or combine criminal charges are when the nexus of events towards the same crime matches for all the parties involved. So when you had the dumpster defenders, they're both charged with murder of the same guy at the same time over the same set of facts. The only difference being which, fact applies to each one at that particular moment, but the overall instance is the same thing. Two people are shooting at each other. It's attempted murder one way and attempted murder a different way. That's two completely different fact sets. Because presumably you would be arguing justification or whatever for each of those gunshots, and they would have separate arguments for justification, separate facts surrounding it.
Yep. Plus, they hate each other. They don't want to be co-defendants.
Yeah.
Each one is trying to throw the other under the bus. I mean,
exactly. And if they're, if they both have really good lawyers, both of them do throw the other one under the bus and both of them walk away scot-free. They're both justified.
They both argue self-defense.
Could be. You could both be justified. For sure.
Yes. Yeah, we've talked about that a whole bunch of times. It's perfectly reasonable and possible for two people to have equal justifiable claims of self-defense. It's just typically one of those people ends up dead and isn't charged and doesn't have to deal with that. So that witness is a disaster. I mean, frankly, he should be a disaster. His testimony is not good for the state. I'm kind of curious how they're going to rehab this guy on redirect.
They're just going to talk through the data again. They're going to do the same kind of page flipping numbers recitation they did on direct. It's all they have.
I hope we get another picture of Paul and Maggie at the end. Very relevant data of those pictures of them to remind us.
Rest in peace written on it in crayon.
Yeah. Oh, what a mess. I love they bring
this guy was just, his testimony was literally not credible, right? The last thing he'd do as an investigator is investigate. He'd be spending his time taking care of his loved ones whose brains are blown out all over the floor and ceiling.
So fucking stupid to say this.
He doesn't know what direction a car headlights point at, whether it's from the front of the vehicle or not. I mean, this is simply not credible, purely argumentative.
He doesn't know how the car ended up, Andrew. He could have gotten there and turned 90 degrees. I mean, he could have just done that because he could have power slid into that position.
Right.
That's actually what he was doing.
The Suburban. Yeah. Hey, how close did he park to Maggie? Well, he didn't park on her. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Didn't park on her.
I didn't ask if he ran her over. I asked if he was at all near her. Would the headlights have seen her? Yeah. So you walk, picture the scene. And again, the jury hopefully is doing this same thing. The guy drives up to the kennel. Mind you, he texted his wife that he was leaving to go see his mother about an hour prior. He doesn't hear back from her at all. He calls her again on the way home. He texts her, "Call me, babe," on the way home. He still doesn't get a response. He drives home kind of fast. He might actually be worried about what's going on because it's been almost an hour. It's 48 minutes when he texts her, "Call me, babe." He's driving fast on the way home. He goes straight to the house. He goes inside the house, and his wife and son, who have not responded to him, are not there. He doesn't know what to do now. Like, he doesn't know where they are. So he goes to the last known place. And as he's driving up, his lights are going to fall across two slumped over bodies laying on the ground. Paul's and Maggie's, his son and his wife. If this guy does not kill them, you have to imagine the horror going through his head as his potential worst fears have been realized. Why am I coming home? No one is answering me. I don't know what's going on. I know Paul, that retard, probably left his phone, run out of batteries or whatever, but Maggie always answers me. I mean, this is way too long to go without her saying what? Without her bitching about me being gone. Like, you invited me over and you went to your mom's house and abandoned me here. Like, some kind of response doesn't happen. So he drives up and you see the lights go across the bodies. And we're supposed to like start going, well, maybe he turned his car sideways and so he wouldn't have seen them. And it's like, so then he gets out of his car and he takes 20 seconds going over to these bodies to dial 911. And they're like, well, he couldn't have checked them. Well, what check did he do? We don't have any testimony about the level of investigation he did. I think he says he touched them. He might have tried to turn Paul over or lift him or something, but it didn't work. And I don't know, flipping over like a 170-pound body isn't easy to do. It's just dead weight. It's sitting there.
Well, all you do is see his face, roll him a bit, see the back of his head and go, Jesus. And that's,
that's it.
Oh, that's his brain there, by the way.
Yeah, sometimes dead people just look dead, folks. It's not a big mystery, especially with this kind of trauma. And this cop can't even explain why his inference consistent with guilt is more reasonable than inference based on the same facts consistent with innocence. It just is. It just is, because he just wants Alex Murdaugh to be guilty.
And remembering that his inference consistent with guilt is that you have two of the exact same model phones, two iPhones, both presumably being held by the same person as they're moving. One of them logging steps, the other one not logging steps. One of them making a phone call to the phone in the other hand, who then points the phone to look at it as if he doesn't know who's calling. That is the reasonable inference of this investigator, is that he calls Maggie's phone and then looks at it to see why it's ringing. This is chronically idiotic for a mastermind killer. if he's calling the phone for an alibi, he slaps this thing in his pocket and he presses call, and then he definitely doesn't look at it. Because why would he? He knows why it's buzzing. He doesn't have
I'd be nervous it was capturing an image of my face. I mean, it has face recognition.
And again, he has thought through, I was talking about this at lunch. If you go with the state's theory, he has thought about everything. He has thought about dropping off this phone. He's thought about leaving his phone at home so it doesn't log him going to the kennels. He has thought about the OnStar so that he only drives his truck. He doesn't drive his truck down to the kennels to murder them and then drive it back to the house. He drives his truck only to go see his mother. He's planned out an alibi to his mother that he knows that her Alzheimer's riddled brain won't remember. Only the housekeeper is going to be there to testify that he showed up and laid on the bed for a little bit, looked at his phone, and then left. He has figured out everything about this murder. Except he's gonna look at the phone as it rings because he's not sure if he's calling it. And that is more plausible. That is a more reasonable explanation than someone else has the phone when he calls his wife and it goes bzz, bzz, and they look at it. Okay. I mean, I guess you just can't tell us why that's more reasonable. No one can. I would posit because that's insane.
Bring the jury.
Sport Nugget
Bring
says
the jury.
On the recorded phone call yesterday, Alex said he met Eddie handling a case given to him by his father. Maybe providing drugs for the law firm was the family business. Entirely possible, by the way. Alec had been allegedly doing these financial crimes for a decade. It's quite possible that he would have learned them from a predecessor. And if you go with my supposition that members of the firm were in on it, I mean, he's just the next guy in line to do this for the firm, that they're all skimming, they're all taking stuff. I don't know. I'm just posing an alternative theory, but that's the job of defense. What's the alternative possibility? And then is it reasonable? Oh my gosh.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Special Agent Rudolski, a couple matters I have up on the screen. This is from your cast slides from the defendant's trip coming back from Alameda. Is that right?
That's correct.
He's so happy that this guy's questioning him
next
again.
Slide.
They're back to the slides, right? Yeah. Told you.
This is the trip. What was the max speed the defendant hit on this trip back from Alameda back to Moselle? Approximately.
I believe it was around 70.
This is he always does this.
Sorry,
He just
for
repeats the
trip
direct.
back to Moselle. That would have been around 80.
80?
Yep. Previous
And
one was around 70.
Did the data, while he was still at Alameda, did it reflect that the vehicle paused for a period of time in the driveway before continuing?
It did.
And would that pause affect that average speed that you calculated?
It would.
In that time?
It would.
That's what you're focused on? Is the obvious minute and a half discrepancy that is explained by the pause?
To, page 22.
That's the
of your
focus?
condensed timeline.
Okay.
Tina Lewis says, I don't know about anyone else, but for me, it would take several seconds for my brain to register what my eyes are seeing.
Up at the top.
While battling thoughts of this can't be real or is it, followed by what the hell am I seeing?
Time period, the data reflects that Maggie Murdaugh's backlight was off.
It shows from 9:07 p.m. to 9:31:44 p.m.
And during the entirety of that time period, does the data reflect that her phone was also locked?
It does.
Could turn to page 18.
How much you want to bet this guy becomes an instant expert on cell phones and everything else now?
Now he's willing to make all kinds of inferences.
He'll have no hesitation.
From 8:53 to 8:55, what does the data reflect? Any steps logged on Maggie's phone?
The data reflects Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone shows 59 steps logged.
Can the data tell who was holding that phone during that time period?
It does not, no.
If you could turn to page 39, please.
The reasonable inference is that it's Maggie. That's actually the reasonable inference about who's holding the phone during those steps. In the absence of any other theory supported by data.
What happens, if anything, on Paul's phone?
Paul's iPhone, it shows display on, screen auto lock.
Screen auto lock?
That is correct.
What is your understanding again of auto lock?
My understanding of auto lock, so the phone is already locked, but it's just an automatic feature that when the screen turns on, it just auto locks. It just logs it as auto locks, even though it's already locked.
Could that be from not recognizing?
Wait, how would you know that? You're not the expert.
Either a face or, pushing the button on the side, but yeah.
I would object to this. He's testified over and over that he's not an
After
expert.
that screen on auto lock on Paul's phone at 10:20:08. Very next entry at 10:21:25.
Alex calls Rogan. So at 10:20:08, we have that screen on and auto lock, and at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan Gibson.
In preparing this timeline here today for the jury and for this investigation, what was your specific job with that timeline?
Specific job was just to take all the data that we collected throughout this whole investigation and put it in one concise document.
Oh, then you got to attack that statement. But you left out data, didn't you?
That is correct.
From multiple
You admitted
sources.
earlier
Multiple
that it's not
sources.
there.
Provided to you by experts.
That is correct.
Thank you, Special Agent Dawson.
Anything further?
I think there was some question was asked about peak speeds to and from Moselle.
Oh, really?
Did you look to see if he passed anyone on the way there or back?
What do you mean passed anyone?
What?
Like
What do you mean?
A vehicle?
Like
Yes,
went
that his car
past
passed
someone.
on a vehicle on a two-lane road.
I don't know how I'd be able to tell that with this data.
So you don't know if a very fast peak speed was simply gunning it past another car?
I do not.
Is it reasonable to think that it might have been?
But at that late night hour, I would think that'd be with
Now he's comfortable
area,
speculating.
not a lot
Yeah.
of people out.
I mean, that's just total speculation. You don't know if there's another car. out
Just
there or
like
not.
yours is total speculation that he passed someone.
You don't
That'd be
know.
correct. Yep, I do not know.
You don't know if there are any other cars out there to pass. You don't know if he was passing another car. You just don't know, do you?
I do not, just like with your first question.
And you also don't know why Paul's phone, the screen came on those two times at 10:18 and 10:20, do you?
I do not physically know.
Physically?
That
Why would you
second
physically
time that
know?
the phone came on
Doesn't even make sense.
was at that moment, Alec was actually on the phone with John Marvin, correct?
At what time?
The second time that the phone came on, 10:20, and I believe it was 8 seconds.
So at 10:20 and 8 seconds, that's when we have the display on. And at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan.
And at 10, when the display comes on, at that very second, Alex Murdaugh was on the phone, his phone, with John Marvin, correct?
If you do the math, I believe so, correct.
Do the math.
And this was also during a period
Look at
in which,
times?
according to his phone, he's walking around, though again, we don't know if he was walking that exact second. But it's during a period of steps,
During a
correct?
period, correct.
Walking around on the phone with John Marvin.
I do not psychologically know the answer to that question.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the answer different if you don't do the math?
Liberty and Freedom Mindset says $59,980 left on that car mod. Love the stream. Keep calling out the state's BS.
From
Oh
state.
no.
Your Honor, as discussed, we request a very brief recess for housekeeping matters.
We just had a break.
You literally just had a break. Judge is processing right now.
All right, the housekeeping matters are noted. Any further witnesses by the state?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
State rests for housekeeping matters.
The housekeeping matters, and then, yes, at that point, the state would formally rest. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for another break. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow.
Finally.
Dan the welder says, just got my order from the T-Man, Nick. She'll put this based bastard's product. It's absolutely great, and he's absolutely insane. Perfect place for all of us degens. Yes, the dragonstreasure.com. Great tea. Great product. Good dude. Not great. I mean, he's okay. Just kidding. Just check him out.
If you're going to be teabagged by a guy, get teabagged by him.
Yeah. At least it'll be delicious.
So what type of housekeeping matters do you have?
I just wanted to do, as my practice is just one final exhibit check, make sure that there was nothing missed. It will just take a moment, Your Honor.
He's going to discover some more, OnStar data?
Why didn't you
The Department
do
of
this
Defense
during
has
the
produced
break?
GPS. It's so crazy.
Why didn't you just? This doesn't need to be.
Motion that we will make. I mean, perhaps we could do it while the jury's out, but then he can formally.
That's why I did it in a manner in which I did it. We'll do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
They're going to make motion for a judgment of acquittal. They're going to lose the motion horrendously. There's no way this judge will do a judgment of acquittal. So a judgment of acquittal is a judicial determination. As a matter of law, the state has not presented an adequate case to bring charges. They've not presented a fact question necessary for a jury to answer that would lead to guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This prosecution has brought forth so much evidence that it's almost impossible to consider a judge would not. Oh, God.
That's some hair.
Ew. They've brought forth so much evidence that there's no way this judge would have a judgment of acquittal in the books. And plus, we've seen how he's treated the defense so far. I just can't see that happening.
Nope.
But I do want to say, as far as our poll, which has 8,161 votes, we have 80% not guilty for Alex and 19% guilty for Alex. So there you go. Let me read some more of these chats as we go through. Doc Salty 96, I read that one. Coney Upstate says, every time a witness says they completed a course, ask them how do they know how well they scored and could they have passed with a D- score. Synapse says, I step out for a whole week because of work and now they bring the topic of a timeline. Holy. Jonathan Riggins says, I made it to the trial yesterday. Gallery was around 70 female, 20 male, average age is 40 to 60. Every person I talked to believed he was guilty, stole money, and lied about being at the kennels equals guilty to them. Valwraith says, yeah, he is a horrible person. How does that relate to Paul and Maggie's offing? Picklington says, for all the latest in YouTube commentary, community Spurg drama, please consider @NowRecording on YouTube. Thanks, Nick. Hey, you're welcome. Entropy Denied says, watch them say he was going faster than usual to his mother's place, which of course implies he was guilty. Yeah, well, no, it was worse. It was faster than usual going home, which implied he was guilty. And that was just silly. I love that he asked the guy, he's like, okay, so he hits this one data point of 80 miles an hour. How long was he at 80 miles an hour? Well, I don't know. You didn't check? You didn't check the dot before and after? Because if he's what he was getting to at the end there, and they'll have their own expert who's reviewing this OnStar data, so they'll get to make their own timeline or their own, I guess, version of the events. But if he's at 65 and then 2 seconds later he's at 80 and then 4 seconds after that he's back at 65, then what he's just done is pass someone. I mean, that would be the obvious inference. And those data points exist, but the state didn't present what the data around that 80 mile per hour mark was. We don't know why they didn't do that, but presumably
I can't count the times I've been listening to music or doing something. You look down at the speedometer, you go, oh, shit, guess I'm going a little fast. Better slow down again.
Yeah, especially if you're listening to metal.
Yeah.
Kevin Dorr says Murdaugh paid $5 for the Moselle property from a family friend. Nice to have friends. Big Rig 0485 says this dude seems to be guilty of everything except murder. Exactly says I thought the phone was half a mile in the other direction. That's what had been like indicated at the beginning, or maybe I misunderstood. It's probably my fault for thinking that. But Jules Buddha says they're going to claim when he slowed down or stopped to toss wife's phone at the location like he did with the knife. That isn't actually what they ended up claiming at all, and that's not supported by the data, so that's interesting. I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking that'd be the damning OnStar data, is around the wife's phone's landing place. They would have had him slowing down specifically to maybe 10 miles an hour or even stopping and pulling over, but none of that happened. The Z-Man says, can we get the speed limits on those roads to compare his speed? That seems pretty relevant. It was 55 miles an hour on the road where he was going 80. Oh, here we go.
Cell phone timeline to come up with a time of death without any actual evidence of time of death. And there is no direct and frankly circumstantial evidence presented that the defendant shot and killed his wife Maggie or son Paul. As the evidence established, the murderer would have had blood and biological material on him or her. The murderer would have had blood on his or her clothing. The murderer would have murder weapons. The murderer or murderers would have evidence of disposing of murder weapons on property or vehicle. And there's no evidence that Alex Murdaugh had any of this. He had no blood from the brutal murder of his son Paul. He had no DNA from Paul on his clothing in an area where you would expect to find it if he had shot his son, which he did not. There's no GSR on his clothing or clothes that is inconsistent with Alec holding a shotgun for protection. The state has proven at most that he was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. The state does not have proof of time of death. The state does only have proof of when the last time Paul and Maggie used their phones. Most importantly, and as I mentioned earlier, the law is clear. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to establish guilt. Although, to be equally clear, Alex Murdaugh was not at the scene of the crime at the time his wife and son were murdered, and there's no evidence that he was. And for that reason, we move for a directed verdict.
Yes, sir. By the state.
Why are you even asking if you're going to deny
Looking
it?
at the evidence that's been presented by the state, first of all, without detailing every bit of evidence, there's been ample evidence of motive evidence presented in this particular case. The years of embezzlement and theft and the exposure, very significant exposure that the defendant was facing as June the 7th approached, would include the loss of a job, the loss of a career, the loss of his bar license, the loss of years of wealth, the potential
months later
to lose everything, in his own words. You've heard evidence about a confrontation June 7th on those matters that very day, as well as the boat hearing that was upcoming and the effects that would have. Also heard extensive evidence of the defendant's financial condition on that day as it moved forward. Also evidence, Your Honor, of his ongoing narcotics addiction and how those particular things were relevant to
it's all character evidence
as it related to the victims. There's been evidence, and again, as Your Honor is aware, the evidence must be taken in the light most favorable to the state. That family weapons were used to murder Maggie and Paul. You've heard evidence from the
evidence of that
mouth about a missing shotgun. Of course, we have extensive evidence about the missing blackout, that being the replacement gun. Of course,
what does that have to do with anything?
The defendant claimed that was missing at Christmas time, but there was evidence from Will Loving that gun was present and being used, including at the side of the house as late as turkey season, just a couple months prior to the murders. And that from the firearms expert, that the cases found around Maggie's body were cycled through the same weapon. The murder weapon cycled the same cases as weather cases that were found at the side of the house, consistent with what Will Loving testified, as well as at the shooting range across the street. You've additionally heard that the same exact brand and weight of ammo that was used to kill Maggie was found throughout the property, as well as the same buckshot and birdshot ammo as well. There's been evidence presented by the state as to the defendant's trip to Alameda and his interaction with Shelley Smith.
after the murders, as well as the bringing the raincoat in. Additionally, that he left and moved his dad's truck in the four-wheeler, and that the raincoat contained high levels of GSR. There's been evidence presented in this particular case inconsistent with the defendant's statements to law enforcement, multiple changes of clothes that particular day, as well as evidence from Blanca that the clothes that he was wearing in the Snapchat video were never seen again, as well as the fact that the earlier clothes that he was wearing were not seen either. You have evidence that
were any clothes he was ever wearing seen again?
That, he was unaware that Maggie was coming to Moselle, or he did not ask for that, but you've heard evidence from multiple sources, including a text message that he specifically asked the victim to be present on that day. Your Honor, he was found in possession of a shotgun that cannot be excluded as a murder weapon that also had Maggie's blood on it. And then, of course, Your Honor, we have
cannot be excluded is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Phone and other digital evidence, and I don't need to reiterate the last witness, but that's been presented from multiple witnesses and multiple sources of a timeline. The defendant, of course, claimed that he was never at the scene, and the evidence shows, pursuant to the state's theory and reasonable inferences therefrom, that he was at the scene, contrary to what he told everyone who would listen.
He never claimed he was never at the scene. It was his property. He'd been there a million times.
Victims just minutes before, under the state's theory and a reasonable inference from the evidence, the victims were killed. Additionally, his conduct in the timeline after
you don't
that,
know when they were
there's
killed.
a number of reasonable inferences about that are consistent with the defendant's guilt. And
it literally could have been killed minutes before he arrived.
That is the summary. Happy to address the timeline more, but I know that Your Honor just heard it in great detail.
Tom Grawl asks, have you had smoke
There's
wagon?
a motion for directed verdict that's made at the end of the state's case. The court is concerned with whether there is any evidence, either direct or circumstantial, which reasonably tends to prove the guilt of the accused, or from which the guilt of the accused may be fairly and logically deduced. In this case, we have had, is it day 20 now? I guess
that's why they went so long.
Direct and circumstantial evidence.
Wait, what direct evidence?
And the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence.
This is why the state dragged it out, so the judge would be able to say this. We've got 3 weeks of testimony.
Required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Cases can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two. At this stage of the proceedings, there's evidence to support a guilty verdict if it is believed by the jury.
What? Name one thing
Therefore,
that actually
deny the
supports a
motion for
guilty
a direct
verdict. Like, I know he's going to deny it, but what piece of evidence,
Ready
what
to roll
one
with the
thing
defense?
is actual evidence of guilt if a jury believes it?
Rock and roll, Your Honor.
Rock and roll. All right. Well,
He was reading that. He's had this prepared
bring
since
the jury
day
out.
one, just to read
Press
that,
out.
roll through it, and go on.
Let's say a jury believes that he was there on the Snapchat video at 8:44 p.m., which is
It's still not a crime scene.
right at closest 10 minutes prior to their estimated time of death. That's it. That's the only thing. How does that in any way show that he murdered anybody? I mean, it's an insane.
It's not a crime
theory.
scene until there's a crime. If you're there at the scene before there's a crime, you're not at a crime scene.
Especially if it's where you have every right, opportunity, and habit to be, which would be in your own, on your own property. Anywhere on your own property is not an unreasonable proposition unless you can show why it is.
And, let's
Like
see.
some
Bring the
toxic place or inside a pond.
There you go. Be seated, please.
Doug Murray says his hobby is moida. He'll eat a hamburger, then commit moida. Z-Man said, wait, here we go. Jules says, I'm confused. Was the phone traveling with him? The interesting thing about the phone is they cannot prove that it moved other than the fact that it was in one location, then in a different location. They don't know how it got to the other location. They don't know when it got to the other location. They don't know how fast it traveled. They don't know if it was carried in a pocket or in a vehicle.
Good.
They don't know if it was just
Madam
launched.
Lady.
They don't know if it was gingerly set down. They don't know if it was picked up by an animal and dragged over there.
How much you want to bet every state cross is going to ask the witness? Did you know about his financial crimes? Did you know about his drug use? Did you know about the boat case? Did you know about the roadside shooting? What do you know about that?
Call your first witness.
But you didn't really know Alex Murdaugh, did you?
All right. Coroner Richard Harvey, please.
We're opening up with a coroner. This is going to be strong evidence. Probably is my guess. This guy is going to challenge the medical examiner's testimony. He's going to suggest, I'm guessing here, 2 shooters, and then that the shotgun actually was an execution style shot at very near point blank range, if not point blank range, from the opposite side of the medical examiner.
You would, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell the last part.
Levi, the welder, says, Nick, I'm going to need you to stop.
Testimony. I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant Alex Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defense's turn.
Nick, I'm going to need you to stop commenting over this riveting testimony. It's bad enough they keep
My name
bringing
is
up murder
Richard
and
Harvey.
drugs in this financial trial.
And Mr. Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I am the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and
Wow.
briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to a hospital, any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility, is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So,
Why didn't the state call you?
Stashing a beard at one point.
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th year. So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And any time there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call. And basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. He says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but this is going to be yours.
Hey, Steve.
So you took, well, first, let me back up for just a second. Did you respond? And if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there. I arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30?
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30. You got on the scene at
11:04.
And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Did you process this scene? Did you have somebody did you take photographs or something?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the photographs in your file
Yes,
are
sir.
your photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SLED at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, I mean, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SLED had finished processing. Are those your folks or SLED or who, do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions to, I mean, how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern that we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence it's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. I think you gave them to SLED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine a time of death. Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from, it depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies, and I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check for is what they call rigor. And rigor is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So is it rigor or rigor? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it rigor.
I call it rigor, but so if you allow me to say rigor.
That's fine.
I've never said rigor. Was there rigor or rigor?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less than a couple hours?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that rigor should start developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand. Show me what you did, and you did it both for Paul and Maggie.
Oh my God!
Yes.
You gotta. I'm not putting my hand in your armpit.
See it. Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
Did you put your hand between their butt cheeks by any chance?
Those aren't
And
pillows.
they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No,
Okay, so
they were covered with a sheet initially when I got
right. So let's have you stand over
okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right.
whether it was left
Okay.
or right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And
Did he laugh?
that's one of the central
ticklish?
areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer.
Oh.
And in most cases, when you have
I
that,
knew they'd go butt cheek.
I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize the rectal thermometer.
I'm not
So
that kind of
I
guy.
stick my hands in their armpit, and like I say, I can get an idea. I mean, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie.
I did the same thing to Maggie.
But on her, he used the rectal thermometer.
And you concluded on your death certificate 9 o'clock.
It's strictly an estimation.
That's a guess.
It's a guess.
Okay, could have been 8:30.
Could have been 8:30.
Could have been 10 o'clock.
There were no witnesses there to tell me exactly what time this happened.
Do you carry a rectal thermometer to do specific measurements?
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll get it from fire rescue, the ambulance,
Uh-huh.
and I'll borrow theirs. And yes, I do rectal temps.
But you didn't do it on that.
But we didn't do it that night.
You looked a little excited to say that.
And that's the reason the
You
death
do
certificate
rectal
says
temps,
9
yeah.
o'clock.
Right. That was an estimation from.
Hey,
what
can I borrow your rectal
far
thermometer?
as the
Keep
warmth
it.
of
Just
the
keep it, dude.
Gonna take my temperature. No, that's the rectal one. What? Nothing. That's good.
I don't want it back. I'll buy another one.
Dana Love Zumba says Joe has obviously never driven on I-95S in Florida. Lol, you drive slower than 80 miles per hour at any time. Even cops will be flipping you off.
We understand each other. Your statement of 9 o'clock, it could have been 8 o'clock.
It could have been 8 o'clock.
Their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock.
Could have been.
Or any time in between.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Oh, wow, that was it? Damn. I was hoping they had more stuff about the
state.
shotgun shot. That must be a different person.
Who's
Coroner
this
should
guy?
probably examine this guy.
Mr. Harvey.
I've not seen him
you did
before.
Not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the
Correct.
area.
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think of ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're
Yes,
not necessarily
of course.
accurate.
That's correct. And it's also
No,
impacted
maybe
by
those
body
actually
weight.
are two different temperatures.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's the
Age,
problem.
Elderly
Yes, sir.
versus you,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And the weather.
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could
Mhm.
affect it.
that could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had
affect-
rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not hard.
both of their hairs were.
You don't want rain, dude.
As
It's
the hair
bad for the
would
state's case.
Okay. And all those are factors.
Rain would cool the
which
body down
reflect
faster.
What the actual time of
Make
death
it look like the
is.
time of death was later.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that
Stop
usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Correct.
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walk around.
Look how much
the
more
area, you got
straightforward and
close to
direct
that
this defense
particular
witnesses and the
Yes, sir.
state witnesses.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Nice of them to give that new attorney a shot.
2 questions. Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I do. I do have probably the times for that.
I didn't ask what time. I just asked if you remembered when it happened.
Just asked if you remember when it happened. The answer would be yes or no.
Oh my God. Jojo Miro says he is not parked on grass. It's gravel under the tree. The little driveway is wider and the GPS wobbles because the car isn't driving in any direction. Ryan Baudouin says, so if I drive faster at night with less cars on the road than I did in the morning, I guess I just murdered 2 people. Guilty as charged.
I did not see SLED on here, though.
Let me perhaps ask another question.
Okay.
Was Carlton County already there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there Carlton County detectives there?
Yes, sir. They're,
Okay. Did any of them talk to you about time of death?
no,
Did any of them ask you what your examination revealed?
no,
Did any of them ask you how you came to your decision of the time of death?
no, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yet another instance of the investigators not actually investigating.
Yes, sir.
Shailene Tyndall to the stand, please.
Shailene. I'm begging of you, please don't convict my man. Nicholas Starrow, union rep, labor law. Anyone who drives faster in the evening on empty roads when cops aren't around are guilty of double murder. We all know that, right? Ms. Jake says he travels that road every day. That's why he's confident to drive that fast.
And they already killed all the deer.
And he killed any people who might have walked out in front of him, too.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Shalane Tyndall, SHALANETINDAL.
Shaline.
Talked on the phone a couple times,
Yes, sir.
but we've never met, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. I appreciate you being willing to come here on such short notice today. I know you've got other things to do. So, where do you work?
I work for the Gallatin Sheriff's Office as public information part-time, and then for my full-time position, I work for the nonprofit blood organization, the Blood Connection, as the divisional logistics coordinator and calendar specialist.
She works for the Blood Connection. She's probably the killer.
I'm sorry.
Jesus.
So, back on June 7th and 8th of 2021, what was your job? What was your job back then with the
I was solely the public information officer of the sheriff's office at that time.
Carlton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to show you a document and see if you can identify.
This is the press release.
This. I think the easiest way to do that is.
They said the public didn't need to be worried.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Apologize, Your Honor. I've just gotten my.
We're going back 2.5 weeks into testimony to get back to that fact. So
I think this is the last witness of the day. I think the defense.
Yeah, I don't think
we're going to wrap up early today. I think. I guess it's not that early.
Of the Post and Courier publishing things of this nature, yes, but not strictly this document in question.
Okay, go to the second page. Now, does this, if you look halfway down the page, does that, there is a quote in here from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it accurate?
This quote was actually coordinated between SLED and us at the time. We received multiple inquiries from the media, and per the sheriff's standard protocol, anytime SLED is in charge of a case or investigation, it's standard procedure to reach out to them and coordinate something with them.
Okay, so the quote from you, this is on the morning, this is the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th. And the quote contained by you in here, we'll get how that was put together, but is it accurate?
The quote wasn't by me, it was a joint information from SLED and the sheriff's office.
Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe for further question. So, but you were part of the release of this statement.
Yes, it was a joint. Mhm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this in evidence.
No, could I look at it?
Ryan Baudouin says, I came home from the gym and I gun it at times at 9, 10, and 11 p.m. This is so wildly irrelevant. If I was a juror, I'd be laughing at these facts, wasting my time as a peer ludicrous. Aaron Large says he wouldn't speed if he was creating an alibi. Pra TV says, but what if he's passing a car? Yeah, very possible he was passing a car.
No, I have no objection. We have no objection to the quote,
but the article, I hadn't read the article. We just object to the rest of the article, and I think he's agreed with that.
I just want these two paragraphs.
Steve, I'm going to forward that email on to Nick. Look for an email, Nick.
Okay. As long as it doesn't reference a certain TV show.
No objection to what?
Her quote that she gave and not the rest of the article. We're in agreement on that, if Your Honor is.
Is that what you're offering?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have her publish 2 paragraphs in this story. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, this is a story in the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th, which would be the morning after the murders. So what I'd ask you to do is, it's in quotes, would you read this paragraph and this paragraph, publish it to the jury? This paragraph at this time, and then a paragraph right after that, okay? Take it. And would you slow down just a little bit for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, there is no danger to the public. The sheriff's office said, if information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public. Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions regarding the incident to SLED and the Colleton County Coroner's Office. A request for 911 audio recordings was denied due to the ongoing investigation.
What? I'm sorry, she went further than I am. That's okay. All right, now, so that statement was the public has nothing to worry about, right?
That's what it states, yes, sir.
Okay, now, let me ask you the process for this something like this getting released. You said SLED was involved?
Can you clarify exactly what you're asking?
Okay, so this.
You said
this
SLED was
statement,
involved.
At this time, there's no danger to the public. The sheriff's office said you would be the spokesperson for the sheriff's office.
Correct, but this was a joint statement released in coordination with SLED's PIO and us while we were waiting on an updated information to do an actual letterhead release.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is on that, who did you release? Were you the one making this release, or was SLED making? I mean, when I say, I'm talking about physically. How did the Post and Courier get this quote?
SLED and I, PIO at the time, coordinated multiple times through numerous phone calls. There's also emails. This was discussed over the phone due to them being the active agency on the case. But it did come from my email, but it was coordinated with SLED's PIO at the time.
Okay, so SLED signed off on this statement.
From what I understand from speaking with their PIO at the time.
I mean, you consulted with their, now PIO stands for?
Public Information Officer.
Public Information Officer.
Okay. So the Sheriff's Department has a Public Information Officer, you.
Yes, sir.
SLED has a Public Information Officer named?
At the time, I believe it was Tommy Crosby.
Tommy Crosby. Y'all talked and emailed?
On numerous occasions from the time of the incident on further.
And decided this was the statement that should be made?
When I coordinated with SLED's PIO, this is what was mentioned and this is what we had published.
Okay. And what you're saying is there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we'll immediately notify the public. Was there a subsequent release given?
After this statement that we put out?
Right.
Yes, there was a joint letterhead release. The initial, what the Post and Courier published was an actual statement. Later on, we actually published a release while we were waiting on additional information.
And that subsequent statement didn't indicate there was any danger to the public. It didn't change this position, did it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did SLED and the Sheriff's Department change its position and put out a statement saying, whoa, now there's something to worry about? Or did they just not mention this again?
When we did the updated release, that same information was also in the body that was sent over to SLED for their approval. Tommy Crosby had taken a moment to look at the release and later, I guess, decided that we took that out of the release and that it was what was published, excuse me.
So, but they never came back and said, there's something to worry about. They just took this language out.
Yes.
Okay. And SLED signed off on that.
We worked on this together, yes.
Okay, but it wouldn't have gone out if SLED hadn't said,
yes, sir.
Let it out, correct? I mean, you get information and then you shape it into a release here or subsequently that is digestible. Maybe that's the best way to put it. You're the wordsmith. You're the one that tries to make it make sense.
Yes, sir. Public information. We're not privy to investigations. We just receive details. And then we take those and turn them into paragraphs so the paper and anywhere in the media can print for layman's terms to be better understood by the public.
And I want to make sure I understand this. Any subsequent release never changed. Actually, I think you said the subsequent release said the same thing. At this time, there's no danger to the public. That didn't change, correct?
In the updated release that was sent out on letterhead, yes, that was removed.
That was removed.
Yes, sir.
But did they say there is a danger to the public? They never said that, did they?
No, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Interesting to contrast the defense witnesses and how factual and to the point and direct they are.
Yep.
That's the way state witnesses should be.
Right.
It's reversed.
Other question. In this story, your last name is Lowe.
Yes, sir. I got married since then. I guess somebody decided to like me.
Oh, that was adorable.
That was great.
Thank you.
I apologize for suggesting she got divorced.
I like her. She's a good witness. Straightforward, answers the point, no beating around a bush.
And she nailed down a man. Good for her.
She talks so fast he didn't know what he was agreeing to.
Right.
She's not saying it's not my job.
She talks 4 times the speed of every other person in this trial. Everybody else. Well, I put out a statement with the joint operations team from SLED and the sheriff's office.
No,
I'm happily married. I am not.
I'm just picking.
I just couldn't hear. What was the date of the second release that Mr. Harpoon? I honestly don't know.
Murder's funny.
Yes, ma'am.
The date of the second is the same date.
I apologize, Your Honor.
The date of the second.
The initial letterhead release.
He
was
realized
released
he
on
was
the
in
same
Me
date
Too
a few
danger.
hours after the initial statement.
So the one he was asking about second was the same exact statement, word for word, that was released early.
No, the second, what we initially put out at around, I think before 10 o'clock in the morning, we had received inquiries from Fitz News, News 4, and I believe the Post and Courier. So the initial statement that I coordinated with SLED was the what he was referring to. Afterwards, an updated letterhead release as additional information became available to us was coordinated with SLED that redacted that information.
And I'm just going to show you. Is this the document you're talking about here?
Let's see if the prosecution gets all touchy-feely with her.
And it's dated June 21st. Is that what you're talking about or not?
No, that is not.
Like how she immediately detected that he was trying to court her. Oh, I was just joking. Ha ha ha. Stay away.
Congratulations on your marriage. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Congratulations.
Anything
Oh, on
further?
your marriage. That's
Yeah.
Did you think that Mr. Meadows was proposing to you a moment ago?
Oh, no.
I don't know. I'm just picking.
No further questions. Thank you.
You may step down.
She's the weirdest testimony for a double murder trial.
so strange.
That was great. I got going. I wasn't strange. It's a little humanity. We need a little humanity in the case.
Her laugh hurt me physically.
No, she's wonderful. Don't pick on her.
Any
I'm not
additional
picking on
witnesses?
her.
It was good. It was good. It was
The
weird.
next
No.
witness would be extraordinarily lengthy. It's 4:30. I apologize to the jury and the court for not having somebody intermediate, but we just couldn't find anybody, not knowing when the state was going to rest.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for
Oh, yeah, baby.
the weekend. As you know, Monday is a holiday. We will not be here on Monday. We'll be back 9:30 Tuesday morning. I know it's a long holiday, but still do not discuss the case with anyone. And hope have a safe and happy holiday and a good weekend. And we'll see you all on Tuesday morning at 9:30.
All righty then.
All right, out of there, man.
All right. Hold on, let me take that down just in case. If they come back, or if like once the jury's gone, they're probably going to say something after the jury's gone. They almost always do, especially on Fridays.
Well, that was actually a very good witness to have for your last witness before a 3-day weekend. They all get to spend 3 days going, dang, that defense witness was sure likable.
Except when she laughed and blew the skin off everybody in front of her.
What's today? Okay, we'll see everyone next week.
There we go. So as a reminder to everybody, there is no trial on Monday due to President's Day. Of course, still have super chats to go through, Rumble rants, locals chats, all of that stuff. But before we do that, gentlemen, any keen, astute observations or anything you want to talk about from the day?
Well, I guess the defense kind of got, I don't know, maybe caught off guard in terms of timing about when the state was going to close because they were endless. But these first two witnesses were certainly nothing to write home about. I mean, the coroner with the armpit body temperature test, and then this newly married young lady who didn't really seem to have all that much to add. Apparently, they released 2 press releases the same day. One of them said, you don't have anything to worry about. The other one, they decided to take that language out.
Right.
But I'm hoping things to get spicy come Tuesday morning.
First of all, welcome to Uncivil Law and the Raiders, or his viewers, Raiders, whatever, however they call it on YouTube. Thank you for joining.
Rigers, I believe is pronounced.
The one thing I would say about the coroner, which I think is mildly, I don't know if it's super important, but it helps out with their overall theory, is that it extends the timeline of the time of death. It's like, again, going off the narrative, you cannot tell the time of death from the phone. Just because a phone stops working or stops being accessed, even if 2 phones stop being accessed around the same time, it does not mean that the 2 people died in that instant. And that is the state's theory, that they are both dead at the time that stops. They get a guy in there who says...
The one dead person expert, right? We have the medical examiner, the forensic pathologist, but she wasn't on the scene. She didn't see the bodies till much later. The one guy in the scene who has any kind of expertise in time of death is this guy.
Right.
As weird as his techniques may be.
Right. He estimates 9:00, but he also admits on the stand, it could really be any time between 8:00 p.m. and 10:00 p.m. We know it's not any time before, well, we can strongly infer it's not any time before that 8:54 time that they've talked about. So we know it's sometime after then, but it could be as much as an hour later. And I was bringing this up earlier. For all anyone knows, Paul and Maggie could have been shot as he's driving back from his mother's house. I mean, they could have been killed at almost 10 p.m. The only thing we have to go on for any time of death is the fact that phones stop being accessed around 8:54 p.m. And it could be at any point after that. They could be held at gunpoint. They could simply have put their phones down to go do something else. They could be engaged in some sort of spat between each other. Really any number of things. Someone could have approached the house and then left. We have no idea what could have happened. A hog could have come by and Paul could have tried to shoot it. We know they had a hog problem out on the farm. You know, anything could have happened. Now, I'm not saying that anything did happen. It's just this big window of time where the state needs it to be all front loaded towards the closest point in time for their theory to make sense, because that's where they can pin Paul there. And they know if the closer it gets to 9:02 p.m., that's when he gets back to his phone, which is presumably at the house. The further he has to travel approximately a quarter mile to a third of a mile or whatever to get from the kennels to the house. The closer it gets to 9:02, the less and less likely it is that he has made it there. And so that's their job right now, is to extend that timeline. So I think that's kind of useful. I mean, I don't think it's super helpful, but it certainly furthers their theory of the case that, you know, this death really could have happened at any point after 8:54, and we don't know when it is. So that's all I got. What's up, Kurt? How you doing, buddy?
Not much. I just want to know if you're courting me, Nick.
Well, it depends on my prospects.
I have a little thought.
Uh-oh.
I know. Occasionally they come. And that is, I think Alex is going to testify.
It seems incredibly dangerous because obviously the judge has already let in all the financial stuff. So it seems like a valid question.
But that's why he might.
Every single financial question
What's he have to lose?
And apparently over the past 2 days, which I missed, he effectively has made admissions to all of the financial shenanigans to investigators over the phone, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but
So
now it's sworn testimony in court. So I mean, it's
already done. It's already over.
He's cooked. Yeah.
He's cooked. He's going to have to admit it. So why not take the stand? I'd put him on the stand. If I was in this position and all that crap's in, everything's in, put him on the stand.
They've gotten literally everything in now. They've got the roadside shooting. They've got the whatchamacallit, the drug habit. They've got the financial crimes. They've got the speeding violation, which is the most egregious to me, going 80 miles an hour in a 55. I mean, he should be killed for that alone.
Here's an idea, and you're the defense appellate specialist, so you tell me. Assuming that you had a viable argument that the judge erred in letting in the financial stuff that he's done, would the defense calling him to the stand moot that issue for the appeal so that you would lose the appellate issue?
I don't think so, because this is a defense case in chief and it's in response to the admission. So you can argue that you were forced into the position of him having to testify to rebut all of the allegations and everything else. So I don't think so. Of course, you never know what happens behind closed doors in appellate courts, and they can rubber stamp it and not have to explain anything all day. But I don't think they would hang their hat on that if they wrote an opinion and wanted to shut you down. I don't think that's the basis. So I don't think that's a danger appellate wise, but it's a consideration. But you got to do, the thing is that a good appeal is worth nothing. You got to win at trial. And so as a trial attorney, you have to look at it and say, what's my best opportunity? And I think that jury's going to want him to get up there and cry his eyes out. I would never have killed my loving wife and son. And I didn't do that. Yes, I'm a bad guy. Yes, I've got that. And also remember, from everything that we know, he's Mr. Charmer. So he's going to get up there and he's going to seem real credible. He's going to be a great witness, and he's going to know how to go to toe-to-toe with these idiot prosecutors.
Yeah, it seems like a gamble to my mind, but you might be right in the end. I mean, it's a strategic calculation, like many things are. You might be right.
I just get that sense from the way that the defense is unfolding their case. I think they're going to put him on last, and he's going to explain everything, and he's going to be like, "I'm sin." Well, who is it? Jimmy Swaggart.
Jimmy Swaggart. Yeah.
I sinned before, but I did not kill my wife. I think it might be a powerful way to end your case. And then he's already the sympathy factor. We've got people in the chat that are saying they feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. He's even if he's the killer, having to go through this trial is painful.
I just want to
say that you should show mercy on me because I'm a widower. That's good.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I just want to say I fronted this theory over a week ago. Once things started coming in, I was like, you know what? I think maybe the stand might be taken. Maybe it's not as bad in this case. Once the financial crimes came in, it became more and more like, I just think that the other thing you've got to remember is, though I know everybody will say that everyone hates Alex Murdaugh, and the gallery all hates him and everything. This is still, by all accounts, an exceedingly charming man who is very charismatic, who's very good with people. I mean, we know that from all the testimony from, first of all, everybody who's testifying likes him, testifies that everybody likes him. We also know that they've testified that he's able to get unexpectedly good settlements that other lawyers are not expected to get. Simply
Better
by
lawyers.
by sheer force of personality, he is settling cases. Or you could say by political pressure, but I just don't, I mean, I get that his family is powerful, but I think a lot of it has to do when you're talking about settling civil cases. Power helps, but also just being a charming individual really, really can make negotiations move through really quickly. So if he's able to do that, then the risks that you have to mitigate of him going and taking the stand when he's got nothing to lose on the financial crimes, because he's already going to lose on the financial crimes, that much seems apparent. He's made admissions to all that. He's admitted to the drug stuff. In fact, I think they've maybe even curbed the damage, that the prejudicial damage of that, by saying he's admitted to it. He went to rehab. He contacted investigators to make these statements. Like, he did this because, he knew he was guilty on the other stuff, and he can get up there and
clean.
say,
right. Once he was clean and of sound mind. Ironically enough, it's only because the state got in the roadside shooting stuff that they played that phone interview with the police, in which he just confesses outright, very openly, about all the financial stuff. That was my big hesitation. If he takes the stand, sure, we all know he's guilty of the financial stuff, but if he hasn't admitted it, they still fight it out in court. But now we know, because they played that 911 call from rehab, that he just confessed to everything. And if that's the case, what's the damage from taking the stand here?
Here's a crazy theory. Let's get into Grisham novel territory. He takes the stand. He makes a bunch of admissions on the financial crimes, gets acquitted on the murders, works out an immunity deal to turn in the drug dealers, and potentially information on the actual motivated killers. With that, he protects Buster with some witness protection, and he agrees to restitution as part of his immunity deal, sells his properties, liquidates any remaining assets, even potentially turns over trust funds, and pays restitution back to his victims. That's the banger. That's how you go out on this.
Exactly. You got Nick. Exactly. Exactly. That you just nailed it. Because if you beat the murder charge and you make the victims whole somehow, and it looks to me there's a lot of flexibility.
And then he starts a YouTube channel on personal injury litigation.
We can bring him on. He could be
1 million followers.
He's welcome on my panel anytime. He's not welcome in my presence, though. But at least not around guns. I think that'd be hilarious. What an ending that would be. But there's a crazy theory where that works out. But you got to beat the murder charges, and then what are they going to? They go after the financial stuff. But we know that the kids have already been made whole with a judgment of $6 million or something, presumably paid out by the law firm, is kind of what the inference I got.
Insurance from the
yeah. And so
there's theft insurance for law firm stuff like that.
So that mitigates a huge part of a huge chunk of the money that he's owed. And if he's able to liquidate property and he has trust assets that he could pay to the family of Mallory Beach, although I think they've been made whole by Maggie's estate.
Yeah, I don't know what I thought that case was settled. What do I know?
Yeah, Buster settled out his portion and turned over either a huge chunk or maybe even substantially all of Maggie's estate to the Beach family, because he had given his ID to Paul to use to purchase the alcohol illegally. So it's kind of I don't know. It's just while we're in this weird fanciful world of this corruption in South Carolina politics and this ever-evolving case of strangeness, I'm going with my fantasy theory that he beats all the charges, never goes to jail, and maybe he pleads guilty and spends he gets federal charge. He plead guilty to federal charges, so he doesn't go to jail in South Carolina.
That'd be good.
Yeah,
somebody.
18 months in minimum security federal prison, and then a federal witness protection program.
Winds up in Point Robert or something. That'd be good.
Daniel Weimer says some more Wee Todd lawsuit bucks. Thank you. Nicholas Cruiser. I'm trying to even imagine how I'd spend $50,000 a week on drugs for my person. I'm having a great time thinking about it, but I can't find an answer. What do you think? Okay. I don't have much experience buying drugs, so I don't know how anyone would spend $50,000 a week on drugs.
Before we get into, I want to go back.
Well, if you have a nose like Nick, you need $50,000 worth of drugs.
Yeah, I guess, but he doesn't have that.
Let's go back to the Ricada, make people financially whole. Let me ask you this question as a media guru that you are, Mr. Nick. How much is this guy's movie rights worth? His story rights, his I Did It book.
It's not worth as much as Johnny Depp, but it's pretty well, here's the thing. The rights to the movie are really interesting because the case is boring, right? Like the lawsuit, the trial is boring, but
that's because the prosecutor.
Right. The trial is boring. The case is fascinating. And people
You
are
make the
have
movie
already
with
been
Nick's
talking about this.
ending.
Yeah.
And he goes and they like drive off like at the end of what was that? To Kill a Mockingbird, and they're laughing. That never happens in.
He's got to be on a horse. He's
It's
got
like,
to be
here's
on a
your-
horse at the
Here's
end.
your 90 other cases, Ghazi. You just won a case. Yeah, great. Here's another 90. Oh, great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much it's got to be worth something. I mean, everybody's already making documentaries about it, but if you could get the official, especially after he beats the charges, since everything's against him right now.
Yeah, I mean,
he could make
sell them.
some money, but I don't
Or
think he makes that kind of money. I don't know that it's like
I'm
I don't know
just
that it's
throwing out.
10 or
I'm just
20 million
thinking.
dollars.
How about 5?
Maybe.
Maybe.
The
Then
amount
he
of
just has to
money
control his drug habit.
The amount of money in mass media is huge. I mean, really.
Netflix will pay him something for it.
Netflix will pay $1 million an episode for anime. I think they could cough up $5 million for him. I think there's a Netflix documentary on this coming out like next week on Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, already. So
It comes out
who
while the
knows?
trial's still in play. That'll be hilarious.
Well, see that's the problem is they planned it to come out shortly after the trial was supposed to end. It was supposed to end what, last week? Last week on Friday?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, let me get back to these super chats. Oh, by the way, to the audience out there, if you don't know, if you haven't heard, I am being sued by a government appointed moron. And if you want to hear about that lawsuit, I did a full read through of the lawsuit and my my attorney's response to that lawsuit yesterday.
This is the same lawsuit before, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I never read it. I never did anything with it.
We didn't
So,
know Goatsy was involved.
Yep. Footnote 31, baby. Footnote 31. But yeah, so if you want to hear about why I'm getting sued by a legit insane person, go check out my video that I did yesterday, or my live stream yesterday. We go through the whole lawsuit complaint, and then we go through the answer, which is very basic, and then the motion to dismiss, which is if I have to say so myself, I didn't write it. I'm not taking any credit. It's a very, very interesting and very, very sharp motion to dismiss. And I don't think that the other lawyer was expecting what he got, is my guess. Tara Rayner says, Joe doesn't understand being comfortable with knowing your road to speed. Neither does the cop on that road, but Joe has an excuse. His wife drives him. Joshua S., the last thing he would want to be pulled over for speeding after murdering 2 people can go both ways. Tara Rayner says, traffic is different during the day. I don't know. As someone who lives on country roads at night, I mean,
there's
night,
never much
day,
traffic.
There's never much traffic, and you can have your brights on and see deer from pretty far away. And you know, he's driving a new. I mean, it's a big Chevy Suburban, but it's a newer car. It's got good brakes, especially at the time. It's a 2021, and the murder is in 2021 in June. So I mean, this thing is really new.
Yeah, that was so unpersuasive, stupid thing. Did they ever clarify? So basically, the state never clarified whether the GPS tracks that vehicle past the location of the phone at the time it was tossed, that we're speculating, or
no, I mean, it drives past where the phone is, but it just steadily accelerates, from 42 miles an hour
that was also stupid evidence, wasn't it? That was like
Steve, what the argument was he was talking on the phone and holding her phone in his hand. It rang.
Oh my
and
gosh.
He turned the orientation to the side to see who was calling when he was calling that phone. That was
one of my that was one of my favorite questions. So he's got the investigator there, and he says, "So you think it's reasonable that he called her phone and then looked at her phone, which is why it registers this orientation change and a possible attempted camera usage to capture a face. You think it's more reasonable that he does that than rather he calls someone, or he calls the phone, someone else has it, looks at it, gets scared that it's his number, and throws it out the window." And the investigator says, well, it's just however you interpret that. And I started thinking about it, and I'm going crazy, Steve, because I'm like, wait, if he's developing an alibi by calling her, why is he looking at her phone when it rings? Like, he knows who's calling. It's him. He pressed call. Like, why would he? Oh God, who is? Oh wait, no, shoot. This is Maggie's phone. Silly me.
He's such a master planner. He's such a master planner. He has this all thought out.
And the defense is questioning that supposed data guy who apparently has no understanding of the actual data or what the quality of it is. So why there should be any weight put on it at all? It's these are just estimates. He spends an hour telling us about the steps and the time of the steps and how many steps per minute. But then across he's like, well, these are just estimates. You can't put that much weight on them. But he starts telling the defense asks him, well, couldn't it have happened this way? A way consistent with innocence. And the cop goes, well, that's just speculation. It's like, well, okay. And that's what the defense is supposed to do. Is raise a reasonable doubt.
Just like your question.
And the other,
That's such a dick thing to do.
And the closest they ever got to putting the two phones together at the same time was, well, they were traveling in the same direction. He went down that same route.
I love the whole headlight thing.
The other question that really puzzles me here, and it hasn't fully entered my mind, is this: basically the state is trying to say that he purposely ditched his phone during the murder so that he would not be tracked to the scene, right? Okay, so where is that phone? It's got to be at the house, right? Okay, so if you think that, it's bizarre. How does he run back and forth? The whole when does he pick up Maggie's phone? Because wouldn't Maggie's? I'm very confused about the murder.
So he either has to pick up Maggie's phone on the way to the house,
runs back,
but have it not register any steps or anything. Run back, get his own phone to have them in tandem. Then his phone starts recording steps, but hers doesn't. Or he has to run back, get his phone, run back to get Maggie's phone, pick it up, then run back to the Suburban. So now he's done 3/4 of a mile in a very short amount of time, along with everything else he has to do before he leaves.
Yes. And so when is he disposing of the guns, and where is it? So, I mean, that is absurd. That is an absurd theory.
Why would he take her phone anyway?
Well, maybe he saw her videoing it, right? Maybe that's possible. But so he's at the murder scene. He sees her. He shoots her down. He grabs her phone. He runs back to the thing. It records nothing. But so the steps either have meaning or they don't. If they have meaning, then it never records his steps running back to the house, right? It's bizarre. And also the phones are not in sync with the running either way. The fact that they're saying that he left his phone back at the house and went and got it and then went. That completely contradicts their timeline. To me, I'm very concerned about that, how that plays into this state theory. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's this weird unanswered question, because consistent with his normal behavior, as we have from testimony, is after dinner, he sits down on the couch or lays down on the couch and takes a short nap. And that explains the 1 hour gap. What isn't explained is why he's down there on Snapchat.
You know what I feel here? A Kurt breakdown, one of those 2-hour analytical breakdowns of the breakdown, like what the phone. I want to see the full deep dive analysis of 2 hours of Kurt at his best. What do you think? You up for it? He's like, oh, yeah, no, Kurt. Yeah, Kurt.
Kurt's like, I don't want to spend 2 hours going through this.
Never mind, forget it. It was just an idea.
No, it's
back to the spreadsheets we go.
Because it's just. It's even if we go and we accept that, okay, so he stashes his phone and for whatever reason gets down to do the Snapchat. It's at 8:44 p.m. We're still left with this open question of how does all of this transpire after that? The timeline still doesn't fit. The much more logical timeline is the one consistent with innocence or with the not guilty verdict, which is that, okay, so he was gonna lay down to take a nap. Something happens, or he just is happy that Paul and Maggie are there, and he walks down to go visit them while they're with the dogs. He gets captured on the Snapchat video, and then shortly thereafter he returns back to the house. That's the normal timeline that he does this. The abnormal timeline would be that he then waits 10 minutes past the end of the Snapchat video for whatever reason. Maybe they get in a fight. Who knows? Maybe Paul confronts him over the pills and he gets really mad, and in a fit of rage, he grabs a shotgun and kills him. I don't know. Whatever that is, he kills Paul, kills Maggie, and then proceeds to, and we'll say it's exactly at 8:54 p.m. He's then got 16 or 17 minutes to do everything he needs to do. Get back to the house, get cleaned up, change clothes, presumably, get somehow take the guns with him, grab Maggie's phone in the interim, get in the car, start making alibi calls while doing all of this to shore up his alibi, then delete his phone history, which is weird for making alibi calls, to then delete the history of the alibi, then get in your car, drive, throw Maggie's phone out the window on the way, go to your mom's, act like you didn't just murder two people in front of a person who's seeing you right after you did it, then drive home, still making alibi stuff the entire time, calling people completely calm, texting your wife on a schedule that makes sense, and then getting home, driving to the house, knowing that you should drive to the house and not to the kennels first, checking the house, noticing they're not there, then driving to the kennels, then calling 911. And all of this was done, masterminded and executed perfectly from a guy who, by all accounts, is an ADHD junkie.
You forgot cleaning the mist and piles of blood off of him, leaving not a trace behind.
Right. And leave no blood on his way back to the house either. Like, we don't have any evidence that they found footprints with blood, or that blood was on the grass, or that there was any brushing of blood anywhere. Like, he didn't put his hand on something. So he's either immaculately clean following this gruesome killing, or he gets clean but manages to not get blood anywhere. Nothing in the house. He didn't step on blood and track it into the carpet or anything. It's just hard for me to buy.
Occam's shotgun.
Full body Tyvek suit and a checklist and master plan.
And Huey Lewis in the News playing on a big loudspeaker.
and I want to emphasize too the fact that it sounds very inculpatory when it's like, well, this is such a narrow time frame but it's extremely consistent with somebody who is scanning the scene, hiding and laying in wait, and watches him leave. They want to get Paul alone. And so if they see the parties there, they're hiding in the back in the bushes or in the forest or in some hidden concealed spot, and they wait for dad to leave and then spring out. That, this compressed timeline is, people think, well, it's a very small window of time. It's only 22 minutes. So, it had to have been him because nobody, but it's also very consistent with somebody stalking Paul. And because if they're not just going to come willy-nilly running out, charge, and shooting everybody, boom, boom, boom. I mean, they're going to be watching the scene and seeing their best time to strike.
Well, we know that there's surveillance on Paul specifically. That's not come into evidence yet, but I'm guessing it's going to, or they're going to try. We know that there was a private investigator hired to try and find evidence of Paul's drinking. And specifically, I think Alex's knowledge of Paul's drinking to try and get that for the boat case. We know that that's happened. I think the investigators were hired by the owners of the convenience store where the liquor was purchased because they want to avoid dram shop liability and shift liability to Alec for a negligent entrustment to Paul. Like, that's what they're trying to do. So
it would have put more pressure on the family to settle because Paul was out on bond. One of the conditions of bond was that he's not consuming alcohol. So imagine if they caught him drinking. Back to jail you go.
Right. So all of this is, there's consistency to that possibility. And not only was he being surveilled in person, they had set up a surveillance camera. And Steve, I want to take minor umbrage with one thing you said. You said, because we're talking about this very narrow window of time. It's only a narrow window of time if we accept the time of death is 8:54 p.m. If we accept that the time of death is anywhere between 8:54 and roughly 10 p.m., it's a much broader window of time for anything to happen.
Okay, it could be, but I think it's reasonable based on the lack of traffic and I don't know, because of the lack of response. I mean, we say it's sometime after 8:54 or 8:44. Yes, you're right about that because 10. What is it? We're kind of confusing, recipes for innocence with the alternative theory of guilt. So if 8:44, we know that they're alive, right? So they could have been killed anywhere between 8:44 and 10 whatever, right? 10 when he actually calls and delivers the bodies. But
he calls 911 at 10:06. He's back home at 10:01. So we just say anywhere between 8:44 and to give them time to clear the scene, we'll say 9:44. There's still an hour of time. I mean,
it's true. I'm not, yes, you're right about that. And you are right about that. But I think that there is some, it doesn't really matter. Is there a window of time between the time that the 8:44 time? Let me think about this. Because basically, could Alex exit himself from the crime scene and give an opportunity for a killer to come and kill them without him knowing it? I think that's really the question. And the answer to that is yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely possible.
I think it's more likely than not. I think that's the key question. So is there a scenario by which Alex exits the crime scene and gives an opportunity for a killer lurking in wait to execute these crimes and take the gun, take the cell phone, and leave? Yes, there's lots of time for that, especially if the killer is lying in wait and watching the whole scene unfold and waits for Alex to leave. That's the most probable scenario.
Yeah, and it's not really 8:44. 8:44 is that video where Alex is purportedly at the kennel. I think it's around 8:49. That is the last time that Paul's phone is used by a human being.
Yeah, Maggie's last text read from Lynn G in the group thread is at 8:49:27, and then Paul reads a text from Megan at 8:48:59, and there's an 8:49:35 text from Gibson that is not read.
See, there's a huge error the state is making here, and I don't know whether it's intentional or stupid or what, but they're reading the failure of the phones to respond as the time of death, and that's just a critical confusion and mistake. I mean, the fact that they don't answer the phone, his phone was dying, his battery was dying. There's bad coverage out there. There's a million explanations of why they wouldn't necessarily answer.
Well, he was dying. He had 1% on his battery at that time.
Right. So they can't say, well, because they didn't answer this text message and read it, they weren't. I mean, that is an absurd confusion of the facts. But it seems like that's what they're thinking. That's like, oh, it must be this time of death.
And I don't believe it. I don't believe this at all. But their testimony is also that the phone screens are not lighting up when a text message comes in. So
well, at least Paul's, but that would make sense if the battery's low. If you go into low power mode or whatever it's called, the notifications and things like that become limited.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, here's the thing though. So Maggie's screen display on is 9:05 to 9:07. And then from 9:07 to 9:31, Maggie's phone display was off, so it would not record orientation changes. But she gets a text from Alex at 9:08:58, and the screen does not turn on. So
it was recording orientation changes, but yet was not in custody of Paul, right? I mean, of Alex. So
we don't know.
Well, because you're saying that it stopped recording orientation changes at 9:07.
Yeah.
Okay. But that means that it was recording orientations before 9:07, right?
Yeah, the last one is at 9:06:12. That's the changed orientation.
And yet,
wait a second.
Stop for a second. There's no orientation changes before 9:07, which would be indica of Alex picking up the phone, going to his car, and driving off, because we know when he leaves that property, right? So he can't have had Maggie's cell phone before 9:07.
Well, it says his car engine starts at 9:06:48, and the text message, the changed orientation is at 9:06:12. Alex calls Maggie with no answer at 9:04:23.
But what I'm saying is if it's recording orientations before 9:07 and it's not recording orientation changes, that means it's sitting there on the body and he doesn't have it because he gets in his car at 9:06 and drives to his parents' house. So that he does not have possession of that phone at 9:07.
Well, if the screen doesn't come on, according to the expert, then the orientation change doesn't occur.
But you just said the orientation change stopped at 9:07.
Right, because the screen doesn't come back on.
I know, but before that time, it was recording orientation change.
Right, yeah, I get
So
it.
if it was recording orientation change, then why wasn't it being moved at 9:06? when he's in his car driving off to his parents' house?
Yeah, I don't know. That's one of the problems that they have is they cannot put his phone and her phone moving together at the same time. And there's specific time where his phone is moving, that if he has her phone, which is in this window of opportunity that he has, that her phone would have to be moving, but it doesn't record it. And the state's explanation is, well, the data isn't accurate because the step data just isn't accurate.
But the whole basis of their prosecution is that data is precisely accurate.
I 100% agree with you. It's a mess. It's a mess. It to me just screams doubt. They don't have the smoking gun. They don't have any guns, much less smoking guns, as regards to the murder. They don't. Again, we don't even have murder weapons. They don't even have an inference that the shotgun that they have in possession that would most likely be a murder weapon is a murder weapon. They didn't have any testimony that it was. The best they can say is it's theoretically possible that it might be. They've got no evidence that it is. It's crazy to me when you hear about all of this stuff that they've got and you start thinking through it and you go, how does this even, it can't work this way, but I don't know. Let's see. Angela B, how fast did he drive at night the week before the murders? I drive faster when there's less traffic at night. Yeah, we don't know. They didn't compare that. They compared his daytime commute.
I wonder if that's in the data.
It might be. The defense says that they like the OnStar data. That they think there's stuff in there that's helpful for them. So, which could just be a flex. The contralawarian says, says orientation change without any steps to Alex's car, leaves Paul's phone but takes hers. At least one juror who drives that speed on the regular on those roads. Yeah, that's the other thing. Why does he take her phone, but he leaves Paul's phone on Paul's backside?
But somebody did that, right? Somebody did it. I mean, Paul's phone was left behind and her phone was taken. So
that's true.
If it wasn't Alex, it was the killer. So whoever did it had the same rational or irrational reason.
Yeah. I wonder, that's a mystery to me. I wonder what about that is. Maybe.
I mean, I expect that Maggie was shot with her phone in her hand. He was afraid he'd been recorded. You know, I mean, even if you're there to kill, it's still a panicky situation. You grab the phone, you start racing away with it, and then the phone rings, and you're like, "Holy shit! I just remembered you can track someone on the phone," and they just
throw out the
it.
window. And if Maggie's phone is out and Paul's phone is in his pocket, and when Alec gets back, maybe he inspects Paul and finds the phone in his pocket and just sets it down. I don't know. Who knows? But it is.
But someone who was thinking would have destroyed the phone and then tossed it out later. I mean, just you got a vehicle, just drive over it.
You got a gun, just shoot it. Put a 300 blackout round right through it while it's on the ground. Who cares?
Right. There's no Find My Phone with a loaded 12 gauge through it.
Flufferboy 2004 says, "Hey Steve, content idea. Lawyer reacts to metal, especially with how much you enjoy it. Glad you like Tesseract. I have their logo as a tattoo. Have you listened to The Contortionist? Their album Clairvoyant absolutely slaps."
Absolutely. Tesseract is awesome. I like them. Very
Brian Miller says Nick was on the prosecution side during the Halderson trial. Yes, pretty much. The defense was so bad in that one. But I also like to play around that he didn't do it. I still think his girlfriend and maybe her mom were involved in that. I don't trust Kat at all. She looks like she was eating long pork. I'm not your buddy guy says, I agree that it's innocent until proven guilty, but in today's society, the culture is guilty until proven innocent. Just see Trump or Rittenhouse.
That's
Jonathan
every
Riggins.
society.
Yeah.
Really.
Jonathan, that's why we had to write it down. We have to write it down that it's innocent until proven guilty because the presumption is guilt until proven innocent. And because the state derives its right to prosecute and to punish criminals from the communal right or the individual right to seek justice and retribution for what happens to you. The reason we empower the state is because we can constrain the state to that guilt or innocence until proven guilt, theoretically, and we can set rules around it. Otherwise, you get mob justice, which is rash and illogical, even when it's sometimes right. So that's why that exists, but it's why we had to write it down, because everybody thinks guilt until proven innocent. It makes sense. McRae H, if Maggie's phone didn't have location services enabled, which is why they don't know how or when it got thrown out, how are they able to use Find My iPhone to locate it? I don't know enough to answer that question. I don't know if that requires location services or not. Jonathan Riggin says it rained that night and they were not able to pull fingerprints from her phone. Water was sitting on the phone when they found it. Starshine says, as a wildlife biologist for 30 years, I can tell you that deer are not attracted to blue lights.
And by the way, in my experience, people driving cars, it's different on a motorcycle. On a motorcycle, if you know you're in deer country, which is just about everywhere, you slow down because striking a deer on a motorcycle can kill you pretty easily. But most people in cars, you know, when they hit a deer, the deer just steps out in front of the car. There's no avoiding the deer. You're not swerving. And suddenly it's just there and you hit it. And those people don't bother slowing down.
And if you're in a Suburban going 80,
who cares?
Going 80 versus going 55, if you hit a deer when the deer gets in front of you, I mean, there's not, like you said, there's no swerving to avoid it or whatever. It jumps out. You didn't see it. If you're going 80 versus going 55 in a Suburban, the only question is how far the splatter goes on the deer as it gets launched into the median. I mean, your car is going to get damaged either way, but you're not in any more particular danger.
Good to have a company car.
Mandalore Wise says to Steve, the most interesting man alive, what's your take on the judge sustaining objections versus the defense without understanding what the objection is? Sounded like the objection should have been overruled anyways.
Yes. Yeah. Well, this judge's grades keep going down in my book. I will say that, you know, it's an interesting dynamic because a good judge will err on the side of the defense because then that's less likely to get reversed. The fact that they're really weighing in on the side, to me, this judge is starting to be pro-prosecution. And when you do that, you're playing, because it's basically, he's got a different set of rules, it seems to me, for the defense, that's what I have a problem with. If you're going to be let everything in. If you're going to keep people out and be tough, keep everything out, but play the same for both sides. When he's kind of given a different set of rules for one side and the other, to me, he's pro-state, which I don't like. I don't think you should be pro-defense or pro. You should call it down the middle. And the second thing is that a smart judge, a good judge, if they're going to err, they err on the side of the defense because that's the guy that's facing life in prison. You know, that's the guy whose butt is on the line. And so if the guy gets guilty and all the defense objections have been sustained and all the states have been overruled, right? You have very little to appeal. The only thing that you create appellate issues by letting the state get away with bad stuff. And I think that the big appellate issue here so far, not only is this overwhelming, irrelevant information that's just swamped this murder trial into something else. That's number one. The second point is this, the improper letting in the suicide evidence, which I don't think he applied the proper law. And so the fact that he didn't apply the law, that's a de novo review. But see, the problem, and this is another thing, we are so committed and invested in this trial at this point. Like, if you're the defense, would you really want to ask for a mistrial? Think about how invested we are in this case. You know, is that ever going to be granted? No. Yeah. So
they did ask for a mistrial.
When?
Well, they did the JOA
2 days ago.
Oh, did they?
Oh, yeah.
On what point? Well, it was probably the letting in the suicide evidence, right?
It was one of these contested areas of evidence before the judge had affirmatively ruled he was going to allow it, and then the state just started talking about it.
Yeah, and, I think that's a preservation technique, and I think they've got this thing preserved on the error to letting in the suicide because I don't think he applied the right legal standard on that ruling. Even letting it in, the count 3 we talked about here, the point 3 on that case.
Yep.
Well, Steve, you raised an interesting question. Something that I thought about before that it comes into my mind every now. Once we got to the point where the judge clearly became pro-prosecution, should he have been presiding over a trial involving the death of a son when his own son died 2 weeks before the start of the trial?
That would have to be preserved by a motion to disqualify pre-trial or at some point. The fact that they didn't do it is a tactical. I got to say, as I get older, I've had some trials with some judges I should have disqualified on earlier in my career, but you're so deferential to these judges, you know, and so you hold your fire as a defense attorney. And as the older I get, the more I'm like, file it, Screw that, file it, right? Because I don't think they should. I get less and less respectful of the system.
Keely Sexton says, Mississippi girl here. Deer are not out like that in June. Usually there's a problem with their abundance in fall and winter. Mid-Michigan Aviation 911 operator had him turn on flashers in car after checking for pulses. That's the steering wheel DNA transfer point. Certainly possible. Jeffrey Schwartz says, Steve, do you see an issue with the roadside assistance testimony getting in? I think yes, we did.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Wendy Blank says, witness misrepresented the level of light at that time. It's easily disproved by date and time on 6/7/21. Sunset ended at 8:25 p.m. Twilight ended at 9:28 p.m. Flux says, even the jury doesn't like the judge's decisions. I think this is a bad thing for the prosecution that the jurors are disregarding the judge. Jimmy Dean, we haven't seen the evidence that both of the clocks are synced. I've seen security cameras that were minutes off, could throw off the timeline. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. We know we're relying on a synchronized timeline from two different sources. We've got OnStar and however they determine the time through either their satellite, their tower data. And then we've got the cell phone times, which are determined, are usually set by the tower that it's pinging, but can be manually set as well. And if those things are disparate for whatever reason, if there's variance in the timeline or even variance in how they're logging certain events, because electronic things happen on ticks. Sometimes those ticks are very fast. Sometimes they're longer, every 3 to 6 seconds. They could be as many, a half second. I don't know what that sort of interval is, but that can account for disparities in time. And in this case, with such a tight timeline, it could actually make a lot of difference. So we don't know what that is. Maybe we'll get expert testimony on it. Maybe that would be too confusing and bog everything down. Dark Luge G says, quick question. If Alec is convicted, could the appeals lawyers challenge based on no reasonable jury could convict because it's literally impossible for him to be in two places at the same time?
It's possible. That's a JOA argument. I missed. Did they make a good JOA argument?
I mean, it was quick. Obviously, they knew it was never going to be granted, but basically their argument was there's no evidence that he was at the scene when these people were killed.
Right, and it's possible that there's a JOA argument here. That's a motion for judgment acquittal. I'm looking at it from a Florida lawyer, and it's interesting because I think there's different rules in South Carolina on a number of things. So one of the questions I have is how specific do they have to be in their motion for judgment of acquittal in order to preserve an evidentiary point like that? I don't know. In Florida, they're getting more and more. Everything has to be ordered. Everything has to be contemporaneous, has to be argued below. They're getting so tight on this that it makes trials very difficult. I kind of like the looseness in South Carolina if they would allow you, say, to bring that up without a specific objection on appeal. That would be good, but I don't know those rules in South
Melonhead Orion says an evidence photo shows Maggie's phone in throwing range, and the blood on the wheel could have been from him checking the body and going to get a gun. Yep. Tina Bogle says, part of me thinks Alec hired the same person who shot him by the roadside to shoot his family to cause scare, and somehow things went terribly wrong. Okay, so yeah, he hired them to scare his own family or something, and then that'd be a mess. But hey, Cousin Eddie, never know the quality there. Mark Lyon says, imagine wasting a year to hack a car's head unit to find out you only needed to ask OnStar in order to have more accurate, useful data. Steve says, remember when this was going to be
OnStar said we didn't have any data.
I wonder what they asked OnStar for. Like, I really wonder if
I want to know a little bit more about that. That's what I want to know. It's like, how'd that come to be?
Yeah, was the warrant actually specifically written? Did they? Because they said actually, they didn't say they didn't have any data. They said they had generic user and subscriber data, which is not what they were after. But is that what they were requesting because they incompetently wrote the search warrant and the subpoena request? That's my question. I mean, I've seen zero evidence of competence from SLED so far, so I'm not ruling it that they please provide any and all user data from the OnStar system of this car, and they're like, okay, here you go, here's the subscriber info, and like they didn't ask at all for tracking data, geolocation data, all of the stuff that they would keep in the ordinary course of business related to the car. So I don't know.
There's clearly no IQ test to join SLED for sure.
Mark Lyon, Steve, remember when this was going to be a 3-week trial? Maybe they meant 3 weeks per witness. Mark Lyon again says, has anyone tested what activity is logged by the health app when someone is firing a shotgun? Oh, no, I have no idea.
Was that if they would have been wearing the Apple watches, you could tell when their heart stopped.
Yeah, exactly. It might have called 911 for them if they were.
Wow.
Bojangles says DSP, also known as Darkside Phil, is a variety streamer content creator with over 14 years of experience. He will be streaming Hogwarts Legacy in a few hours. Go show him some love. Jonathan, the phone data.
I've been doing a little bit of the Hogwarts Legacy. It's been a fun game.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Harry Potter, just in general. Like, not that I hate it. It's just not my thing. So
I've never played a Harry Potter game before, but I found the game to be enjoyable, if a little bit simple in its gameplay, but it's enjoyable. Music is good. It's well put together. Nice attention to detail.
Jonathan says the phone data here you see it shows that the defendant is a marathon runner, F1 racer, and expert crime scene investigator. KB says it is not best evidence for law enforcement to testify to info from OnStar and phone data. It's hearsay, and law enforcement is not in a position to be properly cross-examined on technical aspects. Why? Steve, you're muted.
Some of those this goes to show you, like, not all objections, because they exist, should be made. Those are two different things. So the fact that there is an objection to be made, like leading, doesn't mean you should make it, because it shows that you're covering, you're defensive, you're concerned, and it's like, if it's irrelevant stuff, if it fits your defense theory, then let it go. So that maybe it's like, well, we know they're going to get this in, and there's nothing. So just let it come in as quick as possible. That's kind of it's a tactical kind of decision for the defense attorney.
But briefly addressing that, there's no reason a law enforcement person cannot be an expert on OnStar data. I mean, we got
business records, right?
Yeah, we got testimony from the OnStar, or from the investigator, about what the OnStar data was. It's longitude and latitude points. Like, you don't need to be an OnStar employee to plot longitude and latitude points on a map. Like, you don't have to do that. Plus, they could certainly, and it would behoove most investigative units to have someone who is trained by GM or OnStar to be an expert in their data, who goes and does some sort of continuing education to find out how to interpret and read that data and process it out. I'm sure there's training on that, because I'm sure OnStar trains their own, or GM or whoever trains their own employees on that data. Plus, you could call that person in, but either way, I mean, there's no reason you couldn't have a law enforcement person who's an expert on OnStar data, and they likely do, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe wrong. Jonathan says, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, but this trial is crap. Never meant to make the Fed man cry. I apologize a trillion times. Nana X8 says, iPhone users, 2,000 steps per mile. Jeff H, where was Alex's phone when he was at the kennels? How conveniently guilty. We don't know where it was. We assume that it was sitting at the house. We don't know. Because we know that the step tracking is inaccurate. We have testimony. See, that's the other crazy thing. Alex's phone could have been in his pocket while he's at the kennels, and it just could have not logged the steps, because the state says that it's not accurate. Doesn't always log everything. There's only war says quarter mile is approximately 500 steps for me. Pedometers will inflate step counts sometimes when going up and down stairs. Tara Rayner, why is column 27 under 28? I have a feeling they changed the info from 27 to make it look like all those steps were from where 28 is. Bear in the Woods, have you ever watched your phone GPS reconnect in an area with spotty reception? You either teleport around the map, or it speeds you up to cover the distance between log points. Yep. As someone who has run plenty with both the phone and GPS watch tracking out in country roads, so I had a watch that would take sometimes 10 minutes to connect to GPS, and you would have to run a significant distance before it actually honed in on where you were. Lawrence says the state never got into whether the cell phone data was pinging off towers of a flat Earth or a round Earth. Jerry Hatchett, you guys need a forensic expert like me to help you understand and interpret testimony on all things digital. Fiery Red Podcast, off paper equals unbreaded. I'm not your buddy guy. Every dang time I think of this trial, I keep thinking of some snooty British accent guy smoking on a pipe saying, there's been a murder. Chaz DKY says, if the message is unread, they must be dead. Big Rig, Alex steps show he murdered them. Mine shows I ran from San Antonio to Houston. Definitely didn't drive. Ticket to hell. Glad the jury can't take notes. Otherwise, they would be online shopping and laundry lists at this, or only shopping and laundry lists at this point. Tracy says there's a fourth male voice on the kennel Snapchat video telling Paul to tie it up as Paul struggles to get the dog's tail. I saw that message come by in chat, and I don't remember hearing that, but I haven't closely analyzed it either. Alyssa Ramirez says it makes sense Paul didn't check his phone if his battery was low. If he had the battery saver on, the backlight wouldn't turn on. Salty Hard Our Brainwaters. So is this an example of the Chewbacca prosecution? Will they ever rest? They did rest today, thank God. Bandit 848 says Alex loved his son to death. Dun dun dun. Cards 96. Why only take Maggie's phone? I realize Paul's phone is in his pocket, but if taking phones, they should have grabbed Paul's. Again, assuming the movie version of a hit is super clean, done by professionals who are ultra trained government special agents, rather than some guy who will just take $10,000 and put a shotgun to someone's head for you, is a mistake I think people make. We very much romanticize this type of stuff. Let's see. Dean, Texas says, I'm just wondering if the raw OnStar data has window status information. Would be interesting to see if the window was ever rolled down. No idea. It Moves says, you guys can't remember the phone throwing evidence? What chance has the jury? Terry Shaw, thanks for the donation. XSSFD LT says, if he threw the phone while driving, it missed all the trees leading up to where it landed. And again, moving at 40 miles an hour, throwing a phone out the car and no damage. You saw the picture of the phone at the lab. The screen isn't cracked. I mean, good phone, I guess.
Just a lucky fall. It goes into brush. I mean, listen, I've dropped the phone 2.5 feet on the concrete and broke it. But if you throw it and it'll land soft, it happens.
Yep, certainly can. Terry Shaw, my phone fell off my bumper onto the street, ran over by a big truck, and it survived. A little toss in the woods is nothing. Yeah, but dude, my phone slipped out of my pocket while I was sleeping on the couch, and the screen shattered. Like, it's all in how it lands and what it lands on. I had a tile floor. And if it lands like where the tile is above the grout, it just cracks that screen right open. Other times I've dropped it flat on the tile, same tile floor from 3-4 feet up, and it won't crack at all. So who knows? Angela B, if his phone was at the house, how did he walk 500 steps? His 283 steps start at 9:02. So his that would be after he would presumably have returned to the house following the murders, picked up the phone. It's a really tight timeline. Next, Matthew Trenbolone Sandwich says, legally a man can't have schmecks with a chicken unless it's fried. Moni2489 says, no steps recorded on her phone when he's supposedly picking it up and running back to the house, but steps recorded on his. Brian P, what happens if they find the murder weapons and they're Alex's after the state rests? He came all over them, and prints definitely his. After the state rests, they could maybe introduce it on rebuttal, but it might be surprise evidence. There'd be a fight over it. How did they come across this evidence? Why weren't they able to get it in before? By what method did they, get it? They have to justify it at that point. Tactical Repuse says the Snapchat video never said if it was sent as a snap or a video made and sent in chat. If so, the video could have been made earlier. And this has been an unclear question for me. I believe the phone expert testified that the camera app recorded the video at the time the Snapchat video was made. I believe he testified that, but I was confused at the time, and I still don't know if that's true. But I'm guessing we're going to get expert testimony from the defense that suggests otherwise, is my guess. Aaron Larg says, text asking for $600,000 3 days before or for drug gang? Possible. Melissa Newton Fitzgerald says, no way he was spending $50K a week on pills. There's more to this story, and they should have brought Eddie in to testify. Someone was extorting. Jenny LJ sent to you our amazing sticker. Jonathan, is there some way to tie Gosney to a chair and make him be on the stream for the entire thing? His commentary is great. No, unfortunately, he's a real person with real obligations.
That's right. I have. Oh my God.
Got to get rid of those.
Speaking of being tied to a chair, I've been tied to the chair at 7:30 in the morning here. It's time to go and start my day, I think.
All right, buddy.
All
Have
right,
a good
Jeff.
one.
Thanks, guys.
See you, Jeff.
Take care. See y'all. Bye.
Guys, check out Legal Vices over on YouTube and follow him. Subscribe to him.
Thanks.
Watch his stuff. Kathy says maybe Paul and or Maggie were threatening to turn cousin Eddie and the drug dealing gang into the police for selling drugs to Alex, and that's why they killed them off. Possible. Hans Skurgard says, if convicted on the finance crime and arranging his own suicide, how many years does he face for that? Greetings from Sweden, hopefully a member of NATO soon, if Erdogan accept burning the Quran. He faces the potential of life in prison without the possibility of parole for his financial crimes.
And it was fascinating. The defense attorney brought that up in front of the jury, just making it clear. It's like it was sustained. The objection was sustained, and properly so, but it doesn't matter. The jury heard it. And that is, he's going away. He's going to go away from life on the financial crimes. We're not here about that. I mean, that was if the state's going to play dirty, back at you.
Yeah. Well, if the state wants to make the financial crimes relevant, I think the punishment for the financial crimes becomes relevant, because the motivation to kill doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
He's not going to get life, though. I mean, he'll get,
well, it's up to life. Right. It's up to life. But, he's how old is he? 60 or something?
54.
So, does he get 20 years?
It's going to be practically his life. It's just nitpicking.
Exactly.
My cat's name is Karen. So I thought he went to the kennels because Maggie and Paul weren't at the house. Yeah, when he got back, that's why he went to the kennels. The question is why he went to the kennels for the Snapchat video. That's an unanswered thing. I also think, going to your point, Steve, about him testifying, he could offer a story as to why he was down there for that Snapchat video. What happened?
Well, he could just say, I was there. I don't remember that. It was so stressful. And I was asking, I'm dealing with the blood on my hands of my children and my wife. And I don't honestly remember. It must be me because I was there. But, this is what happened. I mean,
or in the alternative, Maggie had been down at the beach house. She was renovating that beach house. I hadn't seen her much. That's why I called her and Paul over for dinner. I wanted to have a nice, as much of a family dinner as we could. Buster was busy, but we got together, we ate, and then I went to lay down. I kind of couldn't sleep. I was restless, so I went to go visit him because I hadn't seen him so much lately.
The thing is, it's like if people, there's these rule of thumbs, like never have your client testify and all that. The older, I like having my client testify. The problem is that usually our clients can't testify. They will get outsmarted. They've got tremendous things to hide. I mean, I'm a public defender, right? So, but this guy is a high-powered lawyer who has been through it, knows this evidence backwards and forwards, loves his family. I think he's an asset for the defense. And so you want to put your assets in front and center. So I'd have him testify last.
Right.
I'm gonna put.
You said front and center. I got nervous for a second.
No, I put him last. I'd have him the last, putting the jury sees. Yep. That's my asset right there.
Alyssa Ramirez, a feature in Chevy's is OnStar MyLink, which has a Wi-Fi hotspot. You would think that Maggie Murdaugh's phone would be paired if they traveled together. I don't think her phone was in the Suburban that night. They're probably going to make that point because on cross of one of the witnesses, they brought up the fact that only Alex's phone connected to the Suburban that entire time.
Was Maggie's phone ever set to pair with his car? I mean, my wife's phone is not set to pair with my car.
I think the implication with the way they asked the question, because we had discussed this a couple days back, the way they asked the question was, had Maggie's phone paired in the Suburban at any time that month, which implied that there might be a pairing or that had happened prior to that, which would that'd be a good thing to bring up for the defense. Yep. The counter to that is, I mentioned earlier, this is a 2021 Chevy Suburban in June of 2021. This is an exceedingly new car. I don't know when he acquired it. So it's entirely possible that only his phone was linked to it. It's just the way they ask the question implies that there's more to that story. Pork Chop Express says if he didn't do it, then all his provable lies don't help him. He corrected all his other stories and came clean when they caught him on it, but not here. Gunner said standard practice is to remove all organs, weigh them, and do a tox report before you call 911. Oh my gosh, where are we? It just jumped on me. Shoot. There are a lot of
in the
questions.
comments mentions that when they say there was no link up of Maggie's phone that month, I mean, that's a week.
Right.
Yeah, the murders were on the 7th, so that's only that. When you say month, that doesn't. Yeah, there's going to be telemetry. Like, does he speed on this road a lot? Vince might bring that in. Has her phone linked in with the Suburban on May 31st? That would be interesting. So there's a lot of missing evidence here that I'm very interested in the defense case, and I'm really geeking out, on Tobin's testimony. I hope they bring him in. I don't know if they need him. I'm not sure if they need him, but he's on the list. So let's see.
Pond Walden, could it have been a sawed-off shotgun?
Yeah,
sure.
I think the whole trajectory angle. I don't know if you saw that, but when Andrew and I watched Joe and you were out, but there was this ridiculous thing about putting the gun, and you had to be like on the floor, basically pushing the gun at a weird angle. It's much more consistent with a short-barreled, sawed-off pistol grip shotgun that gets stuck up in the guy's chin right next to him. Bloom. I mean, because that angle is so weird with any kind of long-barreled hunting shotgun. It's a short-barrel gun. Otherwise, the angles are too strange.
Then how do you account for the shoulder?
Andrew?
Well, I have to be honest. To me, the short-barreled shotgun doesn't change all that much because the muzzle length changes a few inches, 6 inches or so. But and you still have to get the angle right. So the muzzle has to be within 6 inches. The trigger is that distance away from the muzzle. I don't see how you get that shot off from near the floor without being bent over in a very awkward position.
Well, I'll get a ruler. Hold on.
I'm just curious. I'm still curious about that alternative theory where the shot comes from the other side, pressed up against the head, and then comes out this way, so it causes damage to the shoulder.
But there's so much blood on the ceiling and on the top shelf in the back of that feed room. I mean, it really looks to me like the blast is in an upward direction.
Okay, look, short barrel shotgun, hold it out like this, trigger, bloom, right?
But I don't think there's stippling on the shoulder. Or there's no soot. I mean, there's a distance between the muzzle and the shoulder that's difficult to explain unless.
But wouldn't you? Oh, well, let me
unless
say,
it went through the head the other way.
Wouldn't you say that
how do you get all that blood on the ceiling?
Well, that would be the catastrophic explosion of the skull from the gas pressure from the contact wound of the shotgun.
But then if someone's shooting from an upward steep angle, I mean,
no, it was across this way. Well, the way she described it, it's at an almost horizontal angle going the other way. So that reasonably it would be going almost horizontally, maybe slightly downward from the contact wound going up this way. But then that would go.
Right. This has to come out the neck and still hit the shoulder. So
yeah,
I'm not sure how it really changes the angle. I mean, I'm not invested on blasting up or blasting down, I guess, but there is that angle there. And it's awkward from either direction.
I'm just saying that a long-barreled hunting shotgun is much more awkward than a short-barreled pistol-handled shotgun, and that angle and that attack is much easier to accomplish with a different weapon.
Maybe. I mean, I look forward to a defense, bringing in their own expert and having them talk about it.
Yeah.
Did the state's presentation of time frame and timeline data do anything for you guys today?
Not to me. I mean,
no.
I don't see,
especially the way they did it. Just kind of, in a monotone, stepping through it. It's not highlighting anything in particular. I didn't find it useful.
And the other thing that I think was very tricky, I did not like the way it was laid out because it was in a sequential order, squishing everything together. If you've seen the spreadsheet that we've done or that we've had chat people do, it's like you have the crime scene, cell phone stuff, and then Alex's stuff is an independent line next to it. So you can compare. When you squish them all together, it confuses how that timeline actually works. and so I think it's better to have them side by side.
Yeah,
but they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
And if there is a contact shot wound to the skull, the gases would enter the skull. And folks, a gunshot wound injury that's contact, where the gases go into the body, it's like a bomb went off in there. It's a completely different presentation than if it's at any distance at all. Within just a few feet, all those gases dissipate. They don't go into the victim. But if it's literally a contact shotgun wound, those gases, and a lot of gases come out of a shotgun barrel. If they're funneled into your head is popping.
Less gases come out of a sawed-off shotgun barrel, though.
Less gases? No. Why?
Yeah, necessarily there'd be less gas, like because it's the air inside the chamber as well as what's the propellant and the explosion.
Yeah,
the air inside the barrel is the compressed gas that's coming through.
No, the gases are the gunpowder burns, deflagrates into the gases. The gases are the result of the gunpowder. It's not the latent air in the muzzle that doesn't do anything. The gunpowder turns into a huge volume of gas. That's what propels the shot.
Oitsujina says, rumor has it there was also a gambling problem. Crystal Fuller, why didn't Roland call Alex's phone like Maggie's if he had heard him in the video? Why didn't they dump Paul's phone? My cat's name is Karen. There's a YouTube channel that ran the entire crime scene several times, and it can't be done in Alex Murdaugh's timeline. Nicholas Darrow, Union Rep Labor Law, says Bruce Almighty blooper reel shows how easy it is to toss things out a window. TCV Titan, wait, are we overlooking something? Wasn't there a vehicle missing from the property? But we got testimony about that. And apparently it had been missing for like days ahead of time. It was, or like a day or day and a half, something like that.
It's like broken down on the side of the road nearby.
Right. It wasn't like something got ditched that day. William Brown says there might actually be less air from a short barrel shotgun, as not nearly much powder would have the chance to ignite in the barrel.
Yep. That's absolutely true. The longer the barrel, I mean, there's obviously a limit, but the longer the barrel, the more the powder has a chance to burn. So when you shorten the barrel, you tend to lose some of the effectiveness of the round.
But get more stippling and soot.
Trish
C
says,
stippling.
The problem with that, which was that she didn't photograph that area looking and didn't shave the head looking for soot and stippling because she had predetermined that the shot came from the other direction.
And we are a bit limited because we don't have access to the actual.
Yeah, we can't see it.
So we can't see it. So we're speculating quite a bit on what it might be,
But if you think about it, if you actually put the muzzle against the skull and fire, there's no stippling. I mean, all the unburned powder would go right into the skull. It's not dispersing around the skin on the outside. There is no outside. It's muzzle contact.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to get much of a seal, though. I mean, I doubt that you could create
the thing that makes it
a little pressure differential, but not a lot.
The thing that was most intriguing for me was
how mad you are.
was the description of the semicircular wound on the back that they were inferring the entrance being there for. We can't see it, but my guess is that's going to lead into their expert's testimony and his contention that the shot came from the other direction. But I could be wrong on that. It's just, that's what it kind of seemed like they were hinting at with that, is that they had data that suggested that the shot came from that side. So I'm really curious about how they flesh that out. Reclusive Lovey says Gregory Parker needs looked into. He's the gas station that sold Paul the alcohol. Parker hired a PI to follow Paul and Buster. There were even cameras at the entrances at one time. Yes, that's the Parkers were trying to avoid dram shop liability, I think, in the boating accident suit.
But I wonder if they could really have known that Paul wasn't underage, right? This prominent family in the community.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows? Trish C, don't understand how consistent story on botched road shooting, a lie, was evidence of victim, but inconsistent story on murders is evidence of guilt. Because if you haven't learned at this point, whatever the evidence is from the prosecution's perspective is evidence of guilt when you are the target, when you are the suspect, whatever it is. If it's consistent, it's too consistent. If it's inconsistent, oh my gosh, if he wasn't the killer, it would have been consistent.
And here's another thing. Everybody that's watching this is losing a lot of excuse me, my talk is a lot of a lot of credibility on the part of the police. They're burning a lot of credibility on the part of the state police based on this. They are doing everything to cooperate, and they are using every insinuation, everything he did to pound him in the head. I mean, this goes back to our advice: never talk to the police. But, you know, it's sad because we need good police. We need police to investigate our crimes. Somebody murders your family, you want the killer caught. And yet they're just turning it right around. I don't know.
They're losing credibility with us.
Yeah.
But if the
we don't know
general
if the
public
jury-
believes it's a righteous prosecution, regardless of the legal merits, because the guy's a scumbag, then the police are doing God's work.
It was one thing my class that I taught yesterday, which is why I couldn't stream, ended up not having enough kids to like teach the full lesson, because I was doing 5th and 6th Amendments, and it's like, well, I don't want to do the 5th and 6th Amendments with 2 kids in the class. I don't know why everybody else was out that day, but so we just kind of hung around talking, and I gave a little brief teaser of the 5th Amendment, and part of it was your right to remain silent. And I said, you've seen shows where someone's, you know, they read their Miranda rights, right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I said, think about what that says. Like, really think about what that warning says. Anything you say, anything can and will be used against you. It doesn't matter what you say, it will be used against you. And that's something we've been hammering on in this one. There is no right thing to do. There's no right speed to drive. There's no right caliber of bullet. There's no right type of gun. There's no right time of day. There's no right course of action. That, like, again, they had an investigator on the stand testify that when someone is calling your son who has been murdered within the past hour, that you should not, that it's weird to call that person to try and figure out what happened. He's like, no, that's completely unreasonable. It's unreasonable to contact the person. And not only did he say that, he said it was similarly unreasonable to contact family members to let them know your wife and son had been killed when you've already called 911 and 20 minutes has gone by from the time that you found them. Like, so you're not supposed to call her family and tell them, oh my God, I don't know what's going on. Maggie's been killed. You're not supposed to do that. The investigator said that was unreasonable to do. Like, that's how much they will use every fact against you. All of them. It's insane. Megan Ford says, are we not considering Mallory Beach's family? No, I've always been considering them, but I mean, it's not in evidence at the moment. So the defense will have to provide either evidence or a theory on closing that they could be involved, or that someone could be involved, and kind of hush implicate them.
Well, you'd want to call the SLED to see what efforts they made to clear these people with alibis, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The thing we haven't seen is the cell tower takedowns, because normally when this type things does, they will catalog the cell towers in the area, and you'll have a list of, 1,000 numbers, and you just go through. It's hard work, but this is called good police work. And each one you match up, like, who is this, who's this, who's this. And so everybody that pinged off that cell tower is a suspect, and you go through and make sure and see what their motives might be. I don't see that they did that.
I think we did hear testimony about that. I think they did a tower dump and they only got a couple hits.
Well, I'd like to know. I want to hear more.
Mandy says, Nick and Andrew tagged you on Twitter in an article with evidence how deep the drug trafficking and financial crime goes. We're talking multi-generational. Brian Schultz.
I looked for that. I didn't see it, but I don't really care about the history.
Of course, the other thing is that if they do a cell phone hunt, that assumes that the killer has a cell phone. So just like they said, he dumped his cell phone. It's possible somebody goes there to assassinate. They're not going to bring a cell phone with them.
Yeah, if you have any brains, you definitely don't.
Well, let's not say brains.
You're laying in wait to execute someone, and your phone starts ringing. This is a terrible plan. Brian Schultz says the ratcheting necktie is brutal. Yeah, from the Counselor. Great movie. Elk Rain says private airstrip on Moselle property rumored to be for drug flights. Could be. You'd think though, if someone had landed a plane recently, that would be pretty evident. You'd have even a small plane, you'd have some tire tracks.
But where's all the cell phone stuff dealing with his drug dealing? There's been no evidence from Alex's phone about all. What? Did I miss something?
There was a text today that looked like a coded drug text.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
yeah, it was. I can't remember who it was from, but it was. The text was, she brought the heat from Miami, and then it was a generic picture of an attractive woman in a swimsuit with like a sun hat. And it's like, okay, who's this? So that, to me, that sounds kind of like the delivery just arrived, right? Like,
the white lady is here, fellas.
Yeah. She was in a white swimsuit too. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows what like little code they'd come up with.
Let me sign off for now. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Later, buddy.
Okay, Kurt.
Guys, check out Uncivil Law, YouTube, Rumble, Locals, all of that good stuff. Make sure you check him out. He does in-depth legal analysis and a lot of it on Supreme Court issues. Very good. Very good at it. Dr. Lipschitz says Sled tried to manufacture blood spatter on a t-shirt. Aries Athena State acts like it's not weird to know people that are willing to kill you with no hesitation, and none of those same people could kill his family. Here for the truth. How many of you emailed your bank during lunch break for a $600,000 loan and got approved like it's monopoly money? I did. Daryl Smith, why would he throw the phone but give them the code to unlock it after it's found? Makes no sense at all. He also had to turn on the Find My iPhone for them. Like he had to do that so that they could find the iPhones and then provide the code so they could unlock it. Again, very weird behavior.
It sounds to me like Murdaugh should be in county this county. Since they lost his expertise in solving crime, they've been flailing about.
I mean, could you imagine, like, if he, like, let's say he's guilty and this is actually masterminded, this is one of the greatest crimes that he almost got away with.
That's why I don't think he didn't do it. I mean, he didn't do it. I gotta say, I mean, I am so unconvinced at this point. The state is rested. I can make my judgment. There it is.
If they didn't have that Snapchat video, there would be literally nothing. Literally, like that's the only thing. And he would have executed the perfect crime. How to kill my wife and son with no one knowing and garner sympathy to prevent me from getting prosecuted for financial crimes for 1 month.
I spent my whole life pretending I loved everybody around me just so I could execute them at the perfect time. How devious.
Hans Skurgard says, please answer my first super chat. I did. Fuzzy Socks. Why would he spend speed before calling 911? Why risk getting pulled over? Why speed home to call 911? No time limit on when he calls 911. Doesn't make sense. Brian Alleman, the Reddit wine moms have decided that Alex actually made a ton of mistakes and was super sloppy, but Sled botched it. It's confirmation bias all the way down over there. Becky Z, for all those who hate Alex, I'm 99% sure he will go down for his financial crimes. It doesn't mean he should be falsely convicted of murder. This judge is horrible. Hannah Barano, it rained the night of the murder. Wouldn't the phone have been destroyed if placed there the night of the murder? Doesn't make sense. Too many holes. Real quick, modern phones, especially like a decent iPhone, Samsung, like I have the S22 Ultra. I have the S23 Ultra, but I haven't set it up yet. I have just held this in my hot tub underwater on a live stream. A little water doesn't hurt these things unless you got water in the charging port and plug it in. But other than that, I mean, they're very water invasion resistant. So a rainstorm is not going to really bother them. They'd have to sit submerged for a pretty long period of time. James Carson says, I'm seeing more and more similarities to the 1987 unsolved Boys on the Tracks case. Too much corruption. Tara Rayner, they're all too invested in getting him instead of the truth. And if innocent, they have spent all this time torturing him with pics of their bodies. A phone can sync GPS, but phone can't sync a stopwatch on a phone that keeps time through GPS. Shouldn't need to work this hard or lie if the DA had evidence. That was amazing.
Did you see that today, Steve? So they had this feckless data cop on the stand today who's completely argumentative, and on cross-examination, the guy with the hair they're using on defense to cross the experts. One of the issues is the cop was suggesting that Alex Murdaugh got to the scene of the dead bodies, and within 20 seconds he was calling 911, and that's too short a period of time. So the defense lawyer says, all right, well, let's take my phone. I'll set it to 20 seconds. You agree that's 20 seconds? When I say go, hit the start button, and it counts down 20 seconds. We're all just waiting, right? So it feels like plenty of time. And then the defense attorney goes, so you would agree that was 20 seconds? And the cop goes, well, according to your phone.
That was brutal, by the way.
See,
that 20 seconds was eternal.
I used to teach cops how to testify. You know, when I was in the prosecution side, I trained them in trained departments on testifying. And these guys are doing terrible. This whole lack of credibility that they come through by being so hostile and changing their demeanor so 180 degrees, that is exactly the way a police officer should not testify. I mean, it's so disingenuous. It looks like they've got a finger on the scales of justice, and it's very bad. I mean, we got a lot of good police officers there, and if you guys are ever testify, the way to do it is the way this last one, the last defense witness did. That the female there who was talking about the press release, this is what happened. That's it.
That's what I know.
Yes, no. That's it. I mean, it's like that's the way to testify. This whole thing about like, I've got to show everybody that, you know, the defense is bad and evil and he's guilty by not answering their questions and being deceptive. You just sound like you're deceptive. You don't have an interest in this case, Mr. Police Officer. Your job is to testify to facts that you've discovered or not. And so say it, don't squirrel it.
As Farrell says, is this Amber Turd's brother? Charles Argo, I don't think an iPhone can change orientation when the phone is locked. Test it, from South Africa. Obscure Destinations, gotta run, feed the husband. Thanks, Nick and crew. Johnny Mack, why would a killer take the dead person's phone with them? Why not just shotgun the phone right there? Again, good question. Kevin says, I'm behind in the stream, but could Maggie's phone light up when he drove by when it tried to connect to the truck? If it tried to connect to the truck. Kimberly said, welcome to Paralegal Status. Kieran says, what a world to live in. Presumed dead the second you're not staring at your phone. Let's see. Michael Flanagan, could an animal have picked up the phone, run off with it in its mouth, but the phone didn't register as walking because of erratic movement and then dropped? I mean, sure.
Hog. The hog strike back.
Oh, second. Let's see. Vid a day says 8 minutes behind live. Cross lawyers verbal judo. Heart emojis. 10x Bull had to jump from Rumble to YouTube just to send this stupid joke because Rumble doesn't do mobile donations to your favorites. But if Andrew would have married Blanca, she would be Blanca Branca. Badass.
So one of my sisters married a gentleman called, his last name was Lee, and she was going to hyphenate her name until she realized it would be pronounced broccoli.
Oh gosh, that'd be bad. Entropy Denied says, did this judge get hired because he's so much like the judge from Ace Attorney? Bojangles, thanks for shouting out DSP Gaming. He is live now. Panama Jack's Jim, I didn't hear them ask any expert so far the cost of their services. I know we have seen this in the past. Would it not be good to know the cost of gathering all this data that shows little real info? Most of these were state employees, though. So usually you would ask the price of the services of an outside consulting expert that they brought in.
Right.
But these are SLED agents or FBI agents. These experts are not outside.
Well, they
people
didn't
who are
ask
brought
the
in.
guy from yesterday, the outside expert. They brought in the crime scene expert witness. They didn't ask him what he was paid.
JC just brought in chat, which is a good point. And it's like, we're so far into this. I mean, this is like epic trial, right? And we've kind of forgotten completely the fact that there were 2 guns used in this killing, which is really an odd thing to do. Is if you're planning if you're coming there to kill, if it's Alex and he wants to kill these people, why is he doing it with 2 guns? If it's all planned out, that it makes no sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a very, we've kind of forgotten about that, but it's like, that's a pretty big fact.
Wait a minute. Sublime answered this question. It makes no sense at all. I saw red. I saw red. I saw red. I saw red. One more sacred lover that I shot dead. But in this case, 2, Steve. But it makes no sense at all. There you go.
Yes, it's so diabolical. It's so many layers upon layers of complexities.
Lisa for Truth and Justice. Ricada, you can set in your setting so the screen doesn't come on. I know this because I have mine set that way so customers don't see my screen when I get notifications. Yeah, sure. I believe that. Tara Rayner, Rogan said he was sleeping, but 9 calls to Paul. That's an interesting thing. Rogan's a suspect in this, or could be. He knows where Paul and Maggie are. He's talking to them about the dog. He's making the same phone call. Like he's making calls that would suggest an alibi, just like Alex does. His access to the property, knows the property well, knows the family, would be completely non-suspicious if he arrived. Nicholas Holbrook. Oh, shoot. Wait, Peter Wyszynski, freaking Polish names, pushing my trail life clay shoot in Jax. It's our only fundraiser. If anyone wants to donate to support the troop or come shoot, I'll post a link in the chat with more info. You guys are amazing. Much love from Jax. Hey, thank you. Nicholas Holbrook says, what is the process for reprimanding a judge? Would the judge's actions rulings qualify for some sort of discipline? No, not in this case.
He's not even close.
Yeah. Boomer Wow says Taken would have been a very different movie if Liam Neeson went into shock instead of staying on the phone. Nana X8 says you can preview up to 5 lines of a message. It will still show as unread. Renogenic says every day is a new day. Keely Sexton says every day is a new day. Live, laugh, love. Chris B, with this judge, was it appropriate for the last defense attorney to cross like he did, or would it have helped to press on more direct answers? No, I think he did a pretty good job crossing the data expert, frankly. I mean, he could have said yes or no every single time, but I think the defense knows they're on a thin line with this judge. He's not favorable to them. And so if they get too crazy with going after witnesses, he may just start shitting all over him.
Yeah, if I were, by the way, I would expect a lot of objections from the state now that we get to the defense case in chief, because they have every reason to believe they'll be sustained.
Yep. Mike Lombardo, I'm a little behind. Just thought of something. If he threw the phone, why then did he assist law enforcement with finding the phone via Find My Phone? Yep. Will Borman, you were an awesome guest on PKA. Hope to see you there again. Hey, thank you. Had a lot of fun. Mark Salmonfink says, every angry he guilty response I get is from women. Moni says, after finding our son shot and EMS left with his body, I got a jar to put his blood in because in my mind, that's the last of my son I'd ever see. That's what a traumatic experience and shock will do to a parent. Oh my gosh. Very sorry you had to go through that. Holy cats. Maggie Designs sent a thank you sticker. Tyler Lawrence, the scary thing is the state of this justice system is that it can be this bad. You'll be in prison forever. Thank goodness it didn't work with Kyle.
Yeah,
Martin,
welcome to my world. I mean, this is the thing. People don't realize that this is very, think about if this guy didn't have tons of money and he had the public defender's office and there wasn't the media show look. I mean, this is a, this kind of railroad can occur. And it's the sad thing is this is the state of your justice system. How many trials have we covered? Have we seen bad prosecutors? 50%? That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, that's why people feel like, Gaza, you're so, idealistic. Well, I expect more. I want us all to be better than what we're seeing out of these public trials. It's not hard. Look at the way they did with Dale Brooks trial. The prosecution in the Dale Brooks case was great. And, why not give that to all defendants?
You'd hope they would. The sad thing is, I think the prosecution in the Darrell Brooks trial would have not been great if they didn't have such a great case. That's my cynicism.
Right.
Yeah. Well, maybe
they could afford to be straight.
Yeah.
Maybe. But see, if it's a weak case, that's even more of the reason not to cheat, because now you have the risk of putting somebody away that's innocent.
More reason, but less incentive.
Yes, I get it. I get it. In fact, it's one of my articles on the prosecutor closing arguments about why they cheat. There's a whole section on that. Part 3 is why they cheat.
I love it. I've given you the best title of all possible times. I've written an article on this.
Yeah, well, it's true. I'm not lying.
Martin 261 says, sounds like a follow home robbery gone wrong, or the staff had family involved, jealous boyfriend and mistress, maybe even an angry investor. Sure. Chrissy, all I'm getting out of this trial is the vast lengths the government will go to convict you if they think you're guilty, evidence or not. Love y'all. Trent Thorough, holy F, this guy has a parody of a Southern accent. Lol. Slick 556, hands and armpits to estimate time of death. Does he apply leeches to do a tox screen? Heyoka says thermometers are fake news. Salty Hard R Brainwater says attorney Hank Hill. Bittersweet 46 and 2. I leave for 5 minutes and now they're talking about butt stuff. Josh Hankins, thanks for the donation. Barbara Schaefer, I've taken care of more than 500 dead bodies in 45 years. Rigor starts about 2 hours after death, so it could be 8 p.m. No sure thing. Also, is he going to jail for years anyway? Most likely. Probably for the rest of his life, frankly, unless some weird stuff happens. Professor of Logic. Oh no, the gravitational pull of the nose pulled curtain to the stream. We, the jury, I think there's people that want Alex Murdaugh to go to prison for murder because there might be others that go to prison with him later for financial crimes. Trish C. Couldn't Whaley's search be opening browser and loading the last page he viewed? Keystrokes needed to show he's that cold-hearted as prosecutors claim. Netanyahu says, I like this theory about the hog. Maybe Paul Dunn mistook Mama Maggie for a trophy hog, then sucks on the shotgun after. Alex covers up. The suicide narrative on Paul is it just is not supported in any way by the physical evidence. Yeah.
Well, where do the guns go?
Alec would cover up the suicide was the allegation, but the shot, whichever direction it comes from, doesn't make sense for a suicide. You're not holding a gun off to the side, pointed at the back of your head to shoot you, and you're not shooting yourself in the chest first. It's very, very strange for that to happen.
No, it's not a suicide. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Melissa Unbreaded says, knife check, men.
Oh, caught again. The problem is that I could show you. Look at this. I could show you something, but it wouldn't be a knife, and it would get you banned from YouTube. So I couldn't do that. Don't you get in trouble for showing certain things
during? Yeah, not during live streams. You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be that would be handy, and that would defeat your knife. Look at you with that hat. What do you play, Cowboys and Indians, or what is this?
More like Vikings and Vikings.
Viking attack.
Trish, see, wait, Michael Kingswood theory, state doesn't want a financial trial because defense there will implicate well-connected people. So double down here to put him away and have an excuse to punt on the financials. Dana loves Zumba. Netflix series comes out on Wednesday. MS Krim says, wasn't there movement on Maggie's phone around 9:20 to 9:30 while he was driving and away from the house? Thought I heard that there was a type of action on the phone after he had already left the property. No. So last time the display turns on is 9:31:44. We have no idea why. And received text from Rogan Gibson did not read at 9:34:14. We have no idea why the display turns on at 9:31:44, and they kind of just hand wave past that. Brian Scholes, could how tacky dried Paul's blood was inside the feed room be used to determine time of death? I'm not an expert on that, but probably not. Because it would depend on a lot of stuff. Humidity, I would think. Whatever. There's only war. Alex knew the code to unlock Maggie's phone. He could have unlocked it anytime after 8:50 to delete any video or photo evidence, but her phone never unlocks until after 8:53. He could have shot the phones. Vic and Vin, thank you for the donation. Stania Gores, can we talk about the swimsuit Sports Illustrated photo from Alex Dude Bros? Are we to believe he viewed that while waiting for police after killing his family? What is that about, guys? Wait, so is that that white swimsuit? She's coming in hot or whatever from Miami? I don't know what that was. That was weirdly glossed.
But he might have viewed it, but you don't control what comes into your phone. I mean, text comes in, you open it up, you look at it. It's not, you didn't pick it.
Yeah, especially if it's text plus an image, you may not even know the image is there when you open it up. If the image comes and then the text, you just see the text and the notification. Also, that looked like drug dealer language to me. Janet Rarity, welcome to Paralegal. Nancy Jennings, how far away was the river? Could the killers have left on a boat? Not very far, and yes. Salty Heart, our Brainwater, if they had only been wearing Fitbits or Apple Watches, we'd know exactly when they died. MS Krim, how does an iPhone register camera activation when the phone screen is locked and you access the camera from the lock screen? That was one of the arguments that was brought up to the supposed data expert, and he said, I don't understand how phones work, so I don't know. I can't answer that. Kay Vegdal, Steve, come up to Minnesota this summer. We'd bass fish, golf, and drink girly drinks on Lake Minnetonka.
Oh, the home of Prince. I really do want to go to visit the Prince Museum.
Oh, if you come up here, I'll take you.
Oh, you live near there?
I mean, a couple hours away, but
I love Prince. Prince is one of my all-time. People say I'm a metalhead. I like all kinds of music, and Prince was like, he was really somebody that I really felt lost when he died, because that guy was a gift to us. What a genius Prince was.
Paisley Park's really cool too.
Have you been there and seen it?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to go. I'd love to see that.
Leonard,
Minneapolis.
Group trip to Nick's house.
Yeah, I was in Minneapolis back in the 90s when it was safe.
Yeah, you come out. Well, you come out to the country, then we drive in for that, and then we go to a show at First Ave, his club that he had.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Leonard Clip says, Base AG Daniel Cameron is running for governor. Please cheers to him, hopefully defeating the tyrant Andy Bashir. Good luck, Kentucky. I'm not drinking any liquor right now, but cheers to him. I hope you win. Mud Duck says Broncos. Oh, wait. Mud Duck says Bronco was wrong. Alec, what's her name? I can't even remember her name now. Maggie. Oh, Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh phone extractions were all missing entries on extractions by SLED FBI. Fact, their extractions were trash. Pork Chop Express. If the shooter tripped on the door threshold and shot from his back on the ground while Paul walked forward through the doorway. Sure.
It's possible. It's possible. I don't know. I mean, if I wanted to kill Paul in that feed room, it would have been 2 shots in her chest, and that would have been the end of that. So it's not clear to me how it got so complicated.
Here's my problem with this whole case. The state has rested, and we're asking all these speculative questions. That is called reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
We have no clue what happened. I don't know what happened. It could be maybe it's this, maybe it's this. That's reasonable doubt.
And a lot of it just doesn't make sense. Like, why?
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying I'm not going to say, look, they can convict him all day in highway. That doesn't mean he did it. This is what people like. I believe in our system. I don't. I'm a board certified trial lawyer, and I don't believe in the damn system. It's flawed. It's imperfect. There'd be no exoneration directory if the system was perfect. I'm saying it's legally, there's reasonable doubt. Whether the jury convicts or not, they could absolutely do it. It's within the realm of possibilities. Fair enough?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Nick's like, let me get through these super chats.
My wife's messaging me, when are you done?
I know.
God, soon? No, it's fine. But yeah, the other problem is, again, why a shotgun? So assuming Alex is going to do it, shotguns are messy. They're gross. It's not
low round count.
If he's going to kill his son, I mean, that he presumably loves, but let's say he has some weird motivation to do it, and it's not out of just pure horrific rage. Why wouldn't he just use a smaller gun? Just bam, easy. He can
just
get close.
Use a 300 blackout,
or a handgun.
30 rounds of 300 blackout will get it done.
He can just walk up to him and shoot him. Like he doesn't
why have a shotgun involved at all. You've got an AR-15, or get a 7-round semi-automatic shotgun and use a shotgun for everything. Or use a 30-round mag, switch it out. I mean, there's the 2-gun thing really is difficult for the state.
Let's see. Here we go. Tay Logan says, I live in northwestern Montana, drive a 2022 Denali and drive 70 plus miles an hour at night. No snow all the time. 20 years plus, I could probably drive with eyes closed 80. No big deal in rural area. Meeflower 66. My daughter's phone was stolen and thrown out of a moving car onto grass dirt. We found it via Find My Phone. It was completely destroyed. Zenothium 15. Why are we hearing about murder during a speeding violation hearing? Saber Dragon 65 says, bought Steve's book to go on the shelf next to Broncos. Tick tick rackets. You curtain law racks are slipping behind. Panama Jack's Jim. Okay, try this on 3 shooters. 1 standing for first shot. 2nd shooter kneeling with short barrel, aka a gangbang move. 3rd shooter with a rifle. Palmyra Productions. According to the oven, installing 2 people could have done it. Attorney Tom and or Tyrion Lannister. Oh, sure. Trumfelt says, North Carolina criminal lawyer here. Disposition of phone shows 2 shooters. A Maggie killer took hers. Paul killer didn't. 1 killer would take both or neither. Possible.
I think it's a reasonable inference.
Mandalore Wise 01. When I found my grandfather dead at his desk, first call was to my father. Second was 911. Then my aunts and uncles. Not Heisenberg says bullpup shotgun. Aquamarin. If he had her phone when he called hers, why did he not pick up and fake a conversation if he wants to fake an alibi? Aaron, the the chicken stole Maggie's phone. It's a chicken. Still laugh every time I hear it. Chrissy, you are taught in rural areas to drive through deer because if you don't, it can end up in the car with you scared and still alive. Kathy says, Alex has done some awful things, and I suspect that he knows more than he is saying about the murders. However, the state doesn't even come close to proving their case. Carpe Deegan says, have enjoyed Rackets and Bronco for some time now, but was largely unfamiliar with Gosney prior to this trial. Steve has certainly grown on me. Great work, gents. Keep it up. Misty Rutherford says, with the judge unexpectedly losing his son last month, why would that be why he is so biased? I mean, there's any number of reasons someone could be biased. Remember, the judge knows Alex Murdaugh. He's going to know him, right? Like, he almost has to have practiced before him, or at least done motion practice before him.
You know, here's another alternative theory. He may be bending over backwards to protect himself from accusations of bias by being pro-state.
Yeah.
You know, he may have that in the back
of his mind. He's doing a good job.
Yeah. Doc Salty 96. The only way the suicide angle would work with Paul is if he had dirt on the Clintons. Bonnie B, appreciate you, Nikki, and loves the panel to keep the trial of many trials going. Awesome. Not gonna lie though, so ready for you on none of your business ASAP. AA Ron says, I live 15 minutes from Paisley Park. Let's go. Brandon says, all I've learned so far is if Alex starts getting his 10K daily steps in, we will all be brain dead. Okay. The Z-Man 84, people underestimate how long 30 seconds is. I didn't realize till I was doing weapons qualification, you missed the 300 and are just staring at it. Sejong the Great, clearly Alex staged the most incompetent Canadian medical treatment in history in order to hide the fact that he masterminded slaughtering his family. Just Gen T, SNG broke up with going on the Megyn Kelly show. Oh, yeah, Stephen Gosling, what happened? RDX... No,
you don't want to hear it.
I mentioned earlier that you weren't going on, so they'd contacted me.
Yeah.
RDX says drug dealers
called me too yesterday.
Drug dealers use walkie-talkies. Save the Kirby says, is the counselor the one where Brad Pitt gets the thing in the end? Yes. Thanks. I'd forgotten about that nightmare. 9 out of 10 movie. Dragon's Treasure says, why has no one brought up the obvious timeline solution? Time travel. Touch the Riot says, Your Honor, may the witness remove his shoes in order to calculate the drive time, Your Honor? No, that's prejudicial. Palmyra Productions, everyone is missing the obvious. The dog, I'll show you what happens when you take my effing chicken. I have seen diagrams of the dog using the shotgun to kill Paul. We've seen that. That's been in the locals chat. RDX says his one job was to compile the report and nothing else, and he still fucked it up. Matches Burn says, oh, Nick, I'm so glad you're back here to suffer alongside us. It just isn't the same without you. Share the pain, everyone. It says 6,053 watching and only 1.23 thousand likes. Hit the button, formerly known as Plussy people. This isn't YouTube. Likes actually help channels greatly on Rumble. And he also says, guarantee you if you went over to Law and Cuck's chat that they'd be saying this investigator was a bombshell witness that proves Alex is guilty. Just Revere says, Cracker Jack box badge. What a disgrace. Matches Burn. According to earlier testimony, Alex was so distraught he tried dial 9111 until dialing 911 correctly a few seconds later. State would have us believe that's planned. Just Revere, 30 minutes behind, but he just said doo-doo rectal temperature. Keck. Nick like the soup says it doesn't make sense that he discards the phone in an easy-to-find place, but disposes of guns in a manner that cops can't find. Sure, the phone has tracking, but still they tracked him via GPS. Where would he have disposed of the guns? Like, what opportunity does he have to do this? We know where he goes. They have his OnStar data. They know everywhere his car has been. It's Vorlon 41. The only difference between a normal thermometer and a rectal thermometer is the taste. Burn says Steve No Knife Gosney. He also says there's a place in Kasota, Minnesota. You know of it? Nope. Called Drive a Tank. I do know of that though, where you can drive tanks over cars and fire machine guns. Website is driveatank.com. Business write-off for video, please, Nikki. Maybe that sounds fun. Panama Jack's Jim says Alec is Gene Hackman from The Firm, the weak link, and was used to scare the remaining lawyers to get right with the Lord. LB says don't forget the Karens on other channels are 80% for conviction. Working Class 86, Rekieta Law, let's go all tinfoil hat. The drug gang killed Paul and Maggie and have someone in SLED and sheriff's office to make sure they don't get caught. Meanwhile, there's no one else to pursue except Alex, so they did a shitty job investigating so he doesn't get found guilty at trial. He can't give them up because he's in custody and Buster's life hangs in the balance.
So this is why this case is so fascinating, because people can project any theory that they can possibly come up with and into it. It's really a whodunit soap opera with so many moving parts, and so therefore speculations just go wild, and that's dangerous for Alex because he's in the hot seat.
The jury
right?
can do that too.
Yes, I know what happened.
Critical thought, Rekieta Law, you have single-handedly put the mystery game Hunt a Killer out of business. Thank you, sir. Fan 550 says, isn't it a conflict to have a state investigator be a lawyer since the state legislature, state legislator to be a lawyer since the state legislature selects and then votes for judges in South Carolina? If I was the judge, I would overrule the Democratic state legislator so the reps vote me back in power.
No, it's not a conflict. You got to have a job. You do something, like there's what's the job that you're supposed to do if you're a state legislator?
Plus the conflict would be up to Alex to waive.
Right. That's right.
He would be the one who would waive the conflict.
I think he got a great defense team. I'm really impressed. The defense team has been excellent. Excellent. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to really fault them. Well, I mean, can you pick apart anything? I mean, maybe the bald-headed guy a couple times.
I mean, they had a couple opportunities with state witnesses to ask about the two-shooter scenario that I think they passed up.
But we haven't seen them fully, lay out their defense.
Yeah, we'll see their case now, which is that'll be interesting. It could be terrible. I mean, they could just be good on cross. Elgonza 1000 says, that's not true, Nicole. They have plenty of weapons, just none that link Alex to the murder. It's true. That's correct. Elgonza 1000 says, a V6. I knew navigators were just gay Escalades, but I didn't know they were full-on flamboyant, obnoxious gay. Ari Rose says, I'm 20 minutes behind, but I still have to say something about phones breaking and not breaking. Y'all are retarded. It's all about the case it's in. I used to pay for screen repair 3 to 4 times a year. Yes, I'm retarded too, until I discovered OtterBox. Haven't broken a screen in 7 years. I saw her phone's case. It didn't look like an OtterBox to me. But here's my counter argument. Cases suck. Some Asian man took a piece of metal and he sat there with a chisel and he chiseled this thing by hand to make a perfect, beautiful design. You put it behind a shitty case every single time. Oh, it drives me nuts. I'm like, these things are beautifully crafted. And then you put it behind a $12 plastic case, just stamped out with shame every single day, while some poor Asian child sat there tink, 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 working away at it, polishing it, spitting on it, all of his blood, sweat, and tears going into that thing. You just put it in plastic.
Radium poisoning.
You just put it in plastic, made by some guy who sells or sold by some Arabic guy at a kiosk in a mall. No way. No cases for me. I'll take the risk. Malik Foxon says, by the way, to the person that mentioned location services, I work for a mobile services provider call center or provider repair call center. And I asked our resident iPhone expert, he said the iPhone's location data doesn't need to be on to be tracked. It also uses Bluetooth for things like Find My iPhone and stuff. This isn't limited to iPhones, by the way. Also, hi, Nick and panel from work. Listening to these mobile expert witnesses is both fascinating and funny. I'm learning where they're right or when they're right and laughing when they're wrong.
Yeah, aren't you Catholic? Don't you? Yeah. Why are you using protection? I stole that from the chat. That was a chat joke. That was pretty good.
Matheraman says, as I understand it, the heat is in Miami. Do you think this is a reference to the coroner's rectal thermometer? Should I go talk to my doctor if I'm in Rigor for more than 4 hours? What you need to worry about is if your name is Miami and the heat is in Miami and there's a rectal thermometer coming. Watch out. The T-Man says, fuck you, Nick. Hey, what did I do? I said, oh, yeah. I remember. This guy says, Murdaugh is not guilty. Do you think the state knew he was a drug dealer but don't have evidence of it? They're using these crimes to get him like IRS and Capone. I mean, I think they'd want to get the guy above him, frankly.
Hey, guys, I'm going to have to duck out. I got a work call in just a couple minutes. But, Nick, thanks as always for having me on. I really appreciate it.
No
I
trial
guess I'll
Monday.
see you Tuesday. You're going to do it Tuesday? All right.
I'll be on
plan
Tuesday.
on joining you then. Steve, take care, brother. Talk soon.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Diz Guy says 10 minutes behind. Do you think that including lawyer on the tapes is to discredit the lawyer? I don't know. B. Miller says the 1,700 acres looks like a gun. Must be guilty. Ryan PD says, Recato Law, would you be interested in helping our county commission craft a strong Second Amendment sanctuary county ordinance for Hubbard County, Minnesota? Sure. I mean, email me about it. I don't know. Happy to help out where I can, especially in protecting the Second Amendment. The Coltrane says, Steve, I got your book. Great autograph. Looks like Muhammad Ali signed it.
Yeah, I know. Everybody makes fun of my doctor's signature.
Reformed Convict says, Joe, he checked the pulses, called 911, said he was going to the house to get the shotgun, getting blood on the wheel and seatbelt and inside his pocket.
I mean, all the evidence lines up with what he's saying, except for the misstatement. I don't know if it's a lie or the lack of memory on him visiting before. Other than that, it's pretty much spot on what he said. I don't know. I mean, he's so devious. He just made this one little error and we pulled the thread. It all unraveled.
Miller Welds 1 says, Recato Law, to be fair, Joe has his wife drive him. And that is, Andrew left just in time. That's the end of the chats. That's it, I think. Oh, wait, almost one more. Stega says, I know a guy who can get you a discount at Battlefield Vegas if you're looking to drive / shoot a tank or other cool stuff while you're in Vegas. I don't know what my timeline and plans are in Vegas yet. I'm kind of very overwhelmed right now, getting everything set up and then also thinking about, oh, dear God, I have to pack and I have to get these kids ready for me to be gone. So anyway, Steve, people need to go see you at stevegosney.com. Buy your book.
Buy my book. And yes, all of my first book is the Andrew Branca book. The second one is coming very, very soon. Might be some announcements, but the way to get all things Steve Gosney are at stevegosney.com. Isn't that cool? And I want to do a shout out to Farmhand Tom, who redesigned my site. And we've got all kinds of, like, my Rumble channel link, my LinkedIn link. If you want to contact me, you can go there and you get the book and be on top of any music that I might put out and any announcements regarding book number 2. Keep in touch.
There you go. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Steve, thanks for hanging out with me today. Always a pleasure, buddy. And I'm sorry you had to attend a funeral. Those are never fun. But
but a life well lived is worth celebrating. And we mourn for the time that we are not going to have in the future with those people. But we'll meet them in the future. And if you live your life to the fullest and to the best of your ability, then it's a celebration.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Last things. I was on PKA, the PKA podcast, which you can check out on Patreon. That I believe is already up on Patreon. We recorded yesterday. I am on tonight with Drex, lead attorney, Flawdzilla, and Camelot for a fun Friday show, Black History Month edition. And Monday, there is no trial for President's Day. So I will see you tonight at 11 p.m. Central, or I'll see you Monday night at 11 p.m. Central.
I'm getting yelled at in the chat.
Good. What for now?
Because I sent you that stuff and you didn't read it. But see, I don't control what Nick does. People think I have some magical control over you or something. I don't.
What stuff? The picture of
the picture of the tarp and the video of the throwing the phone. I don't control Nick. It's his show. It's not my show. It's his show.
Do you need help figuring out if someone could throw a phone a couple, 30 feet? I mean, it's awkward. It doesn't mean he didn't do it.
Just tell him to go away. Give him a rant. Tell him to stop picking on me.
Piss off. Stop telling me what to do. I'm tired. Oh my God. It's 9 hours. We have the chance to be gone early on a Friday and you got me here ranting. Let's go to bed. Oh my goodness. That was an invitation. We'll catch you guys next time. Have a good day. See you tonight at 11 p.m. Central. Peace. Peace.
He drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the White white shores and into the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have